Last time, we looked at how to apply our new idea, subgame perfect equilibrium, to a whole bunch of games, and our general idea for how to solve for subgame perfect equilibrium was as follows. We looked at each subgame. We solved for the Nash equilibrium in the subgame, that's something we learned to do long ago, and then we rolled back the payoffs, we rolled them back up the tree. And towards the end, we learned something interesting. I'm not going to go back to today, I just want to emphasize it. We learned that strategic effects matter. So in that investment game we looked at last time, when you were considering whether to rent a new piece of machinery, it made a very big difference whether you considered how this action would affect the actions of the other side. In this case, how it affects your competition. All right? And this is a very general idea, a very general point. So just to give you a couple of more examples, when you're designing tax systems, I mentioned this last time, when you're designing a tax system, make some changes in the US tax system, it's not good enough to look at how people are behaving in the old tax system and just calculate in an accounting manner how much more money you're going to raise or how much money it's going to cost you. You have to take into account how that's going to lead to changes in behavior. And once again, that's a strategic effect. And in the homework that you're handing in today, all of you will have had a nice example of that in the toll booth problem. So in the toll booth problem, when you're putting tolls on roads, or more generally when you're building new roads, new bridges, new flyovers, new bypasses, you need to take into account how those new tolls, how those new roads will affect all of traffic flow. Traffic flow down the tree will form a new equilibrium, and you need to consider that in designing your tolls and designing your road system. All right, so that's another example of SPE. So today I want to do something quite different, a little bit like what we did with Duel. I want to play a game today and probably spend the whole of today analysing this one game. So it's quite a complicated game, but it's quite a fun game. All right, so what's the game we're going to look at? The game's going to involve two players, and in each player, in each period, they choose, or each chooses, I should say, each chooses whether to fight or to quit. All right, so F means fight and Q means quit. And they make this choice simultaneously. All right, and the game ends as soon as someone quits. As soon as someone quits. All right, so there's good news and bad news for this game. Let's do the good news first. The good news is that if the other player quits first, you win a prize. You win a prize. And generally we'll call this prize V, but we'll play for some cash in a minute. The bad news is each period in which both fight, so each period in which both players choose to fight, each player pays a cost. So they pay minus C. All right? And just to keep things interesting, let's fill in the other thing here, which is if both quit at once. So if both quit at once, then they get 0 that period. All right? So this is a game we've seen a little bit before. We saw it a little bit under the auspices of Hawk Dove. Those people in the MBA class saw a game a lot like this. But we're going to analyse this in much more detail than we did before. In fact, as we can spend the whole of today talking about it. So to start this out, let's actually play this game. All right, so I want 2 volunteers. Let me just, since this is college football season, let me see if I can play off the rivalries. So do I have anybody here from the great state of Texas? Whole bunch of Texans, all right. All right, well, just keep your hands on. I want to use you in a second. And I guess the rivalry here is Oklahoma. Anybody from Oklahoma? No Oklahomans? All right, well, what we'll do is we'll pick 2 Texans then. We'll assume this is Texas and Texas A&M. All right, so Texans, raise their hands again. All right, we're going to pick out 2 Texans. All right, and I'm going to give you a mic each. So your name is?
Nick.
Nick, why don't you keep hold of the mic and just point it towards you when you speak, but still shout because the rest of everyone here wants to hear you. All right, so this is Nick. Where was my other Texan back here? There was one here. Why don't I go for the closer one? All right. Well, yeah, okay, we'll start here. And your name is?
Alec.
Alec. So shout it out.
Alec.
That's better. Okay. All right. So the game is this. All right. They're going to have to write down for the first period whether they choose fight or quit. Each player will have a referee, so the person behind Alec is going to be Alec's referee to make sure that, that Alec is actually saying what he says he's going to do. And what happened to my other Texan? I've lost my other Texan. There he is. And your name again was?
Nick.
And Nick is going to write down fight or quit. And to make this real, let's play for some real cash. So we'll make the prize, why don't we make the prize equal to $1 and the cost equal to 75 cents. All right, so I've got some dollars here. Here we go. This is a, what do you call this? In Texas, we'd call this a fistful of dollars. Is that right? Is that right? All right, so, okay. So where are my players? Why don't you stand up, you guys? So everyone can see you. All right. All right, I made this difficult because now you're going to have to write down your strategy, so you have to grab a pen. I didn't make that easy for you. Let me come down to make it easier for the camera person. All right? All right, so why don't you write down what your strategy is going to be and tell your neighbor what it's going to be. And we'll see what happened. All right, show your referee. Have you shown your referee? All right, and again, Nick, speaking into the microphone, what did you do?
I quit.
He quit?
I quit as well.
So much for the... What happened to remember the Alamo? I mean, this is... All right, so Texas didn't work very well. Okay, fine. Let's try a different state. I have to say, my wife's from Texas, and my wife's family's from Texas, and I thought they had more fight in them than that. Maybe that's why they're sliding in the polls. Let's try somebody from Ohio. Anyone from Ohio? Nobody from Ohio in the whole class. That's no good. That's no good. I'm going to pick Ohio against Michigan. How about some people from some of our own teams? So, are there any players in the football team other than the 2 I picked on before? There we go. Now I'll get something. Here we go. So, I need a different team. Anybody from the hockey team? Anybody from the baseball team? Ah, okay. Good. All right. So, our friend from the baseball team, your name is
Chris.
Chris, and our new football team player is
Rylan.
Okay. So Rylan and Chris are going to play this. We'll see. And neither of you is from Texas, I take it. All right. So we have some hope of something happening here. All right. So write down what it is you're going to choose. All right. Have you both written something down? Yeah. All right. And Rylan, what did you choose?
Fight.
And Chris?
I'm going to quit.
Oh, well, that was easy too. Okay. So the football team's looking pretty good here. All right. So we're not getting much in the way of action going here. Anyone else want to try here? I need another little state rivalry here. I don't suppose I've got anyone from Oregon. That's asking too much. Anyone from Oregon? You guys must be from somewhere. There's got to be a state where at least one of you is from. All right. Well, let's try something like New Jersey. How about that? All right. There's some players from New Jersey. That's good. All right. Here we go. So, all right, and we'll try New Jersey and New York. That seems like there's a bit of rivalry there. Are you from New York? Excellent. Here we go. So, and your name is? Gerson, and your name is? Andy. Okay. So Gerson and Andy. So show up, stand up so everyone can see you are. Let's see if there's any fight in New York and New Jersey. All right. Okay. So write down your strategies. All right, good. Now, Andy, what did you choose?
I'm going to fight.
Fight.
Ah, here we go. This is better now. Phew, getting worried there for a second. I know it's near the Thanksgiving, but there has to be some sort of spark left in the class. That's okay. All right, so we have both people fighting, which means right now they're down 75 cents, but the prize is still $1. So the game goes on. So write down again what you're going to do second period. Right, the 75 cents is gone, so now we're just looking at this game for $1. All right, and let's go to New York. What does New York?
I'm going to fight.
Fight.
Fight, okay, so this is yeah, you have to stay on the East Coast to get life. There's no point in going west, is there? That makes sense. All right, so write down again what you're going to do. Okay, and let's go the other way around to New Jersey.
Fight.
Fight.
Fight again, all right, so right now we're down, what, 3.75 cents, whatever that is, and it's still this prize of $1 out there, plus perhaps a bit of pride here. All right, so write down again. All right, and let's try again. So let's go with New York this time.
I'm going to fight.
Fight.
Fight. Okay, so I'm guessing we could keep this going for quite a while. Is that right? I'm guessing we can keep this going for quite a while. Now, it might make a difference, by the way, if they're allowed to talk to each other here. So let's see if it does. Okay. So let's allow New Jersey and New York to talk to each other. You can't insult each other about bridges and tunnels. just regular talk. All right. So anything you want to say to your friend from New Jersey here?
I can't let New Jersey win. It's just New York pride. You guys are just worse in every realm, so I'm sorry.
All right, and anything you want to say in reply?
Well, I'm going to keep fighting, so your best choice is to give up.
All right, let's see if that works. Let's see if we can get anything out of that. So choose your strategies again. New York?
I just can't let Jersey win. Fight.
Bring it on. Fight.
All right, all right. So it's clear that if we kept this going for a while, it would pay for my lunch. Is that right? Is that right? Is that right? Well, we'll hold it here for a second. We'll talk about it a bit. But thank you. A round of applause for our two feistier players. All right. So what's going on here? So clearly we can see what can happen in this game. You can get people quitting early. All right, and it could be that one side quits and the other side doesn't quit. That's also something that can happen. That can happen pretty quickly. But it's possible, and we just saw it happen, it's possible that a fight could go on quite a while. All right, a fight could go on quite a while here. All right, now why? What's going on here? Is this, I mean, the prize here was what? Was $1, and the cost was 75 cents. All right, I could have raised the stakes maybe on these guys and see if that made a difference, but you know, I think $1.75 will do. And by the time they'd fought the second time, they'd exhausted the possible prize of $1. Is that right? Right. So it's true that if you won this in the first period, then that's fine because you just get $1 and it wouldn't have cost you anything. And even if you won in the second period, you'd be okay. You'd only cost yourself 75 cents for fighting in the first period, but you know, you're getting $1, so that's good. But thereon, and thereon went on for plenty of time in this case, thereon you're just accumulating losses. So what's going on? So there are various conclusions possible here. One is that people from New York and New Jersey are crazy. Right? That's a possible thing. All right? But what else is going on? Why did we get involved in this fight? What happened here? Why do we tend to see fights like this emerging? Right? I'm claiming this isn't such an implausible situation. Why do we see it emerging? Let's talk to our friend from New York. Shout out.
By the time she fought with me on the second round, I knew I was going to be losing money anyway, so why not just keep going?
All right.
There was no reason I wasn't going to win anyway, so I might as well just keep fighting until she quit.
All right, all right. So I think there's two things, there's two parts to that answer. All right. Part of the answer is I have lost some money anyway. Right. Let's hold that piece of it. And the other part of it is what? The other part of it is I'm really determined to win this thing. All right. All right. So there's two things going on there, and they're quite different. Let's take the second one first. It's possible that the reason these fights emerge and can go on for quite a while is that even though the prize is only $1 in money, it could be that the actual thing that the players care about is what? What do the players actually care about here? Somebody, just raise your hand, I'll put you on the mic. What do people tend to care about in these situations? Winning. They care about winning, or they care about pride. Is that right? That's why I started with Texas, but I couldn't find any pride in Texas, so we had to go to New York, right? All right. So people care about winning per se. It's a pride thing. All right. So it could be that $1 simply isn't a good description of the true payoffs here. It could be that the payoffs are actually about winning. All right? It could also be that both of these guys know that they're going to be interacting with you at other times in the class or other times at Yale, and they want to establish a reputation, both of them, as being the kind of guys who fight. Right? In particular, when they got to talk about it, right, both of them said, look, I'm a fighter. Something we've seen before with Ale and his pizza shop. Both of them said, I'm a fighter, you better back out. Is that right? So both of them tried to signal the fact that they were going to fight to try and get the other side to quit. All right, so that's about reputation. And that reputation could extend beyond this game. It could be that they're going to be involved in this kind of conflict later on in life. All right, so both of those things are around. All right. There's another element to this, and it's the other part of what our friend from New York said, which is about the costs. What's true about the costs in this game as we move from period to period? What's true? Yeah, somebody said it.
Oh, it's a sunk cost.
Say it again. Say it loudly.
Sunk cost.
It's a sunk cost. All right. So all of those costs that you accumulate as the game goes on, they're irrelevant looking forward because they're sunk. The fact I've played this game for 10 periods and hence lost 10 times 75 cents, which even I can do, that's 750, right? The fact I've lost 750 is irrelevant because I've lost it anyway. I can't get that back. That's a sunk cost. So the game 10 periods through looks exactly the same as the game did at the beginning when fighting seemed a good option. Is that all right? Is that all right? Right, so 10 periods through the game, you have the same view about fighting as you did at the beginning. Now that's not quite true, because at some point you're going to run out of money. All right, but if we ignore that, basically those sunk costs are irrelevant. All right, so what we're seeing here is reasons why people fight, and some of these reasons seem to be sort of standard economic reasons, like sunk costs, and some of them seem to be about things that are outside the game, like pride or possibly reputation. Right? And it's certainly the case that in the real world, we do see fights like this. So let's just spell out what the key feature of this is. The key feature of this is in these fights, over a period of time, even though you may only be losing a little piece in each period, over a period of time, you could lose a lot. In fact, you could lose far more than the prize that was originally at stake. Right? Right? So the losses you could accumulate, and our friend from New Jersey and New York, the losses that they accumulated vastly outweighed the prize that was at stake after a while. All right? That's a worry. That's a worry, right? Okay? So this can occur in real life, not just in the classroom. What do we call these kind of fights? These fights where they're holding out for this possibly small prize and incurring possibly small, but they accumulate into being large costs each period. What do we call those fights? Nobody? Well, let's think about some examples, see if the word comes out of examples. So one example, let's do some examples here. One example is what happened in World War I. All right, so in World War I, as I'm assuming most of you know, on the Western Front at least, the German and allies to Germany armies faced off with the British and French and Allied armies for an extraordinarily long time, fighting over extraordinarily small patches of land. Little pieces of northern France and Belgium. All right? And you could argue that these pieces of northern France and Belgium, I don't wish to offend anyone French or Belgian here, but you could argue that those few acres of northern France and Germany weren't worth a whole lot anyway. All right? Nevertheless, the troops, the two sides kept on fighting from 1914 to 1918, and enormous losses of life were accumulated over that period. All right, so that was a really costly long-term battle. Neither side would quit. Each year, huge numbers of lives were lost. If you doubt that, go and look at the war memorial in Yale that shows how many Yale American lives were lost, and America was only in that war for about a year. All right. Okay, so that's an example. Another example, a more business example, an example we talked about in our MBA class, but not in this class, I think, so far, is examples in business where there's a market, and that market is really only going to hold one firm. All right? that market's only going to hold one firm, you can end up with an extremely long fight about who's going to end up being the one firm in that market. Right, so a famous example, actually it's a famous business school case, is the fight that incurred to control satellite broadcasting in Europe. So there was a fight between Sky Television and the British Satellite Broadcasting Company that went on for a number of years, and these companies were doing things like charging zero prices and giving away satellite dishes and this, that, and the other, and over the course of the fight, they accumulated so many losses that if you did the accounting, the entire future projected profit flow of winning this fight vastly outweighed the amount of money that they'd lost during the fight. All right? That was a fight that involved, on one side, Rupert Murdoch, and you could argue maybe Rupert Murdoch is a little crazy and had reputation to keep up. But still, it looks like another example of this. So that example was British Satellite Broadcasting versus Sky. So with those two examples there, anyone think of a general term we call these fights? How do people refer to the method of fighting in World War I, or for that matter, during the American Civil War? Yeah, somebody at the back, shout it out. It's a war of attrition, all right? So these are wars of attrition. These are wars of attrition. And what we know about wars of attrition is that they can go on a long time and a lot can be lost. A lot of life can be lost in the case of real wars. A lot of money can be lost in the case of business wars. All right? And actually it turns out a lot of games have this structure of a war of attrition. Let me give you one more example. Suppose that two companies are competing for a market not in the manner of BSB and Sky by simply advertising or whatever, but in the form of paying bribes. All right, so suppose there's a company, let's say in France, and a company, let's say in Britain, and these two companies are trying to trying to win a contract in some country where paying bribes is a successful strategy. And here I'm going to be careful about the film and not mention any real countries. So let's call this imaginary country Fredonia, which comes from a Marx Brothers film. All right, so here's this French company and this British company, and they both want this contract to build a bridge in Fredonia, and they start paying bribes to the general who controls Fredonia. All right, and what happens? Well, you're not going to get the bribe back, so both sides pay a few $1,000s to this general, and then the general comes back and says, well, you've both paid $1,000, which of you wants to pay the bridge? So they go on and they put more money in and more money in, and you can see once again this is a war of attrition. Those bribes that they've paid, they're never getting back, but once you've paid them, they're a sunk cost. Right? Once you've paid that bribe, good luck saying, I paid you this bribe, you didn't let me build the bridge, give me my money back. Right? There isn't a court in the world that's going to enforce that. All right? So these bribery contests look a lot like this. Right? There's a technical name for these bribe contests. They're sometimes called all-pay auctions. All right. So what do we want to establish today? We want to talk about why fighting occurs here. And we wanted to do so in some detail. So there may be informal reasons why fighting occurs, and we've talked about that. It could be that one side is crazy. It could be that both sides are crazy. It could be that national or regional pride is at stake. All of these things could affect why we get fighting. But what I want to try and establish today is that you can get long fights emerging in potential wars of attrition, even if everybody is rational, even if the payoff is just that $1, right? And even if there's no reputation at stake. So again, my goal today is to try and convince you that you can get huge loss of life in World War I or huge loss of money in these business contests without having to argue something outside the model, like irrationality or reputation. All right? Even rational players can get themselves in trouble in wars of attrition. All right? So that for the rest of today, I want to try and analyze this. And to get us started, I want to look at a version of this game, at a simplified version, which only lasts for 2 periods. All right, so we'll do a 2-period version of the game we played just now. And eventually, by the end of today, I want to look at the infinite version. Okay, so we'll start small. We'll start with a 2-period version. All right, And the trick in analysing these things is to be able to come up with a tree, and be able to come up with payoffs, and be able to apply the analysis that we know about to get us to where we want to be. All right? So here's the game I claim. I claim that it has the following tree. So first of all, player A chooses, and player A can either fight or quit. And let me put a 1 in brackets. We'll see what the 1 is in a second. Then we're going to model player 2, but of course this is a simultaneous move game. This is a simultaneous move, so this is an information set. It's not from player 2, it's from player B. So player B doesn't know what A has done that first period when B is making her choice. This is a simultaneous move. And B is choosing between fighting or quitting. And just to distinguish them, let me use small letters for B. So once again, fight or quit, and fight or quit. All right. Now, if both sides fight, then the game continues. And everyone knows that both sides fought at that stage. So at this point on, we're actually at a singleton information node, and it's player A's turn again. Thank you. Sorry. All right. Thank you. All right, so here we go again. So in the second period, once again, we've got A choosing whether to fight or quit. And this time we'll put a 2 to indicate we're in the second period. And after player 2 has moved, once again, after player A has moved, once again, player B is moving. That's a simultaneous move. And once again, they're choosing fight or quit. And I'll put 2s to indicate that we're in the second stage. All right? So that's the structure of this two-period game. Okay? And let's write down what the payoffs are, starting with the easy payoffs. So if both people quit in the first stage, they get nothing. If A quits and B fights, then A gets nothing and B gets V. If A fights and B quits, then A gets V and B gets nothing. And if they both fight, we go into the second stage. So let's write down the payoffs in the second stage. So in the second stage, if they both quit in the second stage, then their payoffs are going to be for A minus C, the cost they accumulated in the first stage, plus 0, and for B minus C plus 0. If A quits and B fights in the second stage, then the payoffs are minus C plus 0 and minus C plus V. If A fights and B quits, then the payoffs are minus C plus V and minus C plus 0. And if they both fight for 2 periods, we have a decision to make about how we're going to end the game in this two-period game. But let's just assume that what we'll get here is minus C, and minus C, minus C. Right, well, assume if they both fight, the game ends and no one gets the prize. Right, just to make life simple. Right, so this is a two-period version of the game, and the only change I've made, other than making it 2 periods, is I had to put in a payoff, I had to see what happened if the game didn't resolve, and I've assumed that if the game didn't resolve, no one got the prize. All right? Now, there's another assumption I'm going to have to make before we analyze this. There are 2 possible cases to consider here. There's the case when V is bigger than C, which is the case we just played in the class, and there's also the converse case when the cost is bigger than V. All right? So today, we'll focus on the case V bigger than C, which is the case we just played in class. I'm going to leave you to analyze the other case, the case when the cost is bigger than the prize, as a homework assignment. All right? All right, so V bigger than C is our assumption. All right, so everyone okay with the tree? Right, this tree, I hope, describes the game, at least a 2-period version of the game. Now, the first thing I want to point out here is if we look at the payoffs that are incurred at the end of the second period game, we notice that they all contain a minus C. All right, there's a minus C everywhere. Right? What is that minus C? It's the cost that you accumulated from having fought in the first stage. All right? But the observation I want to make straight away is that this cost, so here it is, 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 and here it is, and here it is, this cost is sunk. All right, these objects here are sunk costs. There's nothing you can do once you're in the second period of the game to get these sunk costs back. They've just gone. They're there, but the fact that they enter everywhere is going to make them strategically irrelevant. All right? Okay, so what we want to do here is we want to find all of the subgame perfect equilibria of this little game. All right, so let me push this up quite high. Well, we'll see. And let me get rid of the rules. We all know the rules by now. So our goal here is to use our solutions concept, which is subgame perfect equilibrium, to try and analyze this game. So how are we going to analyze this game in terms of subgame perfect equilibria? How are we going to start that discussion? We've got a lot of work to do here. Where are we going to start in finding subgame perfect equilibria? What's the first thing we should do? Well, I claim the first thing we should do is just figure out what the subgames are. Let's start with that. All right? So having just pushed it far away, I'm going to need to use the pointer. But I claim that the obvious subgame to analyze first is this subgame. It's the subgame if you should end up in period 2. And notice that is a subgame. It starts from a singleton node. It doesn't break up any information set. And it contains all the descendants of the node from which it starts. All right, so that is genuinely a subgame. All right, so we're going to start our analysis by considering the second subgame. The second subgame. All right, so let's write down the matrix that corresponds to that second subgame. And I'm going to write it down in the following way. So I claim in this second subgame, each player has two choices. They can fight or quit, fight or quit. And I'm going to write the payoffs in a particular way. I'm going to write the payoffs as minus C plus this thing. All right? So rather than keep that minus C in all the boxes, which is going to get, it's going to get boring after a while, I'm going to pull that minus C out and just put it in front. Is that okay? Right, so we had this sunk cost box everywhere, and I'm going to pull out this sunk cost box and put it in front. So here it is. If you get into the second period of the game, you've incurred this sunk cost. All right, and your payoffs in this game, if you both fight, then you incur minus C for the second time. If A fights and B quits, then A is going to win the prize, so they'll get V, and player 2 will get nothing. If player B gets nothing. If B fights and A quits, then conversely, A gets nothing, and player B gets the prize. And if they both quit, they just get nothing. All right, so just notice what I did here. I could have written out the box with minus C here, minus C here, minus C plus V here, minus C plus 0 here, minus C plus 0 here, etc. But I just pulled out that minus C, because it's just distracting everything. All right, so I pulled out that minus C and put it in front. All right. Okay, so now we can analyze this little game, and let's start off by talking about pure strategy equilibria in this game. So again, our goal is to find subgame perfect equilibria. So the way in which we find subgame equilibria is what? We start at the last subgames, we look for Nash equilibria in those last subgames, and then eventually we're going to roll those back. All right, so there's our last subgame, there's the matrix for it. Let's find the Nash equilibria. So if player B is fighting, then player A's best response is to quit. And if player A is fighting, then player B's best response is to quit. Conversely, if player B is quitting, player A's best response is to fight. And if B is fighting, if A is quitting, then player B's best response is to fight. Didn't say that right, let me try again. So if A is fighting, if the other side is fighting, you want to quit. If the other side is quitting, you want to fight. Right, is that clear? All right. So there are actually two, let's be careful here, pure strategy. There are two pure strategy Nash equilibria in this subgame. And what are they? They are fight, quit, and quit, fight. So if we get into the second subgame, and if we know we're going to play a pure strategy in the second subgame, this is what's going to happen. That's our claim. All right. Right? Now notice that it didn't matter, the sunk cost didn't matter there. I could have included the sunk cost in the payoffs, but I would have found exactly the same thing with or without the sunk cost. So as we'd expect, the sunk cost is irrelevant. All right, so we've got both the equilibria in the subgame. Let's roll this back. Let's roll these back into the first stage of the game. All right. Before I do that, the payoffs associated with these, the payoffs associated with this one are V and 0, and the payoff associated with this one is 0 and V. Everyone okay with that? Okay, let's revisit the first stage of this game. And now things get a little bit more complicated. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to redraw the first stage of this game. So here it is. A can fight or quit, just as before. And following this, B can fight or quit, just as before. So this is a picture of the first stage of the game, but I'm going to chop off the second stage. All right? Let's put the payoffs in. All right? So the payoffs down here are the same as they were before. 0, 0, working up, 0, V. If A fights and B quits, then it's V, 0. But what about the payoff if they both fight? So what I want to do now is I want to look at the payoff when they both fight by considering what they would get if they both fight in the second period of the game. All right, so our idea is find the Nash equilibrium in the second period of the game and roll back these possible payoffs. All right, so here the payoffs are going to be minus C plus stage 2 Nash equilibrium payoffs for player 1, and minus C plus the same thing, stage 2 Nash equilibrium payoffs for player B. All right, just understand what I've written here then. I've got the same payoffs as before, but I've replaced, can't even reach it there, I've replaced that enormous thing that was the second stage of the game just with the payoffs that we know that we're going to get in the second stage of the game if we play Nash equilibrium in the second stage. All right? So these objects have a name, and the name is continuation payoffs. These objects are the continuation payoffs. They're the payoffs I'm going to get tomorrow and possibly forward in a more complicated case if, in this case, if we both fight in the first period. All right? Now, what we want to do is we want to draw up the matrix that corresponds to this first stage game, and we're going to have to do so twice. We're going to have to do so once for the case where the continuation payoffs are V0, where the equilibrium we're playing tomorrow is fight-quit. And we're going to have to do so again for the case where the continuation payoffs tomorrow are 0V, namely the continuation play is quit-fight. All right, I'll do it twice. All right, so you've got this continuation payoffs down, so let me give it a little bit of room. All right, so the matrix is going to look as follows. Nice big matrix. 2 by 2. Player A is choosing fight or quit. And player 2 is choosing fight or quit. That much is easy. It's what we put in here that matters. So let's do all the easy cases first. So quit is 0, 0. Quit fight is 0V. Fight quit is V0. And in here, it's going to depend which of these two games, which of these two equilibria is being played tomorrow. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do the case for the equilibrium fight quit in stage 2. All right, we're going to write out the matrix for the case where we're going to play fight quit tomorrow. So if we play fight... okay, thank you. Thank you, Jake. Thank you. Try and keep it's a good idea. Try and keep me consistent today because it's very easy to slip. So that's good. So once again, I'm going to use capital letters for player A and small letters for player B. Thank you. All right? So what happens if we both fight? We both incur costs of C from fighting. And tomorrow, we're going to get the payoffs from the equilibrium fight-quit, that's this equilibrium. So we're going to get V and 0 tomorrow. So let's add those in. So this will be plus V, and this will be plus 0. All right? And let's just put some chalk around here to indicate that these are going to be continuation payoffs. Right, so this is the matrix we're going to use to analyze the first stage of the game in the case where the equilibrium we're playing tomorrow is fight-quit. And as I promised, we have to do this twice. So the other case, of course, is if we're playing the other equilibrium tomorrow. So let's just do that. So once again, we have fight 1, quit 1, fight 1, quit 1, and the payoffs are same as we had, 0, 0, 0, V0. And then here, this time we're going to have minus C plus 0 and minus C plus V. And the reason for the change is that we're now looking at the continuation game, the continuation play, where it's player A who quits in the second stage. So this is for the case quit to fight 2 in period 2. All right? So let's just pause and make sure everyone's got that down. Everyone okay? So what we've done here is we started off by analyzing what's going to happen in period 2, and that really wasn't very hard. Is that right? That was a pretty simple game to analyze, pretty easy to find the equilibrium. Then what we did was we rolled back the equilibrium payoffs from period 2, and we plonked them on top of the relevant on top of the relevant payoffs in period 1. So in particular, if you both fight and you know you're going to play the fight-quit equilibrium tomorrow, then your payoffs will be minus C plus V and minus C plus 0. If you both fight and you know you're going to play the quit-fight equilibrium tomorrow, then your payoffs will be C plus 0, so minus C plus 0 and minus C plus V. And just to emphasize, once again, these four boxes we created correspond to the stage 2 Nash equilibrium payoffs, or the continuation payoffs of the game. All right? Okay, so now we're ready to analyze each of these games. All right, so this isn't going to be too hard. All right, let's try and find out the Nash equilibrium of this game. So let's start with the left-hand one. This is the case where player A is going to fight and win in period 2. All right. So if player B is going to quit in period 1, then if player A fights, she gets V. If she quits, she gets 0. So she's going to want to fight. Everyone okay with that? And if player B fights in period 2, then if player A fights, she gets minus C plus V. And if she quits, she gets 0. And here's where our assumption is going to help us. We've assumed, what do we assume? We assume V is bigger than C. Is that right? Just like we played in class. So because V is bigger than C, this is going to be the best response again. Fighting is going to be the best response. All right, so we know that, in fact, player A here has a dominant strategy. The dominant strategy is to fight in period 1, in this analysis of the game. And since A is fighting, not surprisingly, we're going to find that B is going to quit. All right, so B's best response is to quit. All right, so here is our Nash equilibrium in this subgame. All right, so this game has a Nash equilibrium, only has 1, and the equilibrium is fight 1, quit 1. And let's just talk about it intuitively for a second. Intuitively, if I'm playing Jake, and I know that Jake is going to fight tomorrow, and I know, the other way around. I know that Jake's going to quit tomorrow. If I know Jake's going to quit tomorrow, and I'm going to fight tomorrow, I know that tomorrow I'm going to win. Right? So that prize is there for me tomorrow. So why would I want to quit today? Right? I'm going to get $1 tomorrow, right, if I just fight in this period. So why would I want to quit today when at worst case scenario, I'm only going to lose 75 cents today? So if I know Jake is quitting tomorrow, I'm going to stay on and fight now. And conversely, if Jake knows he's quitting tomorrow, and he knows I'm going to fight now, he may as well just quit. So what we're learning here is in this particular example, if we know that tomorrow I'm going to win the war, I'm actually going to win it today. Say it again. If we know that tomorrow I'm going to win the war, I'm actually going to win it today. All right? And the converse is true for the case where I'm the quitter and Jake's the fighter tomorrow. So once again, it's pretty quick to see that if I'm going to, from Jake's point of view, if I'm going to fight, he's going to want to fight. If I'm going to quit, he's going to want to fight. So in either case, he's going to want to fight. So I'm going to want to quit. So the Nash equilibrium in this game is quit 1, fight 2. I surely can write that at a better angle. Let's try it again. Is quit 1, fight 2. All right. So at this stage, we've found all of the pure strategy subgame perfect equilibria in the game. Let's describe them before I write them up. Right? One pure strategy Nash equilibrium has me fighting in period 1 and Jake quitting in period 1. And if we got to period 2, which in fact we won't, then I fight again and he quits again. All right? So let's write that equilibrium up. And we'll do it here. We do it on the top board, actually. Thank you. Thank you. So let me get it right when I write it up as a whole equilibrium. So I claim that I've now found all of the pure strategy SPE in this game. One of them involves my fighting in the first period and fighting in the second period, and Jake quitting in the first period and quitting in the second period. And the other one just flips it around. I quit in the first period, and if I got there, I would quit in the second period. And Jake fights in the first period, and if we got there, he would also fight in the second period. All right? So these are perfectly natural equilibria to think about. So if you want to think intuitively, each of these equilibria involves a fighter and a quitter. The fighter always fights. The quitter always quits. If I know I'm playing a quitter, I'm always going to fight, so that's the best response. If I know I'm facing a fighter, I'm going to want to quit, so that's the best response. And those are two very simple equilibria. All right? That's the good news. What's the bad news here? The bad news is we haven't achieved our goal. Our goal was to argue that rational players might get involved in a fight. And notice that in each of these two pure strategy subgame perfect equilibria, in each of them, no real fight occurs. Is that right? In each of them, one person fights the first period, but the other person just runs away. That isn't much of a fight. All right, so again, in each of these equilibria, one side is willing to fight, but the other side isn't, so no fight occurs. In particular, no costs are incurred in either of these equilibria. But I claimed at the beginning I wanted to explain how we can have costs occur in equilibrium. By rational players are going to incur costs. So what am I missing here? What should I do to try and find a more costly equilibrium? I claim I'm still missing some equilibria here. What kind of equilibria am I missing? Yeah. I'm missing the mixed strategy equilibria. So far, all we've done is solve out the pure strategy equilibria. But we need to go back and reanalyze the whole game, looking now for mixed strategy equilibria. All right. So we're going to do the entire, take a deep breath, because we're going to take the whole analysis we just did. We're going to repeat the entire analysis we just did, but this time we're going to look at mixed strategy equilibria. All right, everyone happy with what we're doing? So first of all, we're going to go back to the second subgame. Here's the second subgame. And we already found the pure strategy equilibria, so let me get rid of them. And in your notes, you probably want to rewrite this matrix, but I'm not going to rewrite it here because we're a little bit short of time. This is exactly the same payoff matrix we saw before, but now I want to look for a mixed strategy equilibrium in this game. How do I go about finding, it's good to review this, how do I go about finding a mixed strategy equilibrium in a game like this? What's the trick for finding mixed strategy equilibria? Should we try our guys from New Jersey and New York? Go on. Let's try our guys from New Jersey and New York. How do I, where's my New Yorker, right? We'll have the true battle here between New York and New Jersey. How do we find a mixed strategy equilibrium?
Yeah. You use the P's and Q's and set them equal to one another. That's a very crude explanation.
Crude thing, okay. So the answer was we find the P's and Q's and, quote, set them equal to one another. What is it we're actually setting equal to what? What are we setting equal to what? Let's try and get some response on this. Did our New Jersey pie flee? Where's our New Jersey person? They fled. We could give our Texans another chance. Where's our there was a Texan down here somewhere. What is it they set equal to what?
I guess the chances that one would fail and one would quit and the other would fight.
Not quite. Not quite. The remark about using P's and Q's was right. But what is it? This is a good review for the final. What is it I'm going to do with those P's and Q's? Yeah, yell it out.
You use the other player's payoffs.
Use the other player's payoffs and
make them indifferent between their strategies.
Good, good. I'm going to choose player B's mix in such a way as to make player A indifferent between choosing fight and quit, so as to make it plausible that A is actually mixing. So again, the intuition is, for A to be mixing, they must be indifferent between fight and quit, so I'm going to choose the mix of B to make A indifferent. So that's good review, let's do that. So here I've usually used the letter Q, but to avoid confusion here, let me use the letter P. All right, we're going to choose P to make player A indifferent. So if A fights, then their payoff is what? Let's have a look. It's minus C with probability p, and right, so minus c with probability p, and v with probability 1 minus p. All right, this should be coming back now. This is before the midterm, but you guys were alive before the midterm, right? So you should remember this. So they fight, they get minus c times p plus v 1 minus p. All right, if they quit, then they get 0 with probability p, and 0 again with probability 1 minus p. So we know that if A is mixing, B must be mixing in such a way as to make these two numbers equal. So we know these two must be equal to one another. Since they're equal, we can now solve for P. All right, so what's that going to give us? It's going to give us V1 minus P is equal to PC. Okay, and that, I think, is P is equal to V over V plus C. Is that right? So I'll just check my algebra. And if you remember the game of hawk-dove that we saw just before the midterm, the game involving it was a game we looked at when we were looking at evolution. This is essentially the same game, more or less, as that game, and you'll notice it's the same kind of mixture we've got here. All right? So P is equal to V over V plus C, which means 1 minus P is equal to C over V plus C. I'm leaving it up there for a bit, hoping that one of the TAs is going to just do my algebra for me. I think that's right, though. I think that's right. All right? So this game is symmetric, so both players are going to... we could do the same. We could do the same for B, but we'll find the same thing, right? It's a symmetric game. All right? So the mixed strategy equilibrium, the mixed Nash equilibrium in this game has both mix, both fight with probability equal to V over V plus C. All right? Now this is good news because at least we're getting some fighting going on, but we need to do something. We need to take this Nash equilibrium we've just found, which is a Nash equilibrium in the second subgame. It's a Nash equilibrium in the subgame way up here, and we need to roll back the payoffs from this subgame, the equilibrium payoffs from this subgame, into the first stage. That's our method. How are we going to do that? Well, we better first of all figure out what those payoffs are. So what are the payoffs in this equilibrium? The payoffs in this mixed Nash equilibrium are what? Anyone see what the payoffs are going to be if they're both playing this mix? Well, presumably the payoff from fight and the payoff from quit must be the same. Is that right? So we may as well choose the easier one. So I claim that the payoff from quit is 0 times P plus 0 times 1 minus P, which is 0 V over V plus C plus 0 C over V plus C, but that's equal to what? 0. Okay, good. So it's got to be the case, kind of conveniently, that if they do play this mixed strategy equilibrium in stage 2, the payoff they'll get from playing it is 0. That's going to make life a little bit easier later on. All right, that's our new equilibrium in the second subgame. Now let's roll that back to the first game. Here's our first game again. All right, and everything about this is correct. Everything about it is correct, except what's down here. So let's get rid of what's down here. Our analysis from before is more or less still intact. It's still the case that if they both quit, they'll get 0. If they quit fight, they'll get 0 V or V0. And it's still the case that if they both fight, they'll both incur costs of C, and they'll both then get stage 2 continuation Nash payoffs. Is that right? But now, instead of those continuation Nash payoffs being V0 or 0V, those continuation Nash payoffs are going to be what? They're going to be 0. They're going to be 0. So what we're going to do here is we're going to backward induct or roll back those 0 payoffs and come up with the corresponding matrix to describe the first stage of the game. And here it is. Fight, quit, little f. Try and get it right without Jake having to correct me this time. Little f, little q. This is A, this is B. And the payoffs here are 0, 0 here, 0v, v0, just as before. And in this box now, we've got minus c plus 0 and minus c plus 0. All right, so it's exactly the same box we saw before, but now the continuation payoffs are just 0. All right? And again, what is this? This is for the Nash equilibrium, let's say for the mixed Nash equilibrium in period 2. All right. And what I want to do is, I want to find the mixed equilibrium in period 1. Right? We found the mixed equilibrium in period 2, now I want to find the mixed equilibrium in period 1. So what I could do here is I could spend a lot of time. I could put in a p and a 1 minus p, and I could work out what mix of player B will make A indifferent. I could work out what mix of player A would make B indifferent. But does anybody notice something about this matrix? What do you notice about this matrix? Somebody? Somebody help me out? Somebody's got to help me out here. Tell me something about this matrix. What's true about this matrix?
It's the same as the one above.
It's the same as the one above, right? The matrix I just drew, when I rolled back the payoffs, is exactly the same matrix that I had here. It's exactly the same matrix. So we already know what the mixed strategy equilibrium is in this. The mixed Nash equilibrium in this matrix is to fight, is both fight with probability P equals V over V plus C. So we're now ready to show our new subgame perfect equilibrium. Let's drag it down. Here's our whole game. We found the pure, we found the pure SPEs, but now we're ready to find the mixed SPE. The mixed subgame perfect equilibrium has player A, well, before I do that, let me just give this P a name. Let me call this P star, okay? So V over V plus C, let's call it P star. So the mixed subgame perfect equilibrium has player 1 mixing, fighting with probability P star in the first stage, and in the second stage, again mixing, fighting with probability P star. This is player 1. And player 2 does exactly the same thing. And while we're here, what's the expected payoff for each player if they're playing this mixed subgame perfect equilibrium? What is it? It's 0. It's 0. The payoff from this, the expected payoff, is 0. All right. So now we're actually getting somewhere. Now we're really getting somewhere. So let's just take a deep breath and see where we are. We broke this game down, this complicated game we played in class, that it conceivably, for example, when New York is playing New Jersey, conceivably could go on all night. Apparently not when the Texans are playing each other or the football team's playing the baseball team, but when we have New York and Jersey, it could go on all night. All right? We curtailed it to a 2-period game, but in a minute we're going to go back to the infinite game. Right? In this 2-period game, I tried to argue that I'm trying to convince you that you could get fighting occurring just in equilibrium with absolutely standard rational players. Nothing to do with pride, nothing to do with reputation, nothing to do with the fact that these guys are crazy guys who've drunk the water in New York and New Jersey. God help them. All right? You can get fighting with ordinary people in equilibrium. All right? And what we've shown is the way in which you can get fighting is in a mixed strategy equilibrium. In each period of the game, people fight with probability P. That's just enough fights to give the other side an incentive to quit, and just enough probability of the other side quitting to give the other side an incentive to fight. Just exactly enough. If they play that equilibrium, in every period, there's some chance of the game ending, but with probability P, the game goes forward to the next period. So you could potentially have fights for 2 periods. With what, by the way, with what probability would there be a fight in both periods? That's a good homework question. I won't answer it here. Right? You can work it out at home. All right? Right. So, should we do it here? Anybody want to tell me? So okay. With what probability do we get a fight in the first period? A real fight, a fight involving both players. We need both players to fight. Each are fighting with probability P. So the probability of both of them fighting is what? P squared, all right? So to get a fight in the first period, the probability is P squared. To get a fight in both periods, it's what then? P to the 4th, all right? But we can get a fight with probability P to the 4th going through. All right. We get fighting in equilibrium. Moreover, we get some very intuitive things that we already learned in the hawk-dove game, right? The probability of fights, so in this equilibria, the probability of fights occurring, the probability that fights are occurring goes up as V goes up. So as the prize gets bigger, you're more likely to see fights occur. That seems right. And it goes down in C. So the probability of fights occurring goes up in the size of the prize, that seems intuitively right, and down in the cost of fighting. All right. Now, okay, that's reasonable, but I claimed I could show you this not in a 2-period game, but in an infinite period game. So let me spend the last 5 minutes taking us to infinite period games. All right? So everybody take a deep breath. We're now going to consider something we've never done before. We're going to consider a game that could go on forever. It could go on forever. All right. And the way we're going to do that is to use the following idea, the following picture. So I can't really draw a true tree for the infinite period game. And the reason I can't draw a true tree for the infinite period game is 1, I would run out of chalk, and 2, I'd run into lunchtime. All right? But you can imagine what it looks like. It looks like this, roughly speaking. Try and get this right. So again, the infinite period game looks something like this. And then it goes again. All right, and then it goes again. And so on, all right? And it would go right the way through the board and right the way across whatever street that is, right across campus, all right? That's what the infinite tree would look like. So I clearly can't really analyze that object. But what I want to show you is that we can still solve this game, even though it's an infinite period game. How are we going to do that? Let's look at a particular stage. Let's call the stage 4,503. All right, whatever that number was, right? 4,503, whatever it was, right? So here is the stage, this arbitrary stage, and the tree for this arbitrary stage looks like this. All right? And what I'm going to do is, this is stage, what was it, 5,000, was it 4,503? All right, this is this stage. All right? And what I'm going to add to this is that before you get into this stage, you're going to incur sunk costs. All right? And if you go on playing after this stage, then you're going to get continuation values. Right? So going into the beginning of the game, you've incurred some sunk costs, and if you come out on the other side and go on playing, you're going to play some equilibrium and get continuation values. But otherwise, everything else is the same. We still have 0, 0 here, we still have 0, v here, we still have v0 here, and here we still have minus c plus continuation values and minus c plus continuation values. All right? And this is something we've seen before. Right? This little box is something we've seen before. Essentially, we've got sunk cost in front, but they're irrelevant. We've got continuation values at the end, but we know how to handle them. We just put them into the payoffs. All right? So suppose that in the continuation game, people play the mixed strategy that we just found. Suppose that in the continuation game, people mix with probability p, so they fight with probability p star and quit with probability 1 minus p star. Suppose in the continuation game, they're playing a mixed strategy. In that case, what is the continuation value of the game? Let me say it again. Right? What is it? It's 0, right? If they're mixing in the future, they always had the option to quit, so it must be that the continuation value is 0. So if they mix in the future, then the continuation value is 0, 0. All right, so now let's go back to this board. All right, to make this board equivalent to the board above, all I need to do is one thing. I need to add on some sunk costs at the front. Right, I've got sunk cost at the front. I'm going to play the game, and then I'm going to get, instead of stage 2 values, I'm going to get stage, what was it, 4,503 in all stages in the future values in here and here. But otherwise it's the same thing. And what's convenient is all of those are 0 anyway. Since they're all 0 anyway, this matrix is still correct. Right, the continuation values are 0 and 0. These are now the continuation values. And these are the continuation values. And so if I look for a mixed strategy equilibrium in this game, it's something I've solved already. What's the mixed strategy equilibrium in this game? Anybody? It's exactly what we found before. Just as before, I'm going to mix with probability v over v plus c. All right? Now let's summarize. We did something today, just now, that we've never done before. We've looked at an infinite, or at least potentially infinite period game. A game that could go on forever. And the way in which we handled the game that could go on forever was what? We noticed two things. We noticed that part of the game that comes before, that part of the game that's passed already, anything that happened there is just a sunk cost. It's irrelevant. It's just, I mean, it hurts if it's a cost, it's nice if it's a gain, but it's sunk. You can't affect it now. Anything in the future can be summarized by the value, the payoff I'm going to get in the future by playing the equilibrium in the future. Right? In this case, the future meant mixing. Mixing gave me a value of 0. So here I am getting 0 from the future. And then I can just analyze the game in the stage in which I'm in, just as if it was an ordinary, bog-standard, simultaneous move game. Right? When we did so in this particular example, we're going to see more examples like this after the break, but in this particular example, we found out something quite surprising. The thing we found out was, in these war of attrition settings, there is an equilibrium with rational players. Everyone, more than that, common knowledge of rationality. Everybody's rational, everyone knows everyone else is rational. There are equilibria in which not only people fight, but they could fight forever. In every period, they fight with some probability. And we got an extra prediction out, a prediction that we weren't expecting. And let me just give you that prediction, and then we'll leave the class with that. The extra prediction is this. If we look at these wars of attrition, and we keep track of the time in which the... Hang on, guys, don't rustle the bags yet. One more thing. If we look at the time in which the games have gone on, and keep track of the probability that a war will end at that time. So imagine this is World War I. You could imagine World War I going for 1 year, or 2 years, or 3 years, or 20 years, whatever. The probability distribution in this war of attrition is going to look like this. In every period, the probability of continuing is just p star squared. So in every period, the chance of, as you go further into the future, there's a greater chance the war will end. You can get very long, very costly wars. That's the bad news. The good news is it doesn't happen very often. All right? I guess we're all involved in a rather large and costly war right now, so I'll leave you with that pleasant thought over Thanksgiving. Have a good break, and we'll see you. Okay, let's make a start. So I hope everyone had a good break. We're going to spend this week looking at repeated interaction. Now, we already saw last time before the break that once we repeat games, once games go on for a while, we can sustain behavior that's quite interesting. So, for example, before the break, we saw that we could sustain fighting by players that were rational in a war of attrition. All right? And another thing we learned before the break was when we're analysing these potentially very long games, it helps sometimes to break the analysis up into what we might call stage games, each period of the game, and break the payoffs up into the payoffs that are associated with that stage, payoffs that are associated with the past, but they're sunk, so they don't really matter, and payoffs that are going to come in the future from future equilibrium play. So those are some ideas we're going to pick up today, but for the most part, what we do today will be new. Now, whereas last time we focused on fighting, for the whole of today, I want to focus on the issue of cooperation. In fact, the whole of this week, I want to focus on the issue of cooperation. And the question kind of behind everything this week is going to be, can repeated interaction among players both induce and sustain cooperative behavior, or if you like, good behavior? And our canonical example is going to be Prisoner's Dilemma. Way back in the very first class, we talked about Prisoner's Dilemma, and we mentioned that playing the game repeatedly might be able to get us out of the dilemma. It might be able to enable us to sustain cooperation. All right? And what's going to be good about that is not just sustain cooperation, but sustain cooperation without the use of outside payments, such as contracts or the mafia or whatever. All right? So why does this matter? Well, one reason it matters is that most interactions in society either don't or perhaps even can't rely on contracts. Right? Most relationships are not contractual. However, many relationships are repeated. All right? So this is going to be of more importance, perhaps, in general life, though perhaps less so in business, more important in general life than thinking about contracts. So just think about some obvious examples. Think about your own friendships. I don't know if you have any friendships, I assume you do, but for those of you who do, your friendships are typically not contractual. You don't have a contract that says, if you're nice to me, I'll be nice to you. All right? Similarly, think about interactions among nations. Interactions among nations typically cannot be contractual because there's no court to enforce those would-be contracts, although you can have treaties, I suppose. But most interaction among nations, cooperation among nations, is sustained by the fact that those relationships are going to go on forever. All right? And even in business, even where we have contracts, and even in a very litigious society like the US, which is probably the most litigious society in the world, we can't really rely on contracts for everyday business relationships. All right? So in some sense, we need a way to model a way to sustain cooperation and good behavior that forms, if you like, the social fabric of our society, absent always going to court about everything. All right? Now, why might repeated interaction work? Why do we think way back in day one of the class that repeated interaction might be able to enable us to behave well, even in situations like prisoner's dilemmas or situations involving moral hazard, where bad behavior is going to occur in one-shot games? All right? So the lesson we're going to be sort of underlying things today and all week is this one. In ongoing relationships, the promise of future rewards and the threat of future punishment may, let's be careful, may sometimes provide incentives for good behavior today. And just leave a gap here in your notes, because we're going to come back to this. So this is a very general idea. The idea is that future behavior in the relationship can generate the possibility of future rewards and or future punishments, and those promises or threats may sometimes provide incentives for people to behave well today. And the reason I want to leave a gap here is I want part of the purpose of this week's lectures to be trying to get beyond this. This is kind of almost a platitude, right? I think most of you knew this already. All right? So I want to get beyond this. I want to see when is this going to work? When is it not going to work? How is it going to work? All right? So I don't want people to leave this week of classes or leave the course thinking, oh well, this relationship's we're going to interact more than once, so everything's fine. That's not true. All right? We want to make sure that we understand when things work, how they work, and more importantly, when they don't work and how they don't work. All right? So we're going to try and fill in the gap that we've just left on that board as we go on today. All right. Nevertheless, we do have this very strong intuition that repeated interaction will get us, as it were, out of the prisoner's dilemma. So why don't we start with the prisoner's dilemma? I'll put this up, out the way. We'll come back to it. And let's just remind ourselves what the prisoner's dilemma is, because you guys are all full of turkey and cranberry sauce, and you've probably forgotten what game theory is entirely. And let's name these strategies rather than alpha and beta. Let's call them cooperation and defect. And that'll be our convention this week. We'll call them cooperation and defect. This is player A, and this is player B. And the payoffs are something like this. 2, 2, minus 1, 3, 3 minus 1, and 0, 0. Doesn't have to be exactly this, but this will do. All right, so this is the game we're going to play, and to try and see if we get cooperation out of it by having repeated interaction, we're going to play it more than once. All right, so let me go and find some players to play here. This should be a familiar game to everybody here. All right, so why don't I pick some people kind of close to the front row? So what's your name again? I'm going to use the green one over here. So say again. Brooks. Okay, so Brooks is going to be player. Brooks is going to be player, I guess, B. We'll make you player B. And I've forgotten your name. By this stage, I should know it. Patrick, you're going to be player A. All right. And the difference between playing this game now and playing this game earlier on in the class is we're going to play not once, but twice. We're going to play it twice. So write down what you're going to do the first time. Write down what you're going to do the first time and show it to your neighbour. Don't show it to each other. All right. And let's find out what they did the first time. So, is written down? Something written down? So, Brooks.
I cooperated.
You cooperated. Patrick?
I defected.
Oh, Patrick defected. Okay. Well, let's play the second time. All right. Second time. So write down what you're going to do the second time. Brooks.
This time I'm going to defect.
Me too.
All right. So we had the play this time. Let's just put it up here. So the play when we played it this time, we had A and B, and the first time we had defect, cooperate, and the second time we had defect, defect. All right, let's try another pair. We'll just play this a couple of times and we'll talk about it. So, yeah, that's fair enough. Why don't we go to your neighbours? That seems fair enough. It's easy. So you are?
Ben.
So shout it out to people higher.
Ben.
That's a good name. It's good. Very good. Okay. And you are?
Edwina.
Edwina and Ben. Okay. So we're going to make Ben player B and Edwina player A. And why don't you write down what you're going to do for the first time? Again, we're going to play it twice. All right. Right. When we mix it up, we can play it 3 times. We'll play it 3 times this time, okay? We'll play it 3 times. All right. Both people are happy with their decisions. Okay. So the first time, Edwina, what did you choose?
Defect.
Cooperate.
All right. So we had, let's put it down this time. So we've got Edwina will play A and Ben B. And we had cooperate, defect. All right. Second time, please. Edwina?
Cooperate.
Defect.
Oh, okay, so we're getting rid of going to and fro now. So this was cooperate and defect. And one more time. One more time, write down. Both players written down. Edwin?
Cooperate.
Defect.
Oh, okay, so we flip around again. Okay, okay. So we're seeing some pretty odd behavior here. Who did what that time? Edwina, what did you do? So we had this. Is that right? We had this. All right. So keep the microphones for a minute, and we'll just talk about it in a second. All right. So first of all, let's start with Ben here. Ben, you were cooperating in the first go. All right. So why did you choose to cooperate the first turn? Shout out so people can hear you.
I felt that if I established a reputation for cooperating, we could end up in the cooperate.
All right, so you thought that by playing cooperate early, you could establish some kind of reputation. And what about later on when you played defect thereafter? What were you thinking there?
I realized that she established a reputation for defecting, so I couldn't.
All right. So you switched strategies mid-course. All right. Edwina, you started off by defecting. Why did you start off by defecting? Shout out so people can hear you.
Because his friend defected, so I thought he might defect.
Oh, because his friend defected. Okay, so that's a bit tainted by his friend there. Okay. All right. It's short of space for the classroom. They could have just been sitting next to each other. And then thereafter you cooperated. Why was that?
Because I thought he cooperated, maybe he was going to keep cooperating.
All right, so in fact your reputation works in some sense. By cooperating early, you convinced Edwina you would cooperate, and then you went on cooperating even after he defected. So what were you doing in the third round? Shout out?
I thought he might cooperate because I cooperated.
All right, you might come back. Let's talk about to your neighbours. So Brooks, shout out why you cooperated in the first round.
Because I was hopeful that he would cooperate.
You were hoping he would cooperate. Yeah. All right. And why did you defect thereafter?
Because I thought he would continue to defect after he defected.
Because he defected and you continue to defect. And Patrick, you're the person who just defected throughout here. Grab the mic who's next to you. Why did you just defect?
It's such a short game that makes sense to defect in the last period. So the second last period is the first period. So
all right, that's an interesting idea. So Patrick's saying actually, if we look at the last period of this game, if we look at this last period of the game, what does the game look like in the last period?
A single period game.
Right, in the last period, this actually is the game, right? If I drew out the game with 2 periods, it'd be kind of a hard thing to draw. It'd be an annoying diagram to draw. But in the last period of the game, whatever happened in the first period is what? It's sunk. Is that right? Everything happened in the first period is sunk. So in the last period of the game, these are the only relevant payoffs. Is that right? And since these are the only relevant payoffs looking forward, in the last period of the game, we know that there's actually a dominant strategy. And what is that dominant strategy in the last period of the game? To do what? In Prisoner's Dilemma, what's the dominant strategy? Shout it out. Defect, okay? So what we should see in this game, we didn't actually because we had some kindness over here from Edwina, but what we should see in general is we know that in the last period of the game, in period 2, we're going to get both people defecting. All right? And the reason we're going to get both people defecting is because the last period of the game is just a one-shot game. Right? There's nothing particularly exciting about it. There is no tomorrow, and so people are going to defect. But now, let's go back and revisit some of the arguments that Edwina and Brooks and, I've forgotten what's your neighbour's called again?
Ben.
And Ben, I should remember that, and Ben said earlier, right? They gave quite elaborate reasons for cooperating. Cooperating to establish reputation, cooperating because the other person might cooperate, whatever, all right? But most of these behaviours were designed to either induce or promise cooperation in period 2. Is that right? But what we've just argued is that in period 2, everyone's going to defect. Right? Period 2 is just a trivial one-stage prisoner's dilemma. We actually analysed it the very first week of the class, and provided we believe these payoffs, we're done. Period 2, people are going to defect. Since they're going to defect in period 2, nothing I can do in period 1 is going to affect that behaviour, and therefore I should defect also in period 1. Right? If you want to belabour this point, we can actually draw up what the matrix looks like in period 1. So let's do that using the style we did last week. All right, before 2 weeks ago, before we went away. All right, so here once again is the matrix we had before, and I want to analyse the first stage game. In the first stage game, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in the payoffs I'm going to get from tomorrow. The payoffs I'm going to get from tomorrow are from tomorrow's equilibrium. Well, this isn't going to do very much for me, as we'll see, because I'll get 2 plus 0 tomorrow, because we know I'm playing defect tomorrow. 2 plus 0 tomorrow. Minus 1 plus 0 tomorrow. 3 plus 0 tomorrow. 3 plus 0 tomorrow. Minus 1 plus 0 tomorrow. And 0 plus 0 tomorrow. 0 plus 0 tomorrow. All right? So just as we did with the War of Attrition game 2 weeks ago, we can put in the payoffs from tomorrow, we can roll back those equilibrium payoffs to today. It's just in this particular exercise, it's rather a boring thing, because I'm just adding 0 to everything. All right? When I add 0 to everything, when I then just cancel out the zeros, I'm back where I started, and of course I should defect. All right? All right? So what I'm going to see is, because I'm going to defect anyway tomorrow, today is just like a one-shot game as well, and I'm going to get defect again. Now here we played the game twice and got defect. What about if we played the game 3 times? It's the same thing, right? We played the game 3 times, but we did play the game 3 times between Edwina and Ben. There we know we're going to defect in the 3rd round, therefore we may as well defect in the 2nd to last round, therefore we may as well defect in the 1st round. And if we played it 5 times, we know we're going to all defect in the 5th round, therefore we may as well all defect in the 4th round, therefore we may as well all defect in the 3rd, and so on. If we played it 500 times, we wouldn't have time in the class, but if we played it 500 times, we know in that 500th period, it's a one-shot game and people are going to defect. And therefore in the 499th period, people are going to defect. And therefore in the 498th period, people are going to defect, and so on. All right? So the problem here is that we get unraveling, what we've seen before in this class, we get unraveling from the back. I have a worry that there might only be one L in unraveling in America. Is that right? How many L's do you put in unraveling in America? 1? I've just come back from England and my spelling is somewhere in the Mid-Atlantic right now. I'll leave it as 1. All right, unraveling from the back. Essentially, this is a backward induction argument, only instead of using backward induction, we're really using subgame perfection. We're looking at the equilibria in the last games, and as we roll back up the game, we get unraveling. So here's bad news. The bad news is we'd hoped that by having repeated interaction in the prisoner's dilemma, we would be able to sustain cooperation. That's been our hope since day 1 of the class. In fact, we stated it kind of confidently in the first day of the class, and we kind of intuitively believe it. But what we're discovering is, even if you played this game for 500 times and then stopped, you wouldn't be able to sustain cooperation in equilibrium because we're going to get unraveling in the last stage and so on and so forth. All right? So it seems like our big hope that repeated interaction would induce cooperation in society is going down the plug hole. That's bad. All right? So let's come back and modify our lesson a little bit. So what went wrong here was in the last period of the game, there was no incentives generated by the future, right? So there was no promise of future rewards or future punishments, and therefore cooperation broke down, and then we had unraveling. All right? So the lesson here is what? The lesson is, but for this to work, it helps to have a future. It helps to have a future. All right, this whole idea of repeated interaction was the future was going to create incentives for the present, but if games come to an end, there's going to be some point when there isn't a future anymore, and then we get unraveling. All right? Now, this is not just a formal technical point to be made in the ivory tower of Yale. This is a true idea. So, for example, if we think about CEOs or presidents or managers of sports teams, there's a term we use for, there's a word we use, at least in the States, for, to describe such leaders when they're getting towards the end of their term and everyone knows it. What's the expression we use? Lame duck, all right? So we have this lame duck effect. The lame duck effect at the end of somebody's term undermines their ability to cooperate, their ability to provide incentives for people to cooperate with them, and causes a problem. So this lame duck effect affects presidents, but it also affects CEOs of companies. All right? But it's not just leaders who run into this problem. All right? So if you have an employee in if you're employing somebody, and you may have a contract with the person you're employing, but basically you're sustaining cooperation with this person because you interact with them often, you know you're always going to interact with them. But then this employee approaches retirement, everyone knows that in April or something they're going to retire, then the future can't provide incentives anymore, and you have to switch over from the implicit incentive of knowing you're going to be interacting in the future to an explicit incentive of putting incentive clauses in the contract. All right, so retirement can cause, if you like, a lame duck effect. Retirements. All right, and this is even true in personal relationships. With your personal relationships with your friends, if you think that those friendships are going to go on for a long time, be they with your significant other or just with the people you hang out with, you're likely to get a lot of cooperation. But if, as with perhaps most economic majors, most of your significant others are only going to last for a day at most, you're not going to get great cooperation, right? You're going to get cheating. All right? All right? No one's rising to that one, but I guess it's true. All right? So what do we call these? Economics majors relationships. All right? These are kind of end effects. All of these things are caused by the fact that the relationship is coming to an end. And once the relationship is coming to an end, that all those threats and promises of future behavior, implicit or otherwise, are going to basically disappear. All right? So at this point, we might think the following. You might conclude the following. You might conclude that if a relationship has a known end, if everyone knows the relationship's going to end at a certain time, then we're done. And we basically can't sustain cooperation through repeated interaction. All right? And that's kind of what the example we looked at seems to suggest. However, that's not quite true. That's not quite true. So let's look at another example where a relationship is going to have a known end, but nevertheless we are able to sustain some cooperation, and we'll see how. Okay? So again, I've been careful here. I've said it helps to have a future. I haven't said it's necessary to have a future. All right? So that's good news for the economics majors again. All right? So let's do this example to illustrate that even a finite interaction, even an interaction that's going to end, and everyone knows it's going to end, might still have some hope for cooperation. So we're going to look at this slightly more complicated game here, and this game has three strategies, we'll call them A, B, and C, for each player. And the payoffs are as follows: 4-4, 0-5, 0-0, down here we'll do 0-0, 0-0, and 3-3, and the middle row 5-0, 1-1, 0-0. All right? And we're going to assume that this game, just like we did with the first time we did Prisoner's Dilemma, this game is going to be played twice. All right? It's going to be repeated. It's going to be played twice, repeated once. All right? So let's just make sure we understand what the point of this game is. in this game, in the one-shot game, I hope it's clear that AA is kind of the cooperative thing to do. Right? We'd like to sustain play of AA. Because then both players get 4, and that looks pretty good for everybody. All right? However, in the one-shot game, AA is not a Nash equilibrium. Why is AA not a Nash equilibrium? Let me grab those mics again. Why is AA not a Nash equilibrium? I'll just do it with one. Anybody? Yep. I'm even getting the names at this stage of the terms. This is Katie, right? So shout out.
The best response to the other guy playing A is playing B.
Good, good. So if I think the other person's going to play A, I'm going to want to defect and play B and obtain a gain of 1. So basically I'll get 5 rather than 4. All right? I'll defect to playing B and get 5 rather than 4 for a gain of 1. Is that right? That's right. So AA is not a Nash equilibrium in the one-shot game. We're sometimes going to call that, well, that's fine, in the one-shot game. So now imagine we play this game twice. Instead of just playing once, we're going to play this game 2 times. All right? So now, I'll come back to that. Before I do that, what are the pure strategy Nash equilibria in this game? Anybody? So BB, so the Nash equilibria in this one-shot game are BB and CC. All right? BB. There's some mixed ones as well, but this will do. All right? So BB and CC are the pure strategy Nash equilibria. All right. Now consider playing this game twice. All right? Now, last time we looked at a game played twice, well, it was Prisoner's Dilemma, and we noticed that we couldn't sustain cooperation because in the last stage, people weren't going to cooperate, and hence in the first stage, people weren't going to cooperate. But let's look what happens here. If this game's played twice, is there any hope of sustaining cooperation, i.e. A, in both stages? Could we have people play A in the first stage and then play A again in the second stage? All right, so Patrick's shaking his head, so that's right, to shake his head. Let me grab the other mic. All right, so why is that not going to work? Why can't we get people to cooperate and play A in both periods? Shout out.
In the second period, you're still going to defect and play B.
Good, good. So in the second period, exactly the argument that Katie produced just now in the one-shot game applies, because the second period game is a one-shot game. All right, so we've got no hope of sustaining cooperation in both periods. Let's call this cooperation. Right, we can't sustain AA in period 2, in the second period. However, I claim that we may be able to get people to cooperate in the first period of the game. All right? Now, how are we going to do that? So to see that, let's consider the following strategy. So, consider the strategy. Right, the strategy is going to be play A and then play C if AA was played, and play B otherwise. All right, so this strategy is an instruction telling the player how to play. Now, before we consider whether this is an equilibrium or not, I need to have some inverted commas here as well. Before we consider whether this is an equilibrium or not, let's just check that this actually is a strategy. All right, so what does a strategy have to do? It has to tell me what I should do, it should give me an instruction, at each of my information sets. In this 2-period game, each of the players in the game, have 2 information sets. They have an information set at the beginning of the game, and they have another information set at the beginning of period 2. Is that right? So it has to tell you what to do at the first information set and at the second information set, and it does. All right? It says play A at the first one, All right? And then the beginning of period 2, well, now I said there's only one information set there, but actually there's 9 possible information sets, depending what happened in the first period. So each thing that happened in the first period is associated with a different information set. I always know what happened in the first period. And at each of those 9 information sets, it tells me what to do at the beginning of period 2. In particular, it says, if it turns out that AA was played, then play C now. And otherwise, for all the other 8 possible information sets I could find myself in, play B. All right? So this is a strategy. Now, of course, the big question is this strategy an equilibrium? And in particular, is it a subgame perfect equilibrium? Is this a subgame perfect equilibrium? Let me be a bit more precise. If both players were playing this strategy, would that be a subgame perfect equilibrium? All right, well, let's have a look. Of course, I can't see it now, so let's pull both these boards down. So to check whether this is a subgame perfect equilibrium, we're going to have to check what? We're going to have to check that it induces Nash behavior in each subgame. I think the battery is going on that. Shall I get rid of that? Sorry. Okay, I'm going to shout. Can people still hear me? People in the balcony, can they hear me? Yep, okay. So we're going to have to see if we can sustain Nash behavior yeah, thanks. We're going to see if we can sustain Nash behavior in every subgame. So let's start with the subgames associated with the second period. All right, now, technically, there are 9 such subgames, depending what happened in the past, depending what happened in the first period. There's a subgame following AA, there's a subgame following AB, there's a subgame following AC, and so on. Should we be okay? Put it on a second. All right, so for each activity in the first period, for each profile in the first period, there's a subgame. However, it doesn't really matter to distinguish all of these subgames particularly carefully here, since the cost from the past, what happened in the past, is sunk. All right, so we'll just look at them as a whole. All right, so in period 2, after AA, all right, so in one particular of those 9 subgames, after AA, this strategy induces CC. All right, if both people play A in the first period, then in the subgame following, people are supposed to play CC. Is that a Nash equilibrium of the subgame? Well, was CC a Nash equilibrium? Yeah, it's one of our Nash equilibria. Let's just look up there. We've got it listed. Here it is. So we're playing this Nash equilibrium. So that is a Nash equilibrium, so we're okay. All right? After the other choices in period 1, this strategy induces BB. That's good news too, because BB, we already agreed, was a Nash equilibrium in the one-shot game. All right, so in all of those 9 subgames, the 1 after AA and the 8 after everything else, we're playing Nash behavior. So that's good. What about in the whole game? All right, so in the whole game. In the whole game, starting from period 1, right, we have to ask, do you do better to play the strategy as designated, in particular to choose A, or would you do better to defect? All right, well, let's have a look. So if I choose A, then remember the other person is playing this strategy. So if I choose A, then my payoff in this period comes from AA and is 4. That's if I choose A, then we're both playing A in this period, and I get 4. Right? And tomorrow, according to this strategy, tomorrow, since we both played A, both of us will now play C. Since we're both playing C, I'll get an additional payoff of 3. All right, so tomorrow, CC will occur, and I'll get 3 for a total of 7. All right? What about if I defect? Well, we could consider lots of possible defections, but let's just consider the obvious defection. You can check the other ones at home. So if I defect and choose B now, then in this period, I will be playing B, and my opponent or my pair will be playing A. So in this period, I will get 5. All right? And tomorrow, since AA did not occur, both of us will play B. Both of us will play B and get a continuation payoff of 1. So the continuation payoff this time will be following from BB, and I'll get 1. Why don't I do what I've been doing before in this class and put boxes around the continuation payoff just to indicate that they are in fact continuation payoffs. All right? So if I play A, I get 4 now and a continuation payoff of 3 for a total of 7. If I play B now, yeah, I gain something now, I get 5 now, but tomorrow I'll only get 1 for a total of 6. All right, so in fact, 7 is bigger than 6, so I'm okay, and I won't want to do this defection. All right? Now, I just want to write this one other way, because it's going to be useful for later. All right, so one other way to write this, I mean, I think we've convinced ourselves that this is an equilibrium, but one other way to write this is, and it's a more general way of it in repeated games, is to write it explicitly, comparing the temptations to cheat today with the rewards and punishments from tomorrow. All right, so what we want to do is, in general, we can just rewrite this as checking that the temptation to cheat or defect today is smaller than the value of the reward minus the value of the punishment. But the key words here are defecting occurs today, rewards and punishment occur tomorrow. All right? And we just rewrite it this way, we'll see exactly the same thing, just rearranging slightly. The temptation to defect today is I get 5 rather than 4, or if you like, a gain of 1. And the value of the reward tomorrow was, the value of the reward was to play CC tomorrow and get 3. The value of the punishment tomorrow was to play BB tomorrow and get 1. Right, and that difference is 2. All right, so here, the fact that the temptation is outweighed by the difference between the value of the reward and the value of the punishment is what enabled us to sustain cooperation. Right, I'm just writing that more general way because this is a way that we can apply in games from here on. Right, we're going to compare temptations to cheat with tomorrow's promises. Patrick, yeah. Let me get you a mic. Okay.
I don't understand why it's reasonable to think you would play BB in the second period, though.
Good.
Instead of, in the second period, you have a temptation to play CC, even if the person defected on you.
Good, good. That's a very good point. So what Patrick's saying is, how come, saying, it's all very well to say we're sustaining cooperation in the first period here, but the way in which we sustained cooperation was by going along with, as it were, the punishment tomorrow. Right? It required me tomorrow to go along with the strategy of choosing B if I cheated in the first period. Right? And I want to answer this twice, once disagreeing with him and once agreeing with him, okay? So let me just disagree with him first. So notice tomorrow, if the other person, the other player, is going to play B, then I'm going to want to play B. All right? So the key idea here is, as always in Nash equilibrium, if I take the other person's player as given and just look at my own behavior, if I think the other person is playing this strategy, and hence he's going to play B tomorrow after I've cheated, then I want to play B myself. So that check is just our standard check, and actually that's the check that makes sure that it really is a subgame perfect equilibrium. We're not putting some punishments down the tree that are arising out of equilibrium. It has to be that I want to do tomorrow what I'm told to do tomorrow. All right? So that idea seems right, and I'm kind of glad Patrick raised it because it was the next thing in my notes. Right? I want to go along with this punishment because if the other person's playing B, I want to play B myself. All right? So that's that. But nevertheless, I think Patrick's onto something, and let me come back to it in a minute. All right? But what I want to do before I do that is just draw out a general lesson from this game. And the general lesson is we can sustain cooperation even in a finitely repeated game, but to do so, we need there to be more than one Nash equilibrium in the stage game. What we need there to be is several Nash equilibria, one at least of which we can use as a reward, and another one which we can use as a punishment. Right, so even if a game is only played a finite number of times, if there are several equilibria in the subgame, several equilibria in the stage game, let's bring this down and show again, several equilibria in the stage game, both BB and CC, we can use one of them as a reward and the other one as a punishment, and use that difference to try and get people to resist temptations today. All right? So that's the general idea here, and let's just write that down. But Patrick, don't let me get away with not coming back to your point. I want to come back to it in a second. All right? So the lesson here is if a stage game, the stage game is the game that's going to be repeated. If a stage game has more than one Nash equilibrium in it, then we may be able to use the prospect of playing different equilibria tomorrow to provide incentives and we can think of these incentives as rewards and punishments. As rewards and punishments for cooperation today. All right, in the game we just saw, there were exactly two pure strategy Nash equilibria in the subgame. We used one of them as a reward and the other one as a punishment, and we were able to sustain cooperation in a subgame perfect equilibrium. All right, now a question arises here, and I think it's behind Patrick's question. And that is, how plausible is this? How plausible is this? It's okay, formally, if we write down the game and do the math, this comes out. But how plausible is this as a model of what's going on in society? Right? And I think the worry, I'm guessing this is the worry that was behind Patrick's question, is this. Suppose I'm playing this game with Patrick, and suppose Patrick cheats on me the first period. So Patrick chooses B when I wanted him to choose A in the first period. Right? And now in the second period, according to the equilibrium instructions, we're supposed to play BB and get payoffs of 1 rather than CC and get payoffs of 3. Let's just make that visible again. All right? But suppose Patrick comes to me in the meantime. So between period 1 and period 2, Patrick shows up at my office hours and he says, yeah, I know I cheated on you yesterday. All right? But why should we punish ourselves today? Why should we both of us lose today by playing the BB equilibrium? Why don't we both switch to the CC equilibrium? After all, that's better for both of us. You know, it's true that Patrick's saying to me, it's true that I cheated you yesterday, but why, you know, let bygones be bygones, or why cry over spilt milk, or he'll use some other sort of saying plucked out of the Book of Platitudes, and say to me, well, why go along with the punishment? Let's just play the good equilibrium now. Right? And if I look at things, I say, well, actually, you know, it's true I got nothing in the first period because Patrick kind of cheated me in the first period, so it's true I got nothing yesterday, and it's true it was Patrick who caused me to get nothing yesterday, but nevertheless, that's a sunk cost, and I'm comparing getting 1 now with getting 3 now. Why don't I just go along and get 3? And in fact, moreover, this isn't I'm not in danger of being cheated again, because if Patrick believes I'm going to play C, he's going to play C too. All right? So that kind of argument involves what? It involves some kind of communication between stages, but it sounds like that's going to be a problem. Why? Well, suppose it's the case that we are going to get communication between periods, and suppose it's the case that someone with the gift of the gab, someone on his way to law school like Patrick, is going to be able to persuade me to go back to the good equilibrium for everybody in period 2, then we know we're going to play the good equilibrium in period 2, and now we've lost any incentive to cooperate in period 1. Right? The only reason I was willing to cooperate in period 1 was because the temptation to defect was outweighed by the difference between the value of the reward and the value of the punishment. If we're going to get the reward anyway, I'll go ahead and defect today. All right? So the problem here is this notion of renegotiation, this notion of communicating between periods, can undermine this kind of equilibrium. There's a problem that arises if we have renegotiation. All right? So there may be a problem of renegotiation. All right? Now, this problem may not be such a big problem. For example, it may be, I'll be so angry at Patrick because he screwed me over in period 1 that I won't go along with the renegotiation. And it may also be the case, and we'll see some examples of this on the homework assignments, that the many equilibria in the second stage of the game are not such that a punishment for Patrick is also a punishment for me. What really caused the problem here was in trying to punish Patrick, I had to punish myself. Right, but you could imagine games, and we'll see some concrete examples on the next homework assignment, in which punishing Patrick is rather fun for me, and punishing me is rather fun for Patrick. And that's going to be much harder to renegotiate our way out of. Right? There was a question. Let me get a mic out to the question. Ali's back. Yeah. Go ahead. But just point to the microphone and shout. Yep.
If we're ruling out renegotiation, can't we devise a strategy for prisoner's dilemma as well, even though it doesn't have multiple Nash equilibriums?
Yeah, so the issue okay, good. So the issue there is in prisoner's dilemma, we established in the first week that if we're not allowed to make side payments, we're not allowed to bring in outside contracts, then no amount of communication is going to help us. Right? So you're right, if we can rely on the courts or the mafia to enforce the contract, that would be fine, and then communication would have bite. But if you remember way back in the first week when we tried to talk our way out of bad behavior in the prisoner's dilemma, it didn't help precisely because it's a dominant strategy. All right? Whereas here, Patrick's conversation, Patrick's verbal agreement to play the other equilibrium is an agreement to play a Nash equilibrium. That's what's getting us into trouble. All right? All right? So what may help us here, what may avoid renegotiation, is simply I'm not going to go along with that renegotiation. I'm too angry about having been cheated on. And it may be For other reasons, it may actually be that I enjoy the punishment. Nevertheless, this is a real problem in society, and we should pretend that this problem isn't there. So a good example is in bankruptcy. Which is one of those words I can never spell. It seems to have too many consonants in it. Is that right? It's approximately right, anyway. All right? So bankruptcy law in the US for the last 200-odd years has gone through cycles. And one way to view these cycles is they're cycles of relaxing the law and making life, quote, easier for borrowers, and then tightening up again. All right? This is not a recent phenomenon. I mean, it's not only a recent phenomenon. This occurred throughout the 19th century. Right, so what typically happened was there was either explicit renegotiation between parties or renegotiation through act of Congress, or sometimes through the act of the states, in which bankrupt debtors were basically let off or given easier terms. And the argument was always the same. These people are not going to pay back now. Right? It's clear, from the 19th century, often if you were bankrupt, you were in jail. All right? Actually, worse than that. Sometimes in the 19th century in England, not only if you were bankrupt were you in jail, but your creditors were having to pay the fees to feed you in jail. All right? So there you were sitting in jail. You weren't paying money back to your creditor, and you were actually costing money to your creditor by being in jail. This seems like a situation that you want to renegotiate your way out of. You say, hey, let's let these guys out of jail, let them be productive again, and they'll pay back part of the loans. Right? So you had these waves of bankruptcy reform in which the debtors' debtors' prisons were closed down, people were let out, people were relieved of debt. What's the problem with doing that? I mean, that seems like a good idea, right? After all, you don't want all these people bankrupt, in debt, not paying money back to their creditors anyway. That doesn't seem like a good situation in society. That seems like a good a renegotiation that's a win-win situation. It's better for everybody. What's the problem with it, though? Yeah, let's get a mic down here. What's the problem with this? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
It incentivizes bankruptcy. Right.
It creates an incentive for people not to repay in the first place. Right? It creates an incentive for people to take big risks now. All right? And hence, it makes bankruptcy, if you like, or makes non-repayment of debt more likely. So this has been going on for a while, but you see it very much today if you read the financial pages of the papers in the last few weeks. There's a big worry in the US right now about people failing to repay what kind of debt? What kind of debt's the big worry about? Mortgage debt, right? So both people who are house owners failing to pay back mortgage debt, and equally worrying, financial institutions that have lent a lot of, for example, subprime debt, now finding themselves in financial trouble. And you're going to read a lot in the papers about not letting people out lightly out of those situations of being in debt, or not letting people out lightly out of bankruptcy. Right? What's the term you're going to hear is bailout. So bailout, the argument's going to be, the argument you're going to read is you don't want the government or the central bank bailing out those financial institutions who have apparently taken too large risks on subprime mortgage debt, even though we all agree it's better right now for those financial institutions not to go under. And why are we not going to, even though it's better for everybody for not to go under, why are we not going to bail them out? Because it undermines the incentives for them not to make bad loans to start with. And to a lesser extent, you're going to hear that on the debtor side as well. You're going to hear some people say we shouldn't be bailing out people who took on bad loans who took on bad mortgages to finance their houses, again for bailout reasons. All right. So this is an important trade-off. If you go on to law school, you're going to see a lot about this kind of discussion, and this is the discussion of trading off ex-ante efficiency and ex-post efficiency. Sometimes, as Patrick's pointed out in the game just now, the ex-post efficient thing to do is to go back to the good equilibrium, or if you like, to bail out these firms who've made bad loans. However, from an ex-ante point of view, it creates bad incentives for people to make those loans in the first place. And the ex-ante point of view, it created the incentive for people to defect in the first period of that game. All right, so this theme of ex-ante versus ex-post efficiency is not one we're going to go into anymore in this class, but it should be there in the back of your mind when you all end up in law school in a few years' time. Okay, so far what have we done? We've been looking at repeated interaction and seeing if it can sustain cooperation. And the first thing we learnt was that if the repeated interaction is a finite interaction, if we know when it's going to end, if we know when the interaction is going to end, then sustaining cooperation is going to be hard, because in the last period there'll be an incentive to defect. We saw we could get around that to some extent if games have multiple equilibria, but in a game like Prisoner's Dilemma, we're really in trouble. Things will unravel from the back. All right? So now let's mix things up a little bit by looking at a more complicated variety of repeated interactions. Rather than just play the game once or twice or 3 times, let's play the game under the following rules. We'll go back to our same players. How many mics are still out here? I took them both back, is that right? So I'm taking both the green and the blue mic. I'm giving them back to our players. All right, so this is to Brooks, and this is to Patrick. All right, and we're going to have Brooks and Patrick play Prisoner's Dilemma again. I'm hoping I haven't deleted it. But maybe I did. All right, it doesn't matter. We know the payoffs. We're going to have them play Prisoner's Dilemma again, but this time, in between every play of the game, I'm going to toss a coin. Actually, I'll toss the coin twice, and if that coin comes up heads both times, then the game will end. But otherwise, they'll play again. All right, so everyone understand what we're going to do? We're going to play Prisoner's Dilemma. At the end of every period, I'll toss a coin twice. I might get Jake to toss it. I'm going to toss a coin twice. If it comes up heads both times, the game's over, but otherwise the game continues. All right? So both Brooks and Patrick should get ready to play. And the payoffs of this game is just what we had before. So let's just remind ourselves what the payoffs of that game are. So we've got cooperate, defect, 2-2, -1, 3, 3 -1, and 0-0. And we'll keep score here. So this is Brooks and Patrick. All right, so putting pressure on these guys, let's write down what you're going to do the first time. All right, Brooks.
Defect.
Defect, better?
Cooperate.
All right, I think we're getting some payback from earlier, right? All right, round 2.
Are you going to toss a coin?
Oh, I have to toss a coin, absolutely right, thank you. I have to find a coin without... Ah, look at that, thank you, Ellie. Twice, toss it twice. Heads. Heads again, so the game's over. That didn't last long. Let's, just for the sake of the class, let's pretend that it came up tails, okay? Okay, we'll cheat a little bit. Okay. So we're playing a second time, just with a little bit of cheating. I need someone else, someone less honest to toss the coin. Brooks, what do you choose?
Oh, I'm defecting.
Defecting again, all right. Patrick?
Cooperate.
Cooperate. Patrick seems very trusting here. All right, let's toss the coin a third time.
I already did it. It's tails.
Ah, it's, okay, good. Your tails. Thank you. All right. So, Brooks?
I'm going to defect again.
Defect.
All right. Okay, so this time we're somewhat ended. Okay, so what happened this time is, let's talk about it a bit. So Brooks and Patrick were playing. All right. Patrick cooperated a bit at the beginning. Brooks defected throughout. Brooks, why did you defect? Shout out so everyone can hear you. All right. Why did you defect right from the start of the game?
Because last time it didn't work so well.
Last time it didn't work so well. Okay, it's fair enough. But even after Patrick was started cooperating, you went on defecting. So why then?
Because
shout out.
Because I wanted to get the higher payoff from. I thought either he would continue cooperating, and I could defect, and.
All right. So you thought he'd go on cooperating, which in fact he did. Patrick, why were you cooperating early on here? Shout out so people can hear you.
So with 2-head rules, like you have a 75% chance of having another game. So with those payoffs, even one period, the payoff of cooperating twice is the same as defecting once. So, like additional periods, it's better if you can continue cooperating, and the percentage is high enough that.
All right, so you figure there's a good enough chance of getting to go. Now, even after Brooks defected the first period, you went on cooperating, but then after the second period, you gave up and started defecting.
Yeah.
Had it gone in a fourth period, what would you have done?
Defected.
You'd defected again,
Yeah.
all right? And fifth period?
Well, if she kept defecting, I would keep defecting.
All right, so what Patrick's saying is he started off cooperating, but once he saw that Brooks was defecting, he was going to switch to defect, and basically as long as she went on defecting, he was going to stick with defecting. All right, let's try a different pair. So why don't we switch it over to your partners there? So to Ben here and, I'm sorry, Edwina, all right? We'll flip twice, all right? All right, so people who are to see, why don't you just stand up? I want to see these people, so stand up a second. So these are our players. I want people at the back to make sure we know who are playing. This is Edwina and this is Ben, all right, good. All right, okay. So, Edwina, you sit down again so you can actually write things down, okay? So, all right, so Edwina and Ben. Edwina, have you both written down the strategy? Ben, have you written down the strategy? Yep, Edwina, what did you choose?
Cooperate.
So Edwina's cooperating. Ben?
Cooperate.
Aha, okay. Let's toss a coin.
It's heads, then tails.
So we're okay, so we're still playing, okay. Edwina?
Cooperate.
Ben?
I choose cooperate.
All right, so they're cooperating. Tails again, so you're still playing.
Cooperate.
Cooperate.
All right, so they're still cooperating. Some pain in the voice this time. Heads and then tails. So write down what you're going to do. Edwina?
Defect.
Ben?
Cooperate.
All right. So things were going so nicely there. We had such a nice class going on there and everything. All right. All right, so we're still playing. Edwina?
Defect.
Ben?
Defect.
All right. Jake? Tails and tails, we're still going.
Defect.
Defect.
All right. Let me stop it there. We'll pretend that we had two heads. So let's talk about this, right? So we had some cooperation going on here. Both people started cooperating. So Ben, why did you cooperate at the beginning? Shout out so people can hear. Why did you cooperate?
Well, going along with Patrick's reasoning, I felt that if we could have the cooperate in the long term, with a 75% chance of continuing playing, that it would be a worthwhile investment.
All right.
Until I realized that Edwina started defecting.
Let's come back to that in a second. Let's get you guys to stand up so people can hear you. I think when you stand up, you shout more. So stand up again. Yes, Edwina, why did you? So you also started cooperating. Why did you start cooperating?
For the same reason.
Same reason. Okay. So the key thing here is why did you start defecting? You heard the big sigh in the class. Why did you start defecting at this stage?
Because we'd had so many. I mean, the coin toss had to come to heads sometime. So I started thinking that.
Is this reversion to the mean of the coin?
Yeah,
is that right?
I just thought that. But I thought maybe. I mean, I don't know. Kind of.
All right. So what did I say about the relationship of economic majors that are in the class? Anyway, all right. So Edwina defected, and then Ben, you switched after that. Why did you switch?
Because once Edwina started defecting, I felt that we'd revert back to the defect-effect equilibrium.
All right. So thank you, guys. Okay. So let's have a look at this strategy here. People started off cooperating, and I claim that at least Ben can contradict me a second, but I think Ben's strategy here was something like this. I'm going to cooperate, and I'm going to go on cooperating as long as we're cooperating. But if at some point Edwina defects, or for that matter, someone I defect, then the game, this relationship's over, and we're going to play defect forever. Is that right? That's kind of a rough description of your strategy. All right. And Edwina was more or less playing the same thing. In fact, it was her who defected, but once she defected, she realized that it was over and he went on defecting. All right? So this strategy has a name. Let's just be clear what the strategy is. This strategy says play C, which is cooperate, and then play C if no one has played D and played D otherwise. Right, so start off by cooperating, keep cooperating as long as nobody's cheated, but if somebody cheats, this relationship's over. We're just going to defect forever. All right? Now this strategy is a famous strategy. It has a name. Anyone know what the name is? This is called the Grim Trigger strategy. The Grim Trigger strategy. The Grim Trigger strategy. So this strategy, again, it says we're going to cooperate, but if that cooperation breaks down ever, even if it's me who breaks it down, then I'm just going to defect forever. All right? All right? Now, we're going to come back next time so you can see if this is an equilibrium, but there's a few things to do first. First, let's just check that it actually is a strategy. Right, what does it mean to be a strategy again? It has to tell us what to do at every information set I could find myself at. And this game is potentially infinite. Right? So potentially there's an infinite number of information sets I could reach. So you might think that writing down a strategy that gives me an instruction at every single information set is going to be incredibly complicated once we go to games that are potentially infinite. Right? Because there needs to be an infinite number of instructions. But it turns out, actually, it's possible to write down such strategies rather simply, at least if they're simple strategies. And this example is one. This tells me what to do at the first information set. It says play C. It then tells me for every information set I find myself at in which only cooperation has ever occurred in the history of the game, I'm going to go on cooperating, play C. And it says for all other histories, for all other information sets I might find myself at, play D. Right? So it really is a strategy. All right? Now, this is very different behavior. We played with the same players. This kind of behavior is very different, in both games actually, is very different than the behavior we saw in the game that ended, the game with 2 periods or 3 periods. What is it essentially that made this different? What's different about this way of playing Prisoner's Dilemma, where we had Jake toss the coin, versus the way we played before, when we just played for 5 periods and then stopped? What's different about it? Somebody? Let's talk to our players. Okay, so is the mic still there? Patrick, do you have your mic still? Patrick, why is this different?
We don't know when the game is going to end or if it's going to end, so there's no last period.
Good. Good. So our analysis of the game before, the analysis of the Prisoner's Dilemma when we knew it was going to end after 2 periods, or 5 periods, whatever it was we all knew it was going to end. Right? There was a clearly defined last period. When people are going to retire, we know the month in which they're going to retire. When presidents are going to step down, we know they're going to step down that period. When CEOs are going to go, we know they're going to, well, we don't always know they're going to go, let's pretend we do, right? All right? So what's different about this game is every time we play the game, there is a probability, in this case a 3/4 probability, that the game is going to continue to the next period. Right? Every time we play the game, with probability 0.75, there's going to be a future. All right? There's no obvious last period from which we can unravel the game in the way we did before. Right? Just to remind ourselves, the way in which cooperation, our analysis of cooperation, broke down in the finitely repeated Prisoner's Dilemma was that when we looked at the last period, we know people are going to defect, and once that thread is loose, we can unravel it all the way back to the beginning. But here, since there is no last period, that unraveling argument never gets hold. All right? Now instead, we're able to see strategies developed like the Grim Trigger strategy, and notice that the Grim Trigger strategy has a pretty good chance of actually sustaining cooperation. So in particular, as long as people play this strategy, they are cooperating. Right? As long as people play this strategy, they are cooperating. Right? It turns out that Edwina eventually gave up that strategy, but had she gone on playing it, they'd have gone on cooperating forever. All right? But of course there's a question here, and the question is this in fact an equilibrium? Right? We know that if people play this way, we get cooperation, but the question, the $1,000 question or whatever, is this an equilibrium? So what do we have to do to check whether this is an equilibrium or not? We have to mimic the argument we had before. We have to compare the temptation to defect today and compare that with the value of the reward to cooperating and the value of the punishment from defecting tomorrow. All right, so this basic idea is going to re-emerge. Having said that, let me now delete it so I have some room. We're going to have to show this is an equilibrium, we need to show that the temptation to defect, the temptation to cheat, in the short term is outweighed by the difference between the value of the reward and the value of the punishment. All right, so let's set that up. Let's put the temptation here first. So the temptation in Prisoner's Dilemma, the temptation to cheat today is what? I'll get 3 rather than 2. Is that right? So if I defect, when Edwina defected, here's Edwina defecting in this period, she got a payoff of 3 rather than the payoff of 2 she would have got from cooperating. All right? So the temptation here is just 3 minus 2. And let's be clear, this is a temptation today. And we want to compare this with the value of the reward minus the value of the punishment. But the key point observation is that these occur tomorrow. These occur tomorrow. All right? So since they occur tomorrow, we have to weight them a little bit lower. All right? So in general, the way in which we're going to weight them tomorrow is we're going to discount them, just like we did in our bargaining game. We're going to weight tomorrow's payments by delta. Where delta is less than 1. All right? Now, why is delta less than 1? Why are we weighing tomorrow less than payments today? Why are payments tomorrow worth less than payments today? Because tomorrow might not happen. Right? There are other reasons why, by the way. It might be that we're impatient to get the money today, and we just wanted to pay off in a hurry. Or it might be that she wanted to take the payment today and put it in the bank and earn interest. There are other reasons why money today might be more valuable than money tomorrow, but in games, the most important reason is tomorrow may not happen. Right? By tomorrow, you might be dead, or if not dead, at least Jake's thrown 2 heads in the coins. All right? So delta is less than 1 because the game may end. Because the game may end. Now, what's the value of the reward? The value of the reward is going to be the value of C forever. But I want to be careful about forever. It's C forever, but of course it isn't really forever because the game may end. Right? So by forever I mean until the game ends. Let me be a bit more careful actually. It's CC, isn't it? The value of CC, cooperate, forever. And here we're going to have the value of DD forever. And once again, since it's the forever here means until the game ends. All right? So this is the calculation we're going to have to do. We're going to have to compare the temptation, that was easy, that was just 1, with the discounted value difference between the value of cooperation and the value of defecting. All right? Let's do the easy bits now, and then we'll leave you in suspense until Wednesday. Let's do all the easy bits. All right? So watch this delta in this case. In this particular game, what was the probability that the game was going to continue? What was the probability that the game was going to continue? What was the probability that the game was going to end? I said probability of ending was 0.25, so delta here was 0.75. That's easy. All right? The second bit that's relatively easy is what's the value of playing DD until the game ends? Right? Once people have cheated, you're going to play D forever. Here we are, Edwina's cheating here. You're going to get DD in this period, DD in this period, and so on and so forth until the game ends. In each of those periods, you're going to earn 0, so this is just 0. Which leaves us with the messy bit. What's the value of cooperating forever? Let's try and do it. We've got 1 minute, let's do it. So in every period in which we both cooperate, what do we earn? So in the next period, here at the beginning of the game, right? We cooperated in the first period, now in the second period we cooperate again. What payoff do we get from cooperating again? We get 2, right? We get 2. And then Jake tosses his coin, and with probability delta, we continue. All right? And we're going to cooperate again. So with probability delta, we cooperate again and get what payoff the next period? 2 again. And then Jake tosses the coin again. All right? So now he's tossed the coin twice. So with probability delta squared, we're still playing, and we get 2. And then Jake tosses the coin again, so if it comes up other than head-head again, that's with probability delta cubed, we get 2, and so on. All right? So your exercise between now and Wednesday is figure out what the value of cooperation forever is, figure out this equation, and find whether in fact it was an equilibrium for people to cooperate. So last time we were focusing on repeated interaction, and that's what we're going to continue with today. There's lots of things we could study under repeated interaction, but the emphasis we're going to of this week is can we achieve cooperation in business or personal relationships without contracts by use of the fact that these relationships go on over time. And our central intuition, where we already started from last time, was perhaps the future of a relationship can provide incentives for good behavior today. Right? Can provide incentives for people not to cheat. So specifically, let's think of an example, and we'll go back to where we were last time. Specifically, suppose I have a business relationship, an ongoing business relationship with Jake. And each period, I'm supposed to supply Jake with some inputs for his business, let's say some fruit, and each period, he's supposed to provide me with some input for my business, namely vegetables. All right? And clearly there are opportunities here in each period for us to cheat. We could cheat both on the quality of the fruit that I provide or the quantity of the fruit that I provide to Jake, and he can cheat on the quantity or quality of the vegetables that he provides to me. Right? And our central intuition is, perhaps what can work is, what can give us good incentives is the idea that if Jake cooperates today, then I might cooperate tomorrow. I might not cheat tomorrow. And conversely, if he cheats and provides me with lousy vegetables today, I'm going to provide him with lousy fruit tomorrow. Right? And similarly for me, if I provide Jake with lousy fruit today, he can provide me with lousy vegetables tomorrow. All right? So what do we need? We need the difference in the value of the promise of good behavior tomorrow and the threat of bad behavior tomorrow to outweigh the temptation to cheat today. Right? It's cheaper. I'm going to gain by providing him with the bad fruit or fewer fruit today. Bad fruit because those I'd otherwise have to throw away. So that temptation to cheat has to be outweighed by the promise of getting good vegetables in the future from Jake, and vice versa. All right? So here's that idea on the board. What we need is the gain, if I cheat today, to be outweighed by the difference between the value of my relationship with Jake after cooperating and the value of my relationship with Jake after cheating tomorrow. All right? Now what we discovered last time, this was an idea I think we kind of knew. We kind of known it since the first week. But we discovered last time, somewhat surprisingly, that life is not quite so simple. And in particular, what we discovered was we need these to be credible. So there's a problem here of credibility. So in particular, if we think of the value of the relationship after cooperating tomorrow as being a promise, and the value of the relationship after cheating as being a threat, we need these promises and threats to be credible. We need to actually believe that they're going to happen. And one very simple area where we saw that ran immediately into problems was if this repeated relationship, although repeated, had a known end. Right? And why did known ends cause problems for us? Because in the last period of the game, we know that whatever we promised to do, or whatever we threatened to do, in the last period, once we reach that last period, in that subgame, we're going to play a Nash equilibrium. What we do has to be consistent with our incentives in the last period. Right? So in particular, if there's only one Nash equilibrium in that last period, then we know that in that last period, that's what we're going to do. So if we look at the second to last period, we might hope that we could promise to cooperate if you cooperate today, tomorrow, or you could promise to punish tomorrow if you cheat today. But those threats won't be credible because we know that tomorrow you're just going to play whatever that Nash equilibrium is. Right? And that lack of credibility means there's no scope to provide incentives today for us to cooperate, and we saw things unravel backwards. All right? All right? So the way in which we ensure that we're really focusing on credible promises and credible threats here is by focusing on subgame perfect equilibrium, the idea that we introduced just before the Thanksgiving break. And we know that subgame perfect equilibria have the property that they have Nash behavior in every subgame, so in particular in the last period of the game and so on. All right? So what we want to be able to do here is try to find scope for cooperation in relationships without contracts, without side payments, by focusing on subgame perfect equilibria of these repeated games. All right? Then right at the end last time, we said, okay, let's move away from the setting where we know a game is going to end, and let's look at a game which continues, or at least might continue. So in particular, we looked at the problem of the prisoner's dilemma, which was repeated with the probability that we called delta each period, with the probability delta of continuing. All right, so every period we're going to play prisoner's dilemma. However, with probability 1 minus delta, the game might just end every period. All right? And we already noticed last time some things about this. The first thing we noticed was that we can immediately get away from this unraveling argument. Because there's no known end to the game, we don't have to worry about that thread coming loose and unraveling all the way back. So at least there's some hope here to be able to establish credible promises and credible threats later on in the game that will induce good behavior earlier on in the game. All right, so that's where we were last time. And here is the prisoner's dilemma. We saw this last time. All right, and we actually focused on a particular strategy, but before I come back to the strategy that we focused on last time, let's just see some things that won't work. All right, just to reinforce the idea. So here's a possible strategy in the prisoner's dilemma. A possible strategy in the prisoner's dilemma would be cooperate now and go on cooperating regardless of what anyone does. Right, so just cooperate forever regardless of the history of the game. Now, if two players, if Jake and I are involved in this business relationship, which has the structure of a prisoner's dilemma, and both of us play this strategy of cooperate now and cooperate forever no matter what, clearly that will induce cooperation. That's the good news. The problem is that isn't an equilibrium. It's not even a Nash equilibrium, let alone a subgame perfect equilibrium. Why is it not a subgame perfect equilibrium? Because in particular, if Jake is smart, and he is, Jake will look at this equilibrium and say, Ben is going to cooperate no matter what I do, so I may as well cheat. And in fact, I may as well go on cheating. Right? So Jake has a very good deviation there, which is simply to cheat forever. Right? So the strategy, cooperate now and go on cooperating no matter what, doesn't contain incentives to support itself as an equilibrium. And we need to focus on strategies that contain subtle behavior that generates rewards and promises of rewards and threats of punishment that induce people to actually stick to that equilibrium behavior. All right, so everyone's clear that cooperating no matter what, it sounds good, but it isn't going to work. People aren't going to stick with that. So instead, what we focused on last time, and actually we had some players who seemed actually, they've moved now, but they seemed actually to be playing this strategy, we focused on what we called the grim trigger strategy. And the grim trigger strategy is what? It says, in the first period, cooperate, and then go on playing cooperate as long as nobody has ever defected, nobody has ever cheated. But if anybody ever plays D, if anybody ever plays the defect strategy, then we just play D forever. All right? So this is a strategy. It tells us what to do at every possible information set. It also, if two players are playing the strategy, has the property that they will cooperate forever. So that's good news. And what we left ourselves last time was checking that this actually is an equilibrium, or more generally, under what conditions is this actually an equilibrium. All right, we were halfway through that calculation last time. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that the temptation of cheating today is less than the value of the promise minus the value of the threat tomorrow. All right, and we did parts of this already. Let's just do the easy parts. So the temptation today is if I cheat today, I get 3, whereas if I went on cooperating today, I get 2. So the temptation is just 1. All right, watch the threat. The threat is playing D forever. So this is actually the value of D, DD, forever. And I want to be careful about forever. When I say forever, I mean until the game ends, because eventually the game's going to end. But let's use the code forever to mean until the game ends. And what's the promise? The promise is the value of continuing incorporation, so the value of CC forever. All right, that's what this bracket is. That's what this bracket is, and it's still tomorrow. All right, so let's go on working on this. So the value of cooperating forever is actually, let's be a bit more detail, this is the value of getting 2 in every period. So it's the value of 2 forever, and this is the value of 0 forever. All right? Okay, so the value of 0 forever, that's pretty easy to work out. I get 0 tomorrow, I get 0 the day after tomorrow, I get 0 the day after the day after tomorrow, or more accurately, I get 0 tomorrow, I get 0 the day after tomorrow if we're still playing, I'd get 0 the day after tomorrow if we're still playing, and so on. But that isn't a very hard calculation. This thing is going to equal 0. So this object here, let's use my other colored chalk, this object here is just 0. Is that right? This object here is 3 minus 2. I can do that one in my head. That's 1. All right? So what I'm left with is the value of getting 2 forever. And that requires a little bit more thought, but let's do that one bit of algebra because it's going to be useful throughout today. So this thing here, the value of 2 forever is what? Well, I'd get 2, that's tomorrow, and then, assuming I'm still playing the day after tomorrow, so I need to discount it, with probability delta, I'm still playing the day after tomorrow, and I get 2 again. All right? And the day after tomorrow, I'm still playing with the probability that the probability that the game didn't end tomorrow or didn't end the next day, so that's with probability delta squared, and again I'd get 2. And then the day after, what is it? This is tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after the day after tomorrow. This is the day after the day after the day after tomorrow, which is delta cubed 2, and so on. All right, everyone happy with that? All right, so starting from tomorrow, Starting from tomorrow, if we play CC forever, I'll get 2 tomorrow, 2 the day after tomorrow, 2 the day after tomorrow, and so on. And I just need to take account of the fact that the game may end between tomorrow and the next day, the game may end between the day after tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and so on. All right, everyone happy with that? All right, so what is the value, what is this thing? Let's call this x for a second. Right, so we've done this once before in the class, but let's do it again anyway. This is the value, this is the geometric sum. Some of you may even remember from high school how to do a geometric sum, but let's do it slowly. So to work out what x is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to multiply x by delta. All right? I'm going to multiply x by delta. All right, so what's delta x? So this 2 here will become a 2 delta, and this delta 2 here will become a delta squared 2, and this delta squared 2 will become a delta cubed 2, and this delta cubed 2 will become a delta to the 4 2, and so on. All right? And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to subtract the second of those lines from the first of those lines. All right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to subtract x minus delta x. All right, so I'm going to subtract the second line from the first line, and when I do that, I'm going to notice, I hope, that this 2 delta is going to cancel with this 2 delta, and this delta squared 2 is going to cancel with this delta squared 2, and this delta cubed 2 is going to cancel with this delta cubed 2, and so on. All right, so what I'm going to get left with is what? Everything's going to cancel except for what? Except for that first 2 there. All right, so this is just equal to 2. All right, and now this is a calculation I can do. So I've got x is equal to 2 divided by 1 minus delta. All right, so just to summarize the algebra, getting 2 forever, that means 2 plus delta 2 plus delta squared 2 plus delta cubed 2, etc. The value of that object is 2 over 1 minus delta. 2 over 1 minus delta. All right, so we can put that in here as well. This object here, 2 over 1 minus delta, is the value of 2 forever. All right. Now, before I go on to a new board, I want to do one other thing. All right. I've got, on the left-hand side, I've got my temptation. That was 1. I've got the value of cooperating forever, starting from tomorrow, which is 2 over 1 minus delta. And I've got the value of defecting forever, starting from tomorrow, which is 0. All right? However, all of these objects on the right-hand side, they start tomorrow. Whereas the temptation today is today. All right? Temptation today happens today. These differences in value start tomorrow. Right? Since they start tomorrow, I need to discount them because we don't know that tomorrow is going to happen. The world may end, or more importantly, the relationship may end between today and tomorrow. So how much do I have to weight them by? By delta. Right? I need to multiply all of these lines by delta, and so on. All right? Now this is now a mess, so let's go to a new board. All right? And let's summarize what we now have. Now what we're doing here is asking, is it the case that if people play the Grim Trigger strategy, that is in fact an equilibrium, that is a way of sustaining cooperation? And the answer is, we need 1, that's our temptation, to be less than, big bracket, 2 over 1 minus delta, that's the value of cooperating forever starting from tomorrow, minus 0, that's the value of defecting forever starting tomorrow, and this whole thing is multiplied by delta because tomorrow may not happen. Okay, everyone happy with that so far? I'm just kind of collecting up the terms that we did slowly just now. All right, so now what I want to do is, put a question mark here because I don't know whether it is, I'm going to solve this for delta. All right, so when I solve this for delta, I'll probably get it wrong, but let's be careful. So this is equivalent to saying, don't have to worry about the zeros, this is equivalent to saying 1 minus delta is less than 2 delta. And it's also equivalent to saying, therefore, delta is greater than or equal to a third. Delta is greater than or equal to a third. Everyone happy with that? Let me just turn my own page. All right. So what have we shown so far? We've shown that if we're playing the Grim Trigger strategy and we want to deter people from doing what? From defecting from this strategy in the very first period, then we're okay provided delta is bigger than a third. But at this point, some of you could say, yeah, but that's just one of the possible ways I could defect from this from this strategy. After all, the defection we just considered, the move away from equilibrium we just considered was what? We considered my cheating today, right? But thereafter, I reverted back to doing what I was supposed to do. I went along with playing D thereafter. Right? So the particular defection we looked at just now was in period 1, I'm going to defect, right? But thereafter, I'm actually going to do what the equilibrium strategy tells me to do. I'm going to go along with the punishment. I'm going to go along with the punishment and play my part of DD forever. All right? So you might want to ask, why would I do that? Why would I go along? You know, I cheated the first time, but now I'm doing what the strategy tells me to do. It tells me to play D. You know, why am I going along with that? You could consider going away from the equilibrium by defecting, for example, in period 1, and then in period 2 do something completely different, like cooperating. All right? So we might want to worry. How about playing D now, and then C in the next period, and then D forever. Right? That's just some other way of defecting. So far we said I'm going to defect by playing D and then playing D forever. But now I'm saying let's play D now, well, then play a period of C, and then D forever. Right? Is that going to be a profitable deviation? Well, let's see what I'd get if I do that particular deviation. What play is that going to induce? Remember, the other player is playing equilibrium, so that play is going to induce, in the first period, I'm playing D and Jake's playing C. In the second period, Jake's going to start punishing me, so he's going to play D, and according to this deviation, I'm going to play C. So in the second period, I'll play C and Jake will play D. And in the third period and thereafter, we'll just play DD, DD, DDD. All right? So this is just some other deviation other than the one we looked at. So what payoff do I get from this? What payoff do I get from this? Okay, I get 3 in the first period, just as I did from my original defection. Right, that's good news. But now in the second period, discounted, I actually get -1. Right? I'm actually doing even worse in the second period because I'm cooperating while Jake's defecting. And then the third period, I get 0, and in the fourth period, I get 0, and so on. All right, so the total payoff to this defection is 3 minus delta. All right? Now that's even worse than the defection we considered to start with. The defection we considered to start with, I got 3 in the first period, and thereafter I got 0. Now I got 3 in the first period, -1 in the second period, and then 0 thereafter. Right? So this defection in which I defect, this move away from equilibrium, in which I cheat in the first period, and then don't go along with the punishment, I don't in fact play D forever, is even worse. Is that right? It's even worse. Right? So what's the lesson here? The lesson here is the reason that I'm prepared to go along with my own punishment and play D forever after a defection is what? It's if Jake is going to play D forever, I may as well play D forever. Is that right? So another way of saying this is, the only way in which I could possibly hope to have a profitable deviation, given that Jake's going to revert to playing D forever, is for me to defect on Jake once and then go along with playing D forever. Right? There's no point, once he's playing D, there's no point in me doing anything else. All right? So this is worse. This is even worse. This defection is even worse. And more generally, the reason this is even worse is because the punishment we looked at before, which was DD forever, the punishment DD forever, here it is, right? The punishment DD forever is itself an equilibrium. It's credible because it's itself an equilibrium. All right, so unlike in the finite repeated games we looked at last time, unlike in the 2-period or the 5-period repeated games, here the punishment really is a credible punishment because what I'm doing in the punishment phase is playing an equilibrium. Right? There's no point considering any other deviation other than deviating, other than playing D once and then just going on playing D. All right. So that's one other possible deviation, but there are others you might want to consider. So far, all we've considered is what? We considered the deviation where in the very first period, I cheat on Jake, and then I just play D forever. But what about the second period? Right? Another thing I could do is, how about cheating not in the first period, not in the first period of the game, but in the second. All right, so according to this strategy, what I'm going to do, the first period of the game, I'll go along with Jake and cooperate, but in the second period, I'll cheat on him. All right? Now, how am I going to check whether that's a good deviation or not? How do I know that's not going to be a good deviation? Well, we already know that I'm not going to want to cheat in the first period of the game. I want to argue that exactly the same analysis tells me I'm not going to want to cheat in the second period of the game. Why? Because once we reach the second period of the game, it is the first period of the game. Right? Once we reach the second period of the game, looking from period 2 onwards is exactly the same as it was when we looked from period 1 initially. So say again, what we argued before was, on the board I've now covered up, what we argued before was, no, actually it's here. What we argued before was, I'm not going to want to cheat in the very first period of the game, provided delta's greater than a third. And I want to claim that same argument tells me I'm not going to want to cheat in the second period of the game, provided delta's bigger than a third, and I'm not going to want to cheat in the 5th period of the game, provided delta's bigger than a third. Right? Because this game from the 5th period on, or the 500th period on, or the 1000th period on, looks exactly the same as it does from the beginning. All right? So what's neat about this argument is the same analysis. The same analysis says this is not profitable. This is not profitable if delta is bigger than a third. All right? So what have we learned here? I want to do some nerdy lessons and then some actual sort of real-world lessons. So let's start with the nerdy lessons. The nerdy lesson is this Grimm strategy works because both, let's put it up again so we can actually see it, this Grimm strategy, here it is, it works because both the play that it suggests if we both cooperate and the play that it suggests if we both defect are themselves equilibria. These are credible threats and credible promises because what you end up doing both in the promise and in the threat is itself equilibrium behavior. All right, that's good. All right. The second thing we've learnt, however, is for this to work, we need delta to be bigger than a third. We need the probability of continuation to be bigger than a third. All right, so leaving aside the nerdy stuff for a second, you'll have more practice on the nerdy stuff on the homework assignment. The lesson is we can get cooperation in the prisoner's dilemma using the Grimm trigger. Right, remember the Grimm trigger strategy is cooperate until someone defects and then defect forever. Right, so we get cooperation in the prisoner's dilemma using the Grimm trigger as a subgame perfect equilibrium, right? So this is an equilibrium strategy, that's good news, right? Provided the probability of continuation is bigger than a third. All right? Let's try and generalize that lesson away from the prisoner's dilemma. All right, so last time our lesson was about what in general could we hope for in ongoing relationships. All right, so let's put down a more general lesson that refines what we learnt last time. All right, so the more general lesson is, let me do it here, in an ongoing relationship, let me mimic exactly the words I used last time. So for an ongoing relationship, to provide incentives for good behavior today, it helps. Right, what we wrote last time was it helps for that relationship to have a future. That's what we wrote last time. But now we can refine this. It helps for there to be a high probability that the relationship will continue. All right, so the specific lesson for prisoner's dilemma and the Grimm trigger strategy is we need delta, the probability of continuation, to be bigger than a third. But the more general intuition is if we want my ongoing business relationship with me and Jake to generate good behavior, so I'm going to provide him with good fruit and he's going to provide with good vegetables, we need the probability that that relationship will continue to be reasonably high. And I claim this is a very natural intuition. Why? Because the probability that the relationship will continue is the weight that you put on the future. Right? The probability that the relationship will continue, this is the weight you put on the future. The more weight I put on the future, the more likely, the easier it is for the future to give me incentives to behave well today. The easier it is for those to overcome the temptations to cheat today. And that seems like a much more general lesson than just the prisoner's dilemma example. All right, let's try to push this to some examples and see if it rings true. Right? So the lesson we've got here is to get cooperation in these relationships, we need there to be a high probability, a reasonably high probability that they're going to continue. We know exactly what that is for prisoner's dilemma, but the lesson seems more general. So here's two examples. How many of you are seniors? One or two, quite a few of you are seniors. Keep your hands up a second. Of those of you who are seniors, we can pan these guys. Let's have a look at them. All right. Actually, why don't we get them to all the seniors stand up? Get you to work a bit here. All right, now the tricky question, the tricky personal question. How many of you who are seniors are currently involved in have a significant other? Stay standing up if you have a significant other. Look at this, it's pathetic. What have I been saying about economic majors? All right, so let's just think about, so stay standing a second, let's get these guys to think about it a second. All right, so seniors who are involved in ongoing relationships with significant others, what do we have to worry about those seniors? Well, these seniors are about to depart from the beautiful confines of New Haven, and they're going to take jobs in different parts of the world. And the problem is, some of them are going to take jobs in New York, while their significant other takes a job in San Francisco or Baghdad. Or whatever, let's hope not Baghdad, but London, shall we say. All right? Now, if it's the case that you are going to take a job in New York next year and your significant other is going to take a job in Baghdad or London, or anyway, far away, what does that do to the, in reality, being cynical a little bit, what does that do to the probability that your relationship's going to last? It makes it go down, right? It makes it go down. It lowers the probability that your relationship's going to continue, right? So what is the prediction? Let's be mean here. How many of you these are the people with significant others who are seniors, how many of you are going to be separated by a long distance from your significant other's next period? Oh, one of them at the back, okay? One guy, no, two, oh, we go, sort of honesty here. 3, 4 of them, right? So what's our prediction here? What does this model predict as a social science experiment? What does it predict? It predicts that for those of you who just raised your hands, those seniors who just raised their hands, who are about to be separated by large distances, those relationships, each player in that relationship is going to have a lower value on the future. So during the rest of your senior year, right, during the spring of your senior year, what's the prediction of this model? They're going to cheat. All right? All right? All right? So we can actually do a controlled experiment. What we should do here is we should keep track of the people here, the seniors who are about to have long-term relationships, right, who are going to be separated. You can sit down now, I'm sorry to embarrass you all. Right? We could keep track of those seniors who are about to be separated and go into long-distance relationship, and those that are not, the people who are not are our control group, and we should see if during the spring semester the people who are going to be separated cheat more often than the others. All right? All right? So it's a very clear prediction of the model that's relevant to some of your lives. All right? Let me give you another example that's less exciting perhaps, but the same kind of thing. Consider the relationship that I have with my garage mechanic. I should stress this is not a significant other relationship. All right? So I have a garage mechanic in New Haven, all right, and that garage mechanic fixes my car. And we have an ongoing business relationship. He knows that whenever my car needs fixing, even if it's just a small thing like an oil change, I'm going to go to him and have him fix it, even though it might be cheaper for me to go to Jiffy Lube or something. Right? So I'm going to take my car to him to be fixed, and he's going to make some money off me on even the easy things. All right? What do I want in return for that? I want him to be honest. And if all I need is an oil change, I want him to tell me that. And if what I actually need is a new engine, he tells me I need a new engine. Right? So my cooperating with him is always going to him, even if it's something simple, and his cooperating with me is his not cheating on fixing the car. He knows more about the car than I do. All right? But now what happens if he knows either that I'm about to leave town, which is the example we just did, or, more realistically, he kind of knows that my car's a lemon and I'm about to get rid of it anyway. Once I get a new car, I'm not going to go to him anymore because I have to go to the dealer, right, to keep the warranty intact. So if he knows that my car is about to break down anyway, and he knows that I know the car is about to break down anyway, and my lemon of a car is about to be passed on probably to one of my graduate students, then, sorry, but it's pretty, all right, then what's going to happen? What's going to happen? So I'm going to have an incentive to cheat because I'm going to start taking my useless car to Jiffy Lube for the oil changes, and he's going to have an incentive to cheat. He's going to start telling me, you know, you really need a new engine or a new clutch. It's a manual, so I have a clutch. All right, it's a real car, right? So I'm going to need a new clutch rather than just tightening up a bolt. All right? So once again, the probability of the continuation of the relationship as it changes, it leads to incentives to cheat. Right? It needs that relationship breaking down. All right? That's the content, that's the real world content of the math we just did. All right. Let's try and push this a little further. Now what we've shown is that the Grimm trigger works provided delta's bigger than a third, and delta being bigger than a third doesn't seem like a very large continuation probability. All right? All right? So just having a probability of a third that the relationship continues allows the Grimm trigger to work. So that seems good news for the Grimm trigger. However, in reality, in the real world, the Grimm trigger might have some disadvantages. So let's just think about what the Grimm trigger is telling us in the real world. It's telling us that if even one of us cheats just a little bit, right, I just provide one item of rotten fruit to Jake, or he gives me one too few branches of asparagus in his provisions to me, then we never do business with each other again ever. Right? It's completely the end. We just never cooperate again. Right? And that seems a little bit drastic. It's a little bit draconian, if you like. Right? Right? So in particular, in the real world, there's a complication here. In the real world, every now and then, one of us is going to cheat by accident. I'm just not, that day I didn't have my glasses on and I put in a rotten apple in the apples I supplied to Jake. And in the fruit, he was counting out the asparagus, and he lost count at 1,405, and he gave me one too few. All right? And so we might want to worry about the fact that the Grimm trigger, it's triggered by any amount of cheating, and it's very drastic. It says we never do business again. All right? The Grimm trigger is the analog of the death penalty. It's the business analog of the death penalty. It's not that I'm going to kill Jake if he gives me one too few branches of asparagus, but I'm going to kill the relationship. Right? For you seniors or otherwise who are involved in personal relationships, it's the equivalent of saying if you even see your partner looking at someone else, alone sitting next to them in class, the relationship's over. Right? It seems drastic. All right? So we might be interested, because mistakes happen, because misperceptions happen, we might be interested in using punishments that are less draconian than the Grimm trigger, less draconian than the death penalty. Is that right? All right? So what I want to do is, I want to consider a different strategy, a strategy other than the Grimm trigger strategy, and see if that could work. All right? So, where shall I start? Let's start here. All right. Okay, so again, what I'm going to revert to is the math and the nerdiness of our analysis of the prisoner's dilemma, but I want you to have in mind business relationships, your own personal relationships, your friendships, and so on. Everything, more or less everything you do in life involves repeat interactions. So have that in the back of your mind, but let's be nerdy now. All right? So what I want to consider is a one-period punishment. A one-period punishment. All right? So how are we going to write down a strategy that has cooperation but a one-period punishment? So here's the strategy. It says, it's kind of a weird thing, but it works. Play C to start. Play C to start. And then play C if... Here's the tricky thing. It's going to seem weird, but trust me for a second. Play C if either CC or DD were played last. Right? So if in the previous period either both people cooperated or both people defected, then we'll play cooperation this period. All right? And play D otherwise. Play D if either CD or DC were played last. All right, let's just think about this strategy for a second. What does this strategy mean? So provided people start off cooperating and they go on cooperating, if both Jake and I play this strategy, in fact we'll cooperate forever. Is that right? Right? So I claim this is a one-period punishment strategy. So let's just see how that works. So suppose Jake and I are playing this strategy. We're supposed to play C every period, and suppose, deliberately or otherwise, I play D. All right, so now, in that period in which I played D, the strategies played were D by me and C by Jake. All right, so next period, what does this strategy tell us both to play? All right, so it was D by me and C by Jake, so this strategy tells us to play D. All right, so next period, both of us will play D. All right, so we'll defect, both of us will be uncooperative for precisely for that period, that next period. Now what about the period after that? The period after that, Jake will have played D, I will have played D, so this is what will have happened, we both played D, and now it tells us to cooperate again. Okay, everyone happy with that? Right, so this strategy I've written down, it seems kind of cumbersome, but what it actually induces is exactly a one-period punishment. If Jake cheats, if Jake is the only cheat, then we both defect for 1 period and go back to cooperation. If I'm the only person who cheats, then we both defect for 1 period and go back to cooperation. It's a 1-period punishment strategy. And of course the question you should be asking is this going to work? Is this an equilibrium? All right, so let's just check. Is this an SPE? Is it an equilibrium? All right, so what do we need to check? We need to check, as usual, that the temptation is less than or equal to the value of the promise, the value of the promise of continuing incorporation, the value of the promise, minus the value of the threat. All right, and once again, we have to be careful because the temptation occurs today, and this difference between values occurs tomorrow. Is that right? So this isn't nothing new. This is what we've always written down. This is what we have to check. All right, so the temptation for me to cheat today, that's the same as it was before. It's 3 minus 2. All right? The fact it's tomorrow is going to give me a delta here. All right? Here's our square bracket. So what's the value of the promise? So provided we both go on cooperating, we're going to go on cooperating forever, in which case we're going to get 2 forever. Is that right? So this is going to be the value of 2 forever starting tomorrow. And again, forever means until the game ends. And the value of the threat is what? Be a bit careful now. It's the value of, all right, so what's going to happen? If I cheat, then tomorrow we're both going to cheat. Right? Tomorrow we're both going to cheat. Right? So tomorrow, what am I going to get tomorrow? 0. All right? So it's the value of 0 tomorrow, and then 2. Oh, sorry. We're both going to cheat. We're both going to play D, and then the next period, what's going to happen? We're going to play C again, right? And from there on, we're going to go on playing C. All right, so it's going to be the value of 0 tomorrow, and then 2 forever, starting the next day. All right, that's what we have to evaluate. All right, so 3 minus 2, I can do that one again, that's 1. All right, so what's the value of 2 forever? Well, we did that already today. What was it? It's in your notes. Actually, it's on the board. It's the X up there. What is it? Here it is. 2 forever. We figured out the value of it before, and it was 2 over 1 minus delta. All right, so the value of 2 forever is going to be 2 over 1 minus delta. All right. How about the value of 0? So starting from tomorrow, I'm going to get 0, and then with 1 period delay, I'm going to get 2 forever. All right, well, 2 forever, we know what the value of that is. It's 2 over 1 minus delta. But now I get it with 1 period delay. So what do I have to multiply it by? By delta. Good. So the value of 0 tomorrow and then 2 forever starting the next day is delta times 2 over 1 minus delta. And here's the delta coming from here, which just takes into account all this analysis is starting tomorrow. All right? Just to summarize, this is my temptation today. This is what I'll get starting tomorrow if I'm a good boy and cooperate. And this is the value of what I'll get if I cheat today. Starting tomorrow, I'll get nothing, and then I'll revert back to cooperation. And since all of these values in this square bracket start tomorrow, I've discounted them by delta. All right, now this requires some math. So bear with me while I probably get some algebra wrong, and please, can I get the TAs to stare at me a second, because I'll probably get this wrong. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to look at my notes. I'm going to cheat. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have 1 is less than or equal to. I'm going to take out a common factor of 2 over 1 minus delta and delta. So I'm going to have 2 delta over 1 minus delta. And that's going to leave inside the square brackets. This is a 1, and this is a delta. All right? All right, so this delta here was that delta there, and I took out a common factor of 2 over 1 minus delta from this bracket. Everyone okay with the algebra? Just algebra, nothing fancy going on there. All right, so that's good because now the 1 minus delta cancels, right? This cancels with this. So this tells us we're okay provided provided a half is less than or equal to delta. And we're done. All right? Okay, so don't worry too much about the algebra. Trust me on the algebra a second. All right, let's just worry about the conclusion. What's the conclusion? The conclusion is that this 1 period punishment is an SPE. It will be enough. 1 period of punishment will be enough to sustain cooperation in my prisoner's dilemma repeated business relationship with Jake, or in the seniors' relationships with their significant others, provided delta is bigger than a half. What did delta need to be for the Grimm strategy? A third. All right, so what do we learn here? What did we learn? We learnt, so nerdily, what we learnt was that for the Grimm strategy, we needed delta bigger than a third. For the 1 period punishments, we needed delta to be bigger than a half. But what's the more general lesson? The more general lesson is, if you use a softer punishment, a less draconian punishment, for that to work, we're going to need a higher delta. Is that right? Is that right? So what we're learning here is there's a trade-off. There's a trade-off in incentives. And the trade-off is, if you use a shorter punishment, a less draconian punishment, instead of cutting people's hands off or killing them or never dealing with them again, you just don't deal with them for 1 period. That's okay, provided there's a slightly higher probability of the relationship continuing. So shorter punishments are okay, but they need, well, I don't know, the implication sign isn't really necessary there. They need more value, or more weight delta on the future. All right? Now I claim that's very intuitive. That's very intuitive. What it's saying is we're always trading things off in the incentives. We're trading off the ability to cheat and get some cookies today versus waiting and we hope getting cookies tomorrow. Right? All right? So if in fact the reward, or the difference between the reward and the punishment, isn't such a big deal, isn't too big, the punishment is just I'm going to give you 1 fewer cookies tomorrow, right? Then you better be pretty patient not to go for the cookies today. All right? I was about to say those of you who have children, since I'm probably the only person in the room with children, that cookie example will resonate. For the rest of you, wait until you get there, you'll discover that, in fact, cookies are the right example. All right? So shorter punishments, less draconian punishments, less reduction in your kid's cookie ration tomorrow is only going to work, it's only going to sustain good behavior, provided those kids put a high weight on tomorrow. In that case, it isn't that the kids are worried about the relationship breaking down. I mean, you're stuck with your kids. It's just that they're impatient. All right? All right. Okay, so we've been doing a lot of formal stuff here, and I want to go on doing formal stuff, but what I want to do now is spend the rest of today looking at an application. All right? An application that's, I hope, going to convince you that repeated interaction really matters. Okay? So this is assuming that the one about the seniors and their boyfriends and girlfriends wasn't enough. Okay, so the application is going to take us back a little bit, because what I want to talk about is repeated moral hazard. And moral hazard is something we discussed the first class after the midterm. All right? So what I want to imagine is that you are running a business in the US, and you are considering making an investment in an emerging market. And again, so as not to offend anybody who watches this on the video, let's just call that emerging market Fredonia, right? Rather than give it a name like Kazakhstan. Oh, no, I shouldn't have done that. Like a name like something other than Fredonia. All right? All right? All right? So Fredonia, for those who don't know, is a republic in a Marx Brothers film. All right? So you're thinking of outsourcing some production of part of what your business is to Fredonia. And the reason you're thinking of doing this outsourcing, what makes it attractive, is that wages are low in Fredonia. So you get this outsourced in Fredonia, you think you're going to get it done cheaply. All right? The downside is, because Fredonia is an emerging market, the court system is not well, it doesn't operate very well, and in particular, it's going to be pretty hard to enforce contracts and to jail people and so on in Fredonia. Right, so you're considering outsourcing. The plus is, from your point of view, the plus is wages are cheap where you're going to get this production done. The downside is it's going to be hard to enforce contracts, so this is an emerging market. All right? So what you're considering doing is employing an agent, and you're going to pay that agent W. All right? So W is the wage if you employ them. And I'll put this up in a tree in a second. All right? Let's assume that the going wage in Fredonia is 1. Right, let's normalize it. All right, so the going wage in Fredonia is 1. And let's assume that to get this outsourcing to work, you're going to have to send some resources to your agent, your employee in Fredonia, and let's assume that the amount you're going to have to send over there is equivalent to another 1. Right, so the going wage in Fredonia is 1, and the amount you're going to have to invest in giving this agent materials or machinery is another 1. All right? And let's assume that this project is a pretty profitable project. So if the project succeeds, if the project goes ahead and succeeds, it's going to generate a gross revenue of 4. Right? Of course, you have to invest 1, so that's a net revenue of 3 for you. Right? But nevertheless, there's a big potential return here. All right? The bad news is that your agent in Fredonia can cheat on you. In particular, what he can do is he can simply take the 1 that you've sent to him, right, sell those materials on the market, right, and then go away and just work in his normal job anyway. So he can get his normal wage of 1, just going and doing his normal job, whatever that was, and he can steal the resources from you. All right? So let's put this up as a kind of tree. This is a slight cheat, this tree, but we'll see why in a second. All right? So your decision is to invest and set W. Right? So if you invest in Fredonia, you'll invest and set W, set the wage you're going to pay him. Right? The going wage is 1, but you could set a different wage. All right? Or you could just not invest. If you don't invest, you get nothing, and your agent in Fredonia just gets the going wage of 1. All right? If you do invest in Fredonia and set a wage of W, then your agent has a choice. Either he can be honest, or he can cheat. If he cheats, what's going to happen to you? You had to invest 1 in sending it over there. You're going to get nothing back, so you'll get -1. All right? And he will go away and work his normal job and get 1, and in addition, he'll sell your materials. So he'll get a total of 1 plus 1 is 2. Thank you. Okay, so he'll get a total of 2. All right? All right? On the other hand, if he's honest, then you're going to get a return of 4 minus the 1 you had to invest, minus whatever wage you paid to him. Right? So your return will be 3 minus the wage you pay him. Right? You're only going to pay him once the job's done. 3 minus W. And he's going to get W. He's done his job, he hasn't exercised his outside option, he hasn't sold your materials, so he'll just get W. Right? Now I'm slightly cheating here because this isn't really the way the tree looks, because I could choose different levels of W. So this upper branch where I invest and set W, there's actually a continuum of such branches, 1 for each possible W I could set. But for the purpose of today, this is enough. This gives us what we need to see. All right? So let's imagine that this is a one-shot investment. What I want to learn is, in this one-shot investment, I invest in Fredonia, I hire my agent once. What I want to learn is, how much do I have to pay that agent to actually get the job done? And remember the starting position. The starting position is, it looks very attractive. It looks very attractive because the returns on this project are 4, or 4 minus 1, given the investment. So that the surplus available on this project is 3 minus the wage, and the going wage was just 1. So it looks like there's lots of profit around to make this outsourcing profitable. I mumbled that, so try it again. So the reason this looks attractive is the going wage is just 1, so if I just pay him 1 and he does the project, then I'll get a gross return of 4 minus the 1 I invested minus the 1 that I had to pay him for a net return of 2. Seems like it's a 100% profitable project. Right? So it looks very attractive. What's the problem? The problem is, if I only set, this is going to be a backward induction, if I set the wage equal to the going wage, so if I set W equal to 1, what will my agent do? He's going to cheat. Right? The problem is, if I set W equal to 1, which is the going wage in Fredonia, the agent will cheat. And if he cheats, I just lose my investment. So how much do I have to set the W to? Let's look at this. All right, so we have to set W. What I need is his wage to be big enough so that being honest and going on with my project outweighs his incentive to cheat. I need W to be bigger than 2. Is that right? I need W to be at least as big as 2. All right? All right, so in setting the wage in equilibrium, what are we going to do? I'm going to set a wage, let's call it W star, equal to 2 plus a penny. Is that right? So this is an exercise which we visited the first day after the midterm. This is about incentive design. It's about incentive design. In this one-shot game, which we can easily solve by backward induction, I'm going to need to set a wage equal to 2, and then he'll work. All right, so in a minute we're going to look at the repeated version of this, but before we do, let's just sum up where we are so far. What is this telling us? It's telling us that when you invest in an emerging market where the courts don't work, so they're not going to be able to enforce this guy you're not going to be able to enforce this guy to work well. In particular, he can run off with your investment. Even though wages are low, so it seems very attractive to do outsourcing. If you worry about getting incentives right, you're going to have to pay an enormous wage premium to get the guy to work. Right? So the going wage in Fredonia was 1, but you had to set a wage equal to 2, a huge wage premium of 100% wage premium to get the guy to work. All right? So the wage premium in this emerging market is 100%. You're paying 2, even though the going wage is 1. And by the way, this is not an unreasonable prediction. If you look at the wages paid by European and American companies in some of these emerging markets, which have very, very low going wages, and look at the wages that are actually being paid by the companies that are doing outsourcing, you see enormous wage premium. It's enormous premium over and above the going wage. All right. Now what I want to do, I want to put that up there, and I want to revisit exactly the same situation. But now we're going to introduce the wrinkle of the day. What's the wrinkle of the day? The wrinkle of the day is you're not only going to invest in Fredonia today, but if things go well, you'll invest tomorrow. And if things go well again, you'll invest the day after, at least with some significant probability. Right? So the wage premium we just calculated was the one-shot wage premium. It was getting this job, this single one-shot job, outsourced to Fredonia. And now I want to consider how much you're going to have to pay, what a wage is going to be in Fredonia, in the foreign investment sector, if instead of just having a one-shot, one-job investment, you're investing for the long term. You're going to be in Fredonia for a while. All right? So consider repeated interaction with probability delta of continuing. So we don't know that you're going to go on in Fredonia. Things might break down in Fredonia because there's a coup. It might break down in Fredonia because the American administration says you're not allowed to do outsourcing anymore. All those things might happen, but with some probability delta, the relationship's going to continue. So repeated interaction with probability delta. All right? And let's redo the exercise we did before to see what wage you'll have to charge. All right? So our question is, what wage, and let's call it W double star now, we called it previously double star, let's call it W double star, what wage will you pay? All right? And the way we're going to solve this is exactly using the methods we've learned in this class. So what we're going to compare is the temptation to cheat today, and we better make sure that that's less than delta times the value of continuing, well, the relationship minus the value of ending the relationship. Let's call this tomorrow. All right, so what's happening now is, once again, I'm employing my agent in Fredonia, and provided he does a good job, I'll employ him again tomorrow, at least with probability delta. Right? But if he doesn't do a good job, if he runs off with my investment and doesn't do my job, what am I going to do? Well, what would you do? You'd fire him, right? You'd fire him. Is that right? Right? So the punishment, it's clear what the punishment's going to be here. The punishment is, if he doesn't do a good job, you fire him. Right? The value of ending the relationship, this is firing. Firing, and this is continuing. All right? All right, so let's just work out what these things are. So his temptation to cheat today. If he cheats today, he doesn't get my wage. All right? But he does run off my cash, and he does go and do his job at the going wage. So if he cheats today, he gets 2, he's stolen my cash, and he's going off and working at the going wage, but he doesn't get what I would have paid him, W double star, right, if the job was well done. All right? We need this to be less than the value of continuing the relationship. Well, let's do the easy bit first. What does he get if we end the relationship? What do you get if we end the relationship? He's been fired, so he'll just work at the going wage forever, right? Right. So this is the value. This is the value of 1 forever, or at least until the end of the world. All right, and this is the value of what? As long as he stayed employed by me, what's he going to get paid every period? What's he going to get paid? W double star, right? So the value of W double star forever. All right. Let me cheat a little bit and assume that the probability the probability of some coup happening that ends our relationship exogenously is the same probability of the coup happening and ending his ongoing wage endogenously. So we can use the same delta. All right. So let's just do some math here. What's the value of W double star forever? So remember, the value of 2 forever was what? 2 over 1 minus delta. So what's the value of W double star forever? W double star over. Okay. So this is going to be W double star over 1 minus delta. And what's the value of 1 forever? 1 over 1 minus delta. The whole thing is multiplied by delta. And this is 2 minus W double star. All right, now I need to do some algebra to solve for W double star. I can't even say it. All right, so let's try and do that. So I claim that this is the same as 1 minus delta 2 minus 1 minus delta W double star is less than W double star delta minus delta times 1. Everyone okay with that? And one more line. Let me just sort out some terms here. So taking things on the other side, I have 1 minus... I hope that's right. That seems right. Just checking my algebra a second. All right, so so 1 minus delta 2 plus delta 1 has to be less than or equal to W double star delta plus 1 minus delta W double star, which is equal to W double star. Okay, so someone should just check my algebra at home, but I think that's right. All right, so the last 2 steps were just algebra, nothing fancy. What have we learnt? We've learnt that the wage I have to pay this guy, the wage I have to pay him, lies somewhere between 2 and 1. All right, lies somewhere between 2 and 1, but we can do a bit better than that. Let's just delete everything here. So in particular, if delta is equal to 0, what's W double star, right? If delta is equal to 0, W double star is equal to what? Somebody? Equals to 2, right? Equal to 2, right? And that's what we had before. In the one-shot game, there it is up there, where there was no possibility of continuing the relationship tomorrow, I had to pay him a wage of 2, or if you like, a wage premium of 100%. If there's no probability, if there's no chance of continuing this relationship, if delta is equal to 0, we find again that I'm paying 100% wage premium. Let's take the other extreme. If delta is equal to 1, so I just know this relationship is going to continue. Right? If delta is equal to 1, so there's no probability of the world ending or there being a coup, then what's W double star? is equal to 1. What's that? What's 1? It's the going wage, right? It's the going wage. Right, so this is the going wage. If I know for sure we're going to continue forever, I can get away with playing the going wage, at least in the limit. Right? If I know we're not going to, if we know we're not going to continue, then I have to play the one-shot wage. But let's look at a more interesting intermediate case. Suppose delta is equal to a half. There's just a half probability, it's pretty low, there's a half probability that your company, American Widgets, right, is going to stay in Fredonia. With probably a half it's going to be done next period. But there's probably a half it's going to stay. What does that do to the wage? What happens to the wage in this case in which there's probably about half of American Widgets staying in Fredonia? Right, it's a half between 2 and 1, which is therefore 1.5. Or another way of saying that is the wage premium is now only 50%. What have we learnt from this example? It's just an example of using repeated games. Well, the first thing we've learned is it's kind of easy to get used, once we get used to it, it's easy to use this technology of comparing temptations to cheat with values of continuing the relationship versus values values of continuing in a cooperative relationship versus the value of the punishment, which in this case was just firing the guy. Right? But more generally, more specifically in this example, we've learned that even a relatively small probability of this relationship continuing, right, so this is good news for those of you who are seniors and about to move to San Francisco while your significant other is going to London, even a small probability of the relationship continuing drastically reduces the wage premium. The amount you have to pay your significant other not to cheat on you as they go off to London or San Francisco is drastically lower if there's some probability, in this case just a half, of continuing. All right? Before you leave us, one more thought. Okay, so how does this all work? Just to summarize, to get good behavior in these continuing relationships, there has to be some reward tomorrow. Right? That reward needs to be higher if the weight you put on tomorrow, if the probability of continuing tomorrow is lower. Right? The less likely tomorrow is to occur, the bigger the reward has to be tomorrow. We're going to have to charge wage premia to employ people in Fredonia, but those premia will come down once we realize that we're in established relationships in Fredonia, once American firms are established and not fly-by-night operations in Fredonia. All right? Whether that's good news or bad news for Fredonia, we'll leave there. On Monday... Okay, so today we're going to study asymmetric information. It's our last week. And we're going to focus on signaling today. And I'll spell it with one L here as the concessions to the Americans. All right, so we're going to divide this class into two parts. And for the first part, we're going to focus on the case where there is some verifiable information in the problem. All right, so we'll see what this means in a while. But let me just set up an example, and we'll see where that takes us. So I want to return to a game we know well by this stage, which is the Cournot game. So there's two firms, and they're competing in Cournot, so they're competing in quantities. And we'll call the firms A and B. And suppose that firm B has costs, so to be more formal, these are constant marginal costs, equal to Cm, where M means middle or medium or something. And firm A also has costs, but those costs could come in one of three types. It could be that firm A has high costs, and high costs are equal to middle costs plus a little bit. And it could be that firm A also has medium costs, and it could be that firm A has low costs. And the low costs are just the medium costs minus a little bit. All right. Now, before this competition is going to take place, before they're actually going to play the Cournot game, firm A has an opportunity. Firm A's opportunity is to reveal its costs to firm A has an opportunity to reveal its costs to firm B. So just to make this more explicit, initially, firm B obviously knows his own cost, and since there is only one type, firm A obviously knows those costs as well. So firm A and firm B know what firm B's costs are. But initially, although firm A knows her own costs, firm B does not know firm A's costs. All right, let's write that up. So firm B knows only its costs, and firm A knows both costs. All right? But the key decision we're going to focus on is that firm A has an opportunity to reveal its true costs to firm B. Now, it can do so in a verifiable way. For example, it could hire an accountant. That accountant from a reputable outside firm could come in and do the accounts for firm A and then publish them in the Wall Street Journal or something. All right? So firm A can do that, and let's assume it's costless for it to do that. All right? So firm A can costlessly and verifiably reveal its costs to B. And the question is, this is going to happen before they play Cournot, the question is, should firm A reveal those costs or not? Right? Should firm A publicize, give away its informational advantage, if you like, to firm B by telling firm B what its costs look like? All right? So what do people think? Let me just grab the mic and ask people a little bit. Imagine you're the manager of firm A. Are you going to tell firm B what your costs are or not? I want to wave a hand on the air, or should I just cold call here? Let me cold call. So what's your name, sir?
You.
You, so suppose you're the manager of firm A. Would you reveal the information or not?
I would tell them only if my costs were lower.
All right, so you says, I would reveal the information only if my costs were lower. Now, why do you want to reveal the costs if you have lower costs?
Because then my firms will produce at a lower cost, so firm B will produce less because they know that we'll get most of the market. Good.
So the point, it's you, is that right? Yeah. So the point that you is making is there may be some advantage in having the other side know my costs if my costs are low, since that may induce the other side to produce less. Let's just fill out that argument by putting in the Cournot diagram. So here's the Cournot diagram. Here's the quantity for firm A. Here's the quantity for firm B. And here is the best response or reaction curve for firm B. All right? And in this picture, there's going to be 3 different possible reaction curves for firm A, each one corresponding to different costs. So, for example, this could be the reaction curve or the best response for firm A in the case in which it's medium. All right? But if it had lower costs, what would happen to that reaction curve? Would it shift in? Would it tilt? What would happen to it? Someone shout it out? It would shift out. Or if it had lower costs, then it would shift out. So this would be the best response for firm A in the low case. And conversely, this would be the best response for firm A in the high case. All right? So the point that you is making, or he should correct me if this is unfairly paraphrasing him, is if I have low costs, then I want the other side to know I have low costs, because that puts us into the equilibrium in which this is my best response curve, and this is the other side's best response curve, and firm B ends up producing less, ends up lowering its production. Is that right? Is that right? So the key idea here is that this is a game, an idea we've had often, this is a game of strategic substitutes So if I have low costs, I want the other side to know that I have low costs because it will cut back its production, which helps me. All right? On the other hand, if I have high costs, then I'd kind of like to remain hidden. I really don't want the other side to know that I have high costs. All right? Because if I have high costs, then the other firm's actually going to increase their production, and that's going to hurt me. All right? But notice I've twisted the question a little bit. The question I actually asked you was, would you reveal the information about your costs? And I've flipped that around to a slightly easier question, which is, what would I like the other side to know? All right? Now, what would I like the other side to know? I'd like the other side to know if I have low costs. I'd like the other side not to know if I have high costs. But that's not quite the question we asked. The question we asked was, would you, given whatever your costs are, reveal that information to the other side? And I think what you has told us is, to say exactly what he said, you said, if I had low costs, I'm going to reveal it to the other side. Is that right? Is that right? So far, what do we know? So far, we know that if I have low costs, then I will reveal it. All right? So far, we know that. But what if I don't have low costs? What if I have middling costs or high costs? Well, let's take these in turn. What about middling costs? What should I do if I have middle level costs? All right, so somebody's got their hand up, so let me go and take advantage of that. Hang on, I'll come back. What's your name? Shout out.
Alec.
Shout it out so people can hear.
Alec.
Good.
I think you should still reveal because they know if you had low costs, you would reveal. And so if you had middle costs and you didn't reveal, then they could think that you either had middle costs or high costs, and it's better for you to just reveal that you had middle costs.
Good. Good. Do people hear that? Let me just repeat that, all right? So you might think that if I have middle costs, you might think that I could reveal or not reveal, depending on what the other side thought. However, what Alec's arguing, correctly, is if I don't reveal that I have middle costs, the other side, firm B, knows that my costs are not low. Right? The only way they could mistake me is they could think I'm a high-cost firm. They know I'm not a low-cost firm. How do they know I'm not a low-cost firm? Because the low-cost firm would have revealed. That was Yu's argument. Right? So since low-cost firms are revealing, if I'm a middle-cost firm, if I don't reveal, no one's in any doubt I'm not a low-cost firm. So all I could be is a middle-cost firm or a high-cost firm. All I could have is this reaction curve, which is the one I actually have, or this reaction curve. So if I don't reveal, then the other side might think that I have high costs, in which case they're actually going to increase their production and hurt me. Hang on a second. All right? So since the low-cost firm is going to reveal, the medium cost wants to reveal to ensure that no one thinks it's high cost. All right? So low cost reveals, and therefore, CM reveals as well, to prevent being mistaken for a high-cost firm. Now, there was a question. Let me come down and collect the question. Yeah.
I was just going to ask, what if you reveals to both the low and middle cost, then they're obviously going to know when he's a high cost, which means that the concealing doesn't do any good.
Exactly. And your name is?
Bethany.
So Bethany is pointing out that once we know the low-cost type's going to reveal, we know that the middle-cost type is also going to reveal, so as not to get mistaken for being high cost, which means if you're running a high-cost firm, it really doesn't matter whether you reveal or not, because you're going to be revealed by the fact that you didn't reveal. Is that right? Right? Had you been low cost, you would have revealed. Had you been middle cost, you would have revealed. And therefore, whether you choose to reveal or not, everyone knows that you're high cost. So therefore, CH is revealed. Everyone see that? All right. Okay. Now notice that in this argument we've just constructed, there were three types of firm: high, middle, low. But I could have constructed exactly the same argument, albeit somewhat more tediously, with 100 types of firms. Right? Firms that had absolutely the lowest cost, firms that had the 99th, the 99th highest cost, 98th highest cost, 97th highest cost, and so on. And this argument would have been exactly the same. At each stage, the firm that's left in the analysis who has the lowest cost will want to reveal to distinguish itself from those who haven't revealed, quote, yet, unquote. Right? And therefore, we'll get unraveling. And we'll get information to be revealed. And notice, interestingly, we'll get information to be revealed beyond the median. Right? So the 51st highest cost firm will reveal, therefore the 50th highest cost firm will reveal, therefore the 49th, and so on. In fact, the only firm who won't explicitly, actively reveal themselves is the firm who has absolutely the highest cost, and as Bethany points out, they're going to be revealed anyway. All right? Right? So this is an idea. This idea is called informational unraveling. And again, in keeping for my American audience, I'm going to put one L in unraveling. Is that right? There's one L in America, right? Someone should just check that on Google or something. I think that's correct. All right? All right, what's the lesson here? So one lesson is that this happens. We'll come back to that. But another lesson, perhaps a more important lesson, is often the lack of information, the lack of somebody signaling to you, the lack of somebody trying to tell you something conveys information. Right? This was the point that Bethany was making. The fact that the high-cost firm doesn't, in fact, go out and reveal information to you reveals something about what it knows. All right? So Yu's initial comment was correct. If I was the high-cost firm, I'd like to remain hidden, but I can't remain hidden. Right? But from your point of view as the receiver of the information, there's information in the lack of the attempt to convey information. So lesson, the lack of a signal, the lack of an attempt of a firm to signal you some information, the lack of a signal can be informative. So this is an often forgotten lesson. It's a very simple idea, but there's a natural tendency when you're dealing with information to focus on the evidence that is there rather than the evidence that's not there. All right? There's an expression that goes with this. The expression is silence speaks volumes. Right? You've all heard that expression, silence speaks volumes. All right? Let me give you one other example. All right? So there's a Sherlock Holmes story. By the way, do you all know who Sherlock Holmes is? Yeah, good. Okay, so there's a Sherlock Holmes story in which Sherlock Holmes solves the murder. He figures out who did the murder, and Dr. Watson, who's his sidekick, is trying to figure out how Holmes could possibly have solved the murder. And he says, "How did you solve the murder?" And Holmes says, it's because of the barking dog. All right? And Watson says, "What do you mean it's because of the barking dog? The dog didn't bark." Right? And Holmes says that's exactly the point. The fact that the dog didn't bark, didn't make any sound, tells us who must have committed the murder. Right? It's very easy to fall into the trap of being Watson and to ignore the thing that didn't happen and focus on the things that did happen. So here, it's easy to forget that actually the high-cost firm is revealed by doing nothing. All right? So this is the idea that silence can speak volumes. Every year I go back and try and figure out what that quotation is from, and I can never find it. So anyone who finds it, I will give them a prize of some sort. Originally I thought it must be Shakespeare, but it doesn't appear to be. All right. So this is a little example involving Cournot, but I want to try and convince you, hang on a second, I want to try and convince you that this example is more general. Let's pick up the question. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I just say, isn't it possible that there's an equilibrium where it's the cost of remaining hidden as a middle cost firm outweighs the benefit? I mean, outweighs
Not if we take the model literally. Not if we take the model on Corno literally, because suppose that firm B doesn't know whether you're high or middle, then he's going to think your cost is somewhere in between, right? And relative to your cost being middle, he's going to produce more. That's the point here. Now it's true that in a richer model there may be some other advantage in having information hidden, but that would have already applied to the low cost firm. Let me give you some other examples, and we'll see this in other contexts and see that it might actually ring true. All right? So one other example involves resumes. All right? So this example requires some explanation for the non-Americans. How many of you are non-Americans here? All right, so one thing you need to know as non-Americans is the way in which people write resumes in America. Everyone know what a resume is, right? A CV or resume, right? So when you look at a typical resume from an American student, if you're not American, for those of you who aren't American, how should I put this politely? It has a tendency to make you want to vomit. Is that yeah, okay, so that's basically the polite version of what I was going to say about that. All right, so why does it have a tendency to make you want to vomit? Because Americans have a tendency to put down everything on their resume. So if they were captain of the chess team in 3rd grade, and there they are now, they're 40 and applying for a job, it still says, I was captain of the chess team in 3rd grade. And this is particularly true when it comes to public service, when it comes to sort of moral acts. All right, so most people in Europe will be a bit embarrassed about writing their good deeds on their resumes, but Americans, there's a little spot on their resume which is about their good deeds or their public service, and they put everything. You know, when I was 8, I helped a little old lady across the road with her shopping basket, and there it is on their resume, right? So why is it that Americans reveal so much information on their resume? All right, well, think about information unraveling, right? So resumes are verifiable information. It's hugely costly to be caught cheating about your resume, so basically you're not going to lie on a resume, all right? And imagine if I'm admitting students, let's say to law school, to Yale Law School, and I'm reading the student's resume, and in the spot where I'm expecting to see public service, there's nothing written there, all right? What do I assume about that student? What do I assume about that student? I assume that the person did nothing, right? This person has been a self-serving evil git their entire life, right? Has never even helped a little old lady across the road, all right? So people put down everything, even these minimal things, even these pretty shockingly tiny acts of charity, to reveal themselves from those people who did absolutely nothing, that are basically the devil incarnate, all right? All right? All right? So this is about resumes. Let's just take this a bit further. How many of you are from Los Angeles? Right, so in Los Angeles, I'm told, you can confirm this or not, there are lots and lots of restaurants. Right, this is true, right? Lots of restaurants. And some of these restaurants are good and some of them are bad. And more to the point, for today's example, some of these restaurants are clean and some of them are not so clean. Right, is this true? Is this true? Yeah? Okay. So it turns out that until the late 90s, the Los Angeles municipality rules, local law, said that every restaurant in Los Angeles County, I think it was, had to get visited by the health inspector. And the health inspector would come around, I think it was annually, and go to these restaurants, and they would issue a certificate. And this was a health certificate, and written on it in large letters, I think of red letters, was either A, or B, or C. Right? It may even have been A minuses as well. But for the purpose of the story, let's just call it A, B, and C. All right? Now, that was all the law said. The law did not say that you had to display your health certificate anywhere. All right? So what does this model tell us to expect about Los Angeles in the mid-90s? Well, if you're running a little restaurant in Los Angeles, and you get an A health certificate from your restaurant, from the health inspector, what are you going to do with that A certificate? You're going to display it prominently in the window, right? A health certificate. All right? So if you're running a slightly less healthy restaurant, maybe this is Ale's pizza chain again, all right? And you still get a B certificate from the Los Angeles health inspector, are you going to display it or not? You're going to display it, right? Because why not? We know the A's are going to display, right? These certificates are being given to everybody, so you're going to display even a B certificate. Now, I'm told from people who lived in Los Angeles at the time that you could go round to the greasiest spoon in Los Angeles and look through these grease-smeared windows with the cockroaches running all up and down them, and if you look carefully behind the cockroaches and the grease, you'd see a certificate displayed that said C on it, right? Presumably there was a D grade as well. Even the C's were displaying, all right? So that's pretty dramatic information unraveling. Now, I'm exaggerating slightly to make a separate point. It turns out that in certain areas of Los Angeles, you'd expect to see these health certificates displayed, even the C's, right? And in other areas, you wouldn't expect to see the C's displayed. Which areas would you expect not to see people bothering displaying their C or B- certificates? Any guesses? The tourist areas, right? The tourist areas. Because for this story about information unraveling to work, the people who are the receivers of the information need to know that you got the certificates, right? So if you're a tourist in Los Angeles, you don't know the system's in place, and therefore, if you're a C certificate, right next to Disneyland or something, whatever it is, right, you can still make some tourists ill without having to tell them you're about to do so. All right? All right? So that's a second example. Let me give a third example, a little bit closer to home. At the last curriculum reform at Yale, there was a big debate about what to do with credit D-fail. All right? And one of the proposals for credit D-fail was to allow students to take courses credit D-fail, but if they ended up getting an A or a B, they could display the A or the B on their resume. Right? So they take it credit D-fail, but if they got a grade, like an A or a B or an A minus or whatever, then they could opt in and have it put on their resume. What's wrong with that? This is a serious proposal. This was made, I was on this committee, right? This was seriously made, all right? So I didn't make the proposal, but this was made, all right? What's wrong with this proposal? What's wrong with the proposal? What would displaying credit on your transcript come to mean? It would come to mean C, right? It would come to mean C, because all the A's and the B's would unravel that information, all right? So if information is verifiable and can be freely transmitted, it has a way of coming out. It has a way of coming out. Let me give you one slightly more serious example. As you all know, if you're arrested in the US, you should know this, you have the right to remain silent. I'm not saying you're all about to get arrested, but were you to be arrested, you have the right to remain silent. Right? That right was true in Britain as well until recently, when the government, which isn't so big on civil liberties, changed the rules slightly. So now you have the right to remain silent in Britain, but the court has the right to take into account as evidence if you remain silent. All right? So what's that done to the right to remain silent? I'll leave it to you to figure out what that's done to the right to remain silent. All right, so this is an area, this idea that information unravels depended on certain key parts. And the most important part was that the information was verifiable. It mattered that the information was verifiable, and to get full unraveling, all the way down, in this case, to the highest cost firm, you needed the people on the receiving side of the information to actually know that that information was there. So to get the full unraveling, you really need something like common knowledge of the presence of the information. All right? All right. But often, the information that you have information, you want to reveal that information, but unfortunately, it's not so easily verifiable. So what we're going to focus on for the rest of the day is information that is not verifiable. All right. And let's start with an example that's pretty close to home. A lot of you have been doing job interviews recently. How many of you have been going out either doing interviews for internships or jobs? And I know a lot of you are missing class, so I'm assuming charitably that's what you were doing. All right? All right, so when you go to these job interviews, you can imagine that you're turning up for some job interview. Let's say it's at Boring Bank of Boston. All right? And you turn up for this interview for Boring Bank of Boston, and one of the things that Boring Bank of Boston wants to know is, are you interested in working for Boring Bank of Boston? All right? That's a plus for them. All right? So what they tend to do is they ask you, more or less, they say, are you interested in working for Boring Bank? All right? Now, by the way, if you are asked the question, and you're interviewing for Boring Bank, and you're asked the question by them, are you interested in working for Boring Bank, what answer should you give? You should answer yes. All right? How much information is there in the fact you answer yes? None at all, right? Because clearly you want the option of working for this bank, so you're going to answer yes anyway. Now, you may think this is just a fictional example. It's not. I talked to some recruiters from a bank in Boston that we'll refer to as Boring Bank in Boston not so long ago, And I asked them about hiring Yale undergraduates and what Yale undergraduates should do to impress them. And the recruiter, who was a Yale graduate himself, said to me that, frankly, Yale undergraduates do less well in these interviews than Harvard undergraduates. And I said, shattered and disappointed, I said, why? And he said, well, when we asked them if they're interested in working for Boring Bank of Boston, the Yale guys say things like, well, I don't know, it sounds kind of boring. All right? And the Harvard guys, what do? They show up with the Wall Street Journal folded over conveniently on the page about Boring Bank of Boston, and sometimes they're wearing, a silly hat with "I'm boring" on it. All right? So I tried to persuade this guy that despite this fact, there's really no information in the fact that the Harvard guys are telling this, and in fact you should hire the Yale people because at least they were honest, and hey, that might make the bank less boring in the future. Right? This didn't work, right? So I need to persuade you guys to actually cough up and be dishonest here. All right? All right? There's a lesson here. So one lesson is, if you're asked by an interviewer at one of these for a summer internship or for a job later, if you want to work for them, the answer is yes. All right? It's one of the few questions which the answer is not backward induction. It's just yes. All right? Right? There's a secondary lesson here, which is if an interviewer for a bank is asking you in the interview if you'd like to work for them, you probably answer yes, but you probably want to work somewhere else. Right? If they're dumb enough to ask you that question, you probably want to work for someone else. All right. But this is a real problem. The problem is, here you are, you have some information you'd like to convey. Maybe you really are boring. Maybe you really do want to work for this bank. You want to convey this information, but it's hard for you to persuade the employer that this is true, because anybody can say they want to work for the bank. All right? And more generally in life, it isn't only about whether you want to work for a particular bank or whatever it happens to be. It's also about whether you are a good worker or not. All right? So let's try and think about this in the context of not of workers being boring or not, but workers being good or not. All right? So we're going to look at a costly signaling model. It's going to turn out. This model is going to be about costly signaling. And just for the purpose of the model, we're going to assume that there are two kinds of workers in America. There are good workers, we'll call them G, and there are bad workers, and we'll call them B. All right? And we'll assume that the productivity of a good worker, if you work for this firm, is going to be 50. And we can assume this is $50,000 or whatever, but let's forget units for now and just call it 50. And a bad worker, their productivity is only 30. All right? So clearly, all other things being equal, the employer would rather employ a good worker or a bad worker. And all other things being equal is important because then we have to pay the good worker more. All right? Let's assume this is the US economy. So roughly 10% of the economy are good workers and 90% are bad workers, something like that. All right? These are the proportions in the US. All right? And let's also assume that firms are competitive. Right? So firms are flooding into the Yale Careers Office or the Yale Careers Fair, and they're just desperately trying to hire these workers. There's competitive hiring going on. All right? So firms compete for workers. So they're going to pay 50 to a worker they identify as good. They pay 50 to a worker they, the firms, identify as good, and they're going to pay 30 to workers they identify as bad. All right, if you're bothered by this being exact, think of it as 50 minus a penny and 30 minus a penny. It's not going to make any difference to the analysis. All right? So if they can't identify a worker, then if they can't identify a worker, they think the worker's just the average worker, how much will the competitive wage be? What will be the competitive wage of the average worker in this economy? This is not a hard math question. Everyone's scratching their head down here. All right, so this is what is it? It's 50 times 10% and 30 times 90%, which averages out as 32%. All right, so they'll pay the average, which is 32, to a worker they cannot identify. All right. Now, clearly in this model, much like in the high-cost firms we started with, the good workers would like to be identified. Is that right? Because they get paid more. And the bad workers do not want to be identified. Is that right? Right? They'd rather remain hidden. All right? The problem here, however, is there typically isn't a verifiable piece of information. It's hard to verifiably communicate to the other side that you're a good worker. So you guys are all good workers, right? You wouldn't be here otherwise, we hope. All right? So you show up to this firm is looking for good workers, and you could tell the firm, I'm a good worker. In fact, I'm betting most of you have tried doing that in your job interviews. Right? I'm a good worker. You could even do this in a costly manner. Right? You could humiliate yourself by jumping up on the table and dancing on one leg while singing some song about how you're a good worker. All right? Which would be humiliating, but it wouldn't, in fact, communicate to the firm that you were a good worker. Why is it that you're dancing this beautiful jig on the table of the interview room, singing this beautiful song about how you're a good worker? Why doesn't that convince the firm that you're a good worker? Who's been in job interviews recently? Has anyone tried this? Why is that not a successful strategy? Yes, it's Stephen, is that right? So shout out.
A bad worker could do that too.
A bad worker could do that too. All right? So it's true that it's costly and humiliating to dance up on the table on one leg and sing you're a good worker, but it's no more costly and humiliating for you than it is for a bad worker. So if that worked, a bad worker would do it too. All right? So merely a song and dance isn't going to work. All right? Merely a song and dance isn't going to work. It's going to be hard to signal to the outside world that you're a good worker. All right? And that's going to be our starting point. All right? So we need a way for good workers to distinguish themselves from bad workers. We need a way for them to signal, and what's key about that signal is it has to be a signal that they can make and a bad worker cannot make. Or alternatively, a signal that they will want to make, but a bad worker will not want to make. All right? So dancing on the table doesn't do it, and the reason it doesn't do it is bad workers and good workers are symmetric with respect to the dishonor of dancing on the table. All right? All right? So we need a way for good workers, you guys, to distinguish yourself from bad workers, us guys. All right? All right? How in the American economy, what's the main way in the American economy in which good workers signal the fact that they're good, that they manage to distinguish themselves? What's the main signal used in the US economy? Somebody? Yes, it's education. All right? So the main signal in the US, not the only one by any means, but the main signal is education. What's going to distinguish the good workers from the bad workers is the good workers are going to have degrees, more degrees, better degrees, more degrees, whatever. All right? So what we're going to look at today is a model some of you have seen before, but we'll do it in a bit more detail perhaps. It's a model due to a guy called Spence, Mike Spence, who actually won the Nobel Prize in large part for this model. The reason we know he won the Nobel Prize in large part for this model is he didn't write practically anything else. So it must have been for this model. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to imagine that the degree, the education that these people are going to get that's going to distinguish themselves and show that they're good workers to the employers, it's assumed that the employees, once again, are banks, whatever, we're going to assume that the extra piece of education they're going to get is an MBA. Some of you up there are getting an MBA. Where's my MBA? There he is. There's my MBA student up there. All right? All right? So the good workers are going to get an MBA. All right? And the way this is going to work, it's going to work on the cost of getting an MBA. So it's got to get this to be a successful signal, to make this signal different from merely dancing on the table, it's either got to be the case that bad workers cannot get an MBA, or it's got to be the case that it's so costly for bad workers to get an MBA that they won't bother. All right? So we're going to make the difference in costs. All right? So we're going to suppose that the cost per year of getting an MBA, of being in business school, so of MBA education, is 5 units if you're a good worker. And we're going to assume that the cost per year of going to SOM and getting an MBA is a little bit over 10, so 10 and a penny if you're a bad worker. So notice I've assumed in this model that it's more costly per year to get an MBA at Yale, say, if you're a bad worker than a good worker. Now, what are those costs? What are the costs of getting an MBA? What's causing that cost difference? All right? Well, let's be clear what it isn't. It can't be the fees. The fees are a large part of the cost. So what are the fees of getting an MBA at Yale this year? Way too much, all right? All right? So the costs per year, in terms of fees, are enormous, but the fees themselves are not going to do a good job of distinguishing between good and bad workers. Why? Because they're the same for both parties, right? We want something which is differently costly. So this is not the fees. It can't be the fees. They're the same for both parties. What other costs are there? What other costs are there to getting an education? There's opportunity cost, right? All of you are economists, or half of you are economics majors, so the first thing you should spring to mind is opportunity costs. All right? But actually, opportunity costs don't help me here much, because if anything, you'd think that the opportunity costs of going and getting an MBA at Yale are higher if you're a good worker than if you're a bad worker. After all, if you're a good worker, you could stay home, not get an MBA, farm your parents' garden, all right? And since you're such a good worker, you'd have a high yield in carrots and whatever. All right? All right? All right? So whereas the bad workers are not going to produce anything, right? So this is not really about opportunity cost. In fact, we'll assume that there's zero. We'll assume there are no opportunity costs. So what is it that's driving this cost difference between the good worker at SOM and the bad worker at SOM? Somebody had was that a potential answer out there? Yeah.
Is it the present value of future wages for a good worker?
Ah, okay, so there we're thinking about the future. No, let's just focus on the cost side. Let's focus on the cost side. You're right, there's going to be different things going on in the future, but let's focus on the cost side. I had you before, so let's have this guy.
Mental effort?
Mental effort, right? Mental effort. So where's my MBA student up there? Here he is. Where is he? Up there. All right? It's pain and suffering, right? Right? And I can't see him yet. There he is. It's pain and suffering, is that right? He's nodding. Good, right? Right? It's having to, when you go to the MBA class, of thinking, my God, thank goodness I escaped being an undergraduate, and you go back to the MBA class, and I'm there again. Right? I'm seeing the same horrible problem sets, and you still can't read my handwriting, and you still got to deal with my accents, right? Good workers find it easier to read my handwriting and deal with my accents, right? All right? All right? So what it is, it's the mental effort, it's the pain and suffering. It's the pain of the work. It's the pain of the work. All right? Right? The only thing that distinguishes the costs of good workers from bad workers in education is it's so painful to do the work. If we went to a party school, right, this wouldn't work. Right? That's why we can't just have party schools. We actually have to put you through some pain in the classroom. I'm looking for some confirmation from up there. All right? All right, so the pain of the work is what distinguishes these things. Okay. Now, I claim that we can have an equilibrium in this society in which there are good and bad workers, in which good workers' cost per year is less than bad workers' cost per year of getting, in this case, an MBA. We could do the same for undergraduate education. Let's focus on the MBA for now. I claim there's an equilibrium in this society, there could be an equilibrium, in which getting an MBA takes 3 years. Right? So I claim I claim there is an equilibrium here, an equilibrium in which what happens? In which there are 3 degrees. Degrees take 3 years. 3-year MBA sounds a bit frightening, but never mind. All right, in which the good workers all get MBAs, and the bad workers do not. All right? But to tell you this is an equilibrium, I need to do a little bit more, so let me tell you one other thing. So I claim there's an equilibrium in which the degrees take 3 years, all the good workers get MBAs, all the bad workers do not get MBAs, and what? And the employers identify MBAs as good workers. Right? To make this work, it has to convince the employers. So to make it work, I need and the employers identify MBA equals good and not MBA equals bad. All right? So that's what I claim is an equilibrium here. And what I want to do is, I want us to show that this actually is an equilibrium. All right. Now then, this is a slightly different kind of equilibrium to anything we've seen in the class so far. So I'm going to be a little bit slow and nerdy about what we need to check that this indeed is an equilibrium. All right. So I'm going to leave some space on the board, and you should leave some space too. All right. So my claim is this is an equilibrium, and well, we're doing guess and check. I did the guess for you. And we'll do the check together. To check, I claim I need to check 2 things. 2 things. All right. One, I need to check that no type will deviate. So what do I mean by a type? I mean types of worker. Neither the good types of workers will want to deviate, nor the bad types of worker will want to deviate. So this isn't new. When we've checked equilibrium, we've always checked that people don't want to deviate. The only slight difference here is instead of checking that people won't want to deviate, I'm checking that types of people won't want to deviate. But basically the idea is the same. Is that right? The idea is the same. So this is not really new. The new thing is, I also need to check, actually I'll give myself a bit more room here. I also need to check, that the employer's beliefs are consistent with the equilibrium behavior. All right? So let's just stop and pause at that a second. We've never written down a condition like this for equilibrium, but here I have to. Here, there was asymmetric information in the model, and in this equilibrium, one important party to the equilibrium, namely the guys who are going to employ you, that's pretty important, right? All they really have to do in this model of any importance is form an inference based on your actions. Right? They observe whether you get an education or not, and they conclude whether or not you're a good or bad worker. Right? So we're going to write down as a condition of this being an equilibrium that those inferences, quote, make sense, unquote. And by make sense, I mean that they're consistent with what actually is happening in equilibrium. So before we get too nerdy about that, let's just think why that's a sensible thing to require. Suppose, in fact, suppose the world was like this. All good workers got MBAs, all bad workers did not get MBAs, and employers thought that the people who got MBAs were half good and half bad. All right? And that doesn't sound right, right? If in fact it's the case that it's the good workers who are getting MBAs and the bad workers who are not, then the only belief that the employers can have that's consistent is the MBAs are in fact the good workers and the non-MBAs are the bad workers. Is that right? So I'm not making any deep point here. I'm just pointing out that we need to make sure that the beliefs that people hold in this equilibrium are consistent with what's actually going on in the equilibrium. Now, having said that, there's no mystery here. Everything's fine. In this particular claim of an equilibrium, good workers are the ones who got the MBAs, bad workers are the ones who didn't get the MBAs, and the employers, when they see an MBA, indeed think they're good, and when they see a non-MBA, they indeed think they're bad. So these beliefs are, in fact, consistent with behavior. So we're okay. Okay, so I've had to check that, but it wasn't a big deal. Right, everyone okay about why I'm checking it? I don't want people to hold silly beliefs in equilibrium. That's basically what I'm saying. All right. Now let's go back and check the sort of bread and butter thing. The bread and butter thing is we need to check that no type of worker is going to want to deviate in this equilibrium. So there's two types of worker. There's good workers, and good workers, what are they doing in equilibrium? What are the good workers doing in equilibrium? They're getting an MBA, right? So the good workers, they become MBAs. And what are the good workers identified as? Once they've got an MBA, what does the employer identify them as? Good workers, right? They're identified as good. They get MBAs. They're identified as good. And their payoff is what? What's the payoff of the good workers here? So they get paid 50, which is their productivity, but it cost them 3 years of putting up with my homeworks, so it cost them 3 times 5, right? 5 for each year, so 50 minus 3 times 5 is what? 50 minus 3 times 5 is 35, good. Okay, so they get a total payoff of 35, all right? And let me just pause a second. I made an assumption here without telling you it, so I'm going to say it. Just to make the math simple, we'll assume that once you get employed, you work for a year and then you drop dead. All right? It's a slightly morbid and unpleasant assumption, but otherwise we have to do kind of present discounted value of your whole future income, and then it turns into an accounting class. Okay? So we'll just assume everybody lives for 1 year. Okay? If you want to do a more complicated model, then that's fine. The idea will be the same. All right? So they get paid 50. It's cost them 3 times 5, and they get a total payoff of 35. All right? How about if they deviate? If they deviate, that means they don't get MBAs, so they're not MBAs. They're identified what? If they don't get an MBA, what are they identified as? What does the employer think the non-MBAs are? Bad, all right? So if they deviate, then the employers think they're bad, even if they dance on the table and say they're good. They're in fact bad. They're identified as bad. And so their payoff is what? What are they going to get paid? They're going to get paid 30, and sure enough, 35 is bigger than 30, so they're not going to want to deviate. All right, so that's good news. What about the bad workers? Let's check them. So the bad workers, in equilibrium, they're not MBAs, they don't get an MBA, they're identified as bad, and they're paid what? What are they paid to these bad workers? Somebody? They're paid 30, right? They're paid their productivity, so their payoff is just 30. They didn't get an education, so it was free. They get 30 for free, so their payoff is just 30. If they deviate, if the bad workers deviate, then they get an MBA. So here come the bad workers. They find their way into my class in SOM. They have a miserable time. I have a miserable time because they're having a miserable time. But at the end of the day, they're identified as good workers. They're identified as good workers, and hence they're paid 50, and their payoff is 50 minus 3 times 1001, 10 and a penny, which is approximately 20. Is that right? So they don't want to deviate either. And now I'm done, I've shown it's an equilibrium. So just to recap, to show that this was an equilibrium, I had to show that the good workers happily self-select into education and don't want to deviate and skip business school. I have to show that the bad workers self-select into not getting an education and don't want to deviate and become MBAs. And I have to show that the employers infer from this what they should infer from this, which was fine. All right? So I'm done. This is indeed an equilibrium. All right? So notice, in this equilibrium, the good workers do manage to distinguish themselves from the bad workers, and they do end up getting paid more, albeit at the cost that they're going to die a year later. All right? So this is called a separating equilibrium. Which I can never spell. I'm sure I'm spelling this wrong. Never mind. It's a separating equilibrium. All right? Why is it called a separating equilibrium? It's called a separating equilibrium because the types manage to separate and get identified. That's slightly misleading. The good types manage to separate and get identified, and the bad types, they don't want to get separated, but they do get separated. All right. Now, how many of you have seen some version of the Spence model before? Some of you, right? Right? Let's go into this in a little bit more detail to see if we've really understood it. Okay? So in particular, actually, let's get rid of that one. There we go. In particular, could we get away with a shorter degree? Here we had people going to get MBAs, and it took them 3 years each. All right? That seems an awful long time to get an MBA. So how about a one-year MBA? Right? And some of you might be think this is just some kind of abstract example, but actually this is the kind of thing you hear about all the time. If you read, if you listen to ads in the education press, you keep on hearing schools, perhaps schools who lack economics professors, putting up the proposals for one-year MBA degrees. All right? I won't mention any schools by name because I'll probably get in trouble. All right? So how about a one-year MBA? Let's see if that will work and will allow good workers to separate themselves from bad workers. Let's assume that the costs per year are the same as they were before. All right? And let's suppose that this candidate equilibrium, this putative equilibrium, involves the good workers getting the MBAs, the bad workers not getting an MBA, and the employers, just as before, identifying MBAs as good and non-MBAs as bad. Question, is that an equilibrium? Is that an equilibrium? So who thinks yes? Who thinks no? All right, so you can all tell me why then. So the answer is no. So why is that not an equilibrium? Why is that not an equilibrium? Somebody? Anybody? Why is that not an equilibrium? Someone hasn't answered yet today. Yeah, here we go. So and your name is?
Osman.
Osman, so shout out. Shout out, louder.
The bad workers would also benefit from doing the MBA because their payoff is still greater.
Good, good. So what's wrong in this equilibrium, it's not the employer's beliefs. Right? If in fact people did follow this behavior, then employers would be right to identify MBAs with good. It's also not the good workers' problem. If in fact employers are going to pay more to MBAs, then the good workers are still going to, even more so, are going to want to go ahead and get MBAs. The problem here, right, this is not an equilibrium. It's not an equilibrium, and the problem is the bad workers. The bad workers' incentives are wrong here. Right? Why? Because if the bad workers do what they're supposed to do in this equilibrium, actually it isn't an equilibrium, but in this supposed equilibrium, what they're supposed to do is not get an MBA and get a payoff of 30. All right? But if they went and got an MBA, if they deviate, and no one else deviates, just them deviating, if they deviate, they get an MBA. According to the equilibrium, they're now identified as good workers. They're identified as good, and so their payoff would be 50 minus 1 year at approximately 10 for a total payoff of 40, but 40 is higher than 30, so that's violated our equilibrium condition. Everyone see that? Right? So here, the bad workers, if it only took 1 year of pain and suffering to get an MBA, the bad workers would go and get an MBA as well, and that would be trouble, because now everyone gets an MBA, and it's just like dancing on the table again. All right? So, how long must an MBA be? In this model, with this cost structure, how many years must it take to get an MBA? 2 years, right? 1 year didn't work, but you can try at home and check that a two-year MBA will work. 2 years will be just enough to put off the bad workers. Leaving aside the numbers, though, what's the idea here? The idea is that to work as a successful signal, the signal has to separate the good workers from the bad workers. The workers have to choose to be separated. They have to self-select into being MBAs or not being MBAs. And we need just enough pain and suffering, and let's be careful, just enough difference in pain and suffering for the workers to select correctly. All right? So what we need enough difference in cost for good workers to get the degree, and for bad workers not to want to do so. So one thing we could do is have a 2-year degree. How else, if you were absolutely insisted on having a 1-year degree, how could you create a difference in cost that would work? Suppose you were employed to advise some university out in the West somewhere who wants to have a 1-year degree program. All right? What should you do in that 1-year degree program to make it work, to make it allow people to separate? Raising tuition isn't going to work, right, because that's the same for good and bad workers. You need a way to separate the good and bad workers. How are you going to do it? You're going to make it really hard, right? If you want to have a 1-year degree program, it's got to be really hard. You've got to really jack up the difference between the good and the bad workers. So you need to hire professors who have really bad handwriting, right? All right. Let's try and take a step back from this model and see what works, see what we've learned here. All right, let's just try and draw some lessons off this. And I want to draw two kinds of lessons. I want to draw lessons in general about what makes a successful signal in society. And then I want to draw lessons about education. So I want to start with some nerdy lessons about game theory, if you like, and then I want to talk about some more specific lessons about the education system. So the key lesson here is the lesson we just learnt. The key lesson is to be a successful signal, to be able to separate types of people, you need there to be large differences in cost. All right? So the first lesson is a good signal. It isn't that it has to be costly, it has to be differentially costly. Needs to be differentially costly across types. And the reason is you want the types to self-select, so there better be differences in costs. Be a little bit careful here. You could have differences in benefits, but we'll leave it as costs for now. All right, that's one lesson. All right. Now, what's that telling us in this model? That's telling us that if you make it very, very easy to obtain qualifications in the US society, for example, if you lower the standards that you need to get a high school degree, and perhaps you lower the standards to get a college degree, I'm not saying that is happening. I don't want to take a political position on this. In England that's happening. I can do that. Okay, in England that seems to be happening. Right, so you lower the standards it takes to get a high school certificate in England, and then you perhaps lower the standards to get a college degree. What are you going to see happen? What are you going to see happen? You're going to see qualification inflation. If you make it easy for everybody to get the first degree, the good workers are going to go on and have to get a second degree. If you make it easy to get the second degree, they're going to go on and get the third degree. All right? So what this model predicts is if you get rid of this cost difference, then workers will find a new way to raise the cost difference again. All right? And the way that takes place, at least in some economies, is you start seeing qualification inflation. And by qualification inflation, I mean that pretty soon, even to drive a dump truck, you need to have a university degree. All right? Okay. Now, what are the lessons here for education more generally? This is a pretty sparse model of education, but all of you, and more immediately me, are involved in the education system, so we should care about it a bit. It's probably the most famous model of education. As I say, it won somebody the Nobel Prize. What is it telling us about education? So the first thing I claim that this is a rather pessimistic model of education. Why is this a pessimistic model of education? What's pessimistic about this model? Let's talk about that a bit. Anybody? Some hands up, some different hands. Why is this a pessimistic model of education? Way over there. Good, I get a hand in another part of the room. It'll give the cameraman a workout anyway. All right?
You don't learn anything
right.
from school. School has absolutely no value for education.
Good. So shout that into the microphone, but that was right.
You don't learn anything at school in this model.
Right. This is a model with no learning. There's no learning in this model. All right? In fact, people in this model go in with their productivities at 50 and 30, and they come out with their productivities at 50 and 30. Nothing you do at school enriches you or makes you more productive. That's a pretty pessimistic lesson. Here we are in lecture number, what is this, lecture number 23 or something? Right? And the message of this model is, you guys haven't learned anything, you've just had a lot of pain and suffering. All right? So there's no learning in this model. There's no learning. All right? Now I hope that's not true as a model of education. Right? I hope it's not true that we only have pain. All right? But nevertheless, let's pretend it's true, at least for now, and see where it takes us. All right? So a second observation of this model, if we believe this model of education in which you don't learn anything, education is just being used by those people who are good anyway to separate from those people who are bad anyway, right? Then education in this model is socially wasteful. Why is education socially wasteful in this model? In what sense is it socially wasteful? Thinking from the point of view of an economist. In this model, the productivity of the workers doesn't change because of education, but some resources were used, right? Some resources were used by the good workers to get an education. Right? At the end of the day, the good workers are better off, the bad workers are worse off, all right? But that's, and employers are the same as they would have been otherwise, all right? But that's just redistribution, right? There's no product from education. Right? But resources were wasted in education. That makes sense? So in particular, in our 2-year equilibrium, or in our 3-year equilibrium, it was the good workers who went to college, or in this case went to business school, and they wasted 3 years at 5 apiece. Right? So there was a waste of 15, a waste of 10 in the 2-year model. All right? According to this model, education is socially wasteful. How do we actually visualize that waste in society? So let's take the model seriously. Where is that waste manifested in society? Where's that waste manifested? Yeah.
People in school aren't working.
Yeah, so you guys aren't working, and where else is it manifested? So you guys sitting here is part of the waste. You should be out, doing something else. And where else is the waste? Me, right? You should take all your Yale professors, stop using them as Yale professors and wasting those resources, and have us go out and till the fields. All right? Or drive taxis or something. All right? All right? All right? So there's a social waste here, right? And what we should do is, according to this model, is we should send the professors to drive taxis. Or dump trucks, I guess. I'm not claiming we'd be good at driving dump trucks. Our comparative advantage is certainly in teaching classes rather than driving dump trucks. But it turns out in this model, teaching classes is a complete waste of time. All right? And therefore, you're better off using those resources to drive dump trucks. All right? Third, notice that in this model, the result of education is what? It's good for the good workers. You guys managed to separate yourselves and get paid high wages. That's nice for the Yale graduates here. But who are the losers in this model? Who are the losers? The bad workers. The 90% of workers in this economy who aren't naturally gifted, who aren't going to find education easy, they in this model end up being paid 30. Without the education system, how much would they have been paid? 32. All right? So this model increases inequality. In this model, education increases inequality, and it doesn't increase inequality in a benign way, just by making the rich richer. It increases inequality by making the poor poorer. All right? Education, in this model, increases inequality. In this model, it actually hurts the poor. Now that strikes me as a pretty important lesson, actually. Again, I don't think we should take this model too literally. In the real world, I at least hope that some of you are learning something at Yale. You're looking at me extremely doubtfully that you could possibly be learning anything at Yale. So maybe you're not, I don't know. Right? But in the real world, I'd like to believe people are learning at Yale. But one of the things that's going on in education, in addition to learning, one of the things is that you guys are separating yourselves and signaling to employers that you're going to be good workers for them. As a consequence, that's great for you, but someone else is being paid less. This strikes me as an important lesson to hear in an election year. In every election year in America, I've been in a few election years in America now, there are two things that all politicians agree on, whether they're far right or far left. All politicians agree on two things. They agree that two things are good. One, kissing babies. Two, they all want to be, quote, the education president. Is that right? All of them. Is that right? Now, as a parent of some babies, I'm not sure I want to have politicians kissing babies, but that's for another day. All right? The point of here is, what we're learning, don't go yet, guys. What we're learning here is that if education hurts the poor, maybe we shouldn't be so keen to decide that we should subsidize the education sector itself. Although, as an educator, I hope you don't tell that to anybody. What's the takeaway message of this model, then? The takeaway message is, for education to work as a signaling device, to education to generate a separating equilibrium, some children have to be left behind. All right? All right? All right? We'll talk about... Where have my jars of coins got to? That isn't very far. They've only been along one row. All right, well, whiz them along this row, fast as you can. Just shake and pass now. All right, everybody who has had access to those jars, can you please write down on your notebook, just write down, but don't show it to your neighbor, write down for each of those two jars how many coins you think are in the small jar and how many coins you think are in the large jar? How many coins you think are in the small jar? And how many coins you think are in the large jar? All right, keep passing it along. All right. So today, I want to talk about auctions. And just to put this in the context of the whole class, way back on the very first day of the class, we talked about different types of people playing games. We talked about evil gits versus indignant angels. And then for most of the course, really until this week, we've been assuming that you knew who it was you were playing. You knew your own payoffs, but you also knew whom it was you were playing against or with. All right? But the new feature of this week has been that we're looking at settings where you don't necessarily know what are the payoffs of the other people involved in the game or strategic situation. So in the signaling model we looked at last time, the different types of worker had different types of payoffs from going to get an MBA, from going to business school, and they yielded different payoffs to you if you hired them. All right? So we had to model the game where you didn't quite know the payoffs of the people you were playing against. And similarly, an auction, which is what we're going to study today, is such a setting. Typically, in an auction, you are competing or playing with or against the other bidders. But typically, you don't know something crucial about those other bidders. You don't know how much they value the good in question. Right? Typically, there's a good up for sale, and you don't know how much they value that good. So I want to start off by thinking about a little bit of the sort of informational structure of auctions, and then we'll get into more detail as we go along. And the first thing I want to distinguish are two extremes. At one extreme, I want to talk about common values, and at the other extreme, I want to talk about private values. So the idea of a common value auction is that the good that is for sale ultimately has the same value for whoever buys it. All right? Now that doesn't mean they're all going to be prepared to bid the same amount, because they may not know what that value is. Right? That, for example, imagine there's an oil well. Right? So there's an oil well out there, there's an oil reserve out there, and different companies are trying to estimate how much they want to bid for the right to draw oil out of this oil field. Each of them is going to make a little practice well and get some estimate of how much oil there is in the well, so they're going to bid different amounts. But at the end of the day, what comes out of that well is the same for everybody. There is just one amount of oil in that well, and that oil is just worth one amount at the market price. All right? So that's a classic example of a common value auction. The value of the good for sale, the true value, if you like, is the same for all. And we'll use the notation V to denote this common value that this object has. Now the other extreme is private value. And it's really such an extreme, it's hard to think of good examples. But the idea is that the value of the good at hand is, not only is it different for everybody, but my valuation of this good has no bearing whatsoever on your value for the good, and your value for the good has no bearing whatsoever on my value for the good. All right? All right? So here's a case where the value of the good, the ultimate value of the good in question, not only is it different for all, but moreover, it's completely idiosyncratic. And my value is irrelevant to you. All right? So if you happen to buy this good and you learn that in fact I valued it a lot, that makes no difference to how happy you feel at having bought the good. All right? Now these are extremes, and most of reality lies between. All right, I shall give you notation. Let's use V sub I. Let's use V sub I to be the private values, where I denotes the player in question. These are extremes, and most things lie in between. So we already mentioned that on this extreme, close to this extreme, you could think about the oil wells. All right? Oil wells are pretty much common value goods. There's a certain amount of oil there, and that's all there is to it. However, even there, you could imagine that the different firms have different costs on extracting that oil, or these different firms have their machinery occupied to different extents in other wells that they're digging. So even in that pure case, seemingly perfect example of a common value, it probably isn't literally a common value. All right? Or these different firms have different distances between the wells and their refineries. All right? So the oil well is a good example of something that's close to common value, but it isn't really literally common value, probably in reality. One's tempted to say that homes are private value. After all, my valuation, my happiness from living in my house is not really affected by how happy you would feel living in my house. Right? I don't really care if you would like to live in my house or if you wouldn't like to live in my house, because I'm the person living in it. Is that right? Is that right? But there's a catch here. What's the catch which makes homes not literally private value? What's the catch? The catch is that at some point in time, I may want to resell my home. Right? The home is a durable good. It's a consumption good, my living in it. That's a private value. All right? But it's also an investment good. I'm going to want to resell that home at some point when I'm kicked out of Yale or whatever. All right? And then, at that point which I sell it, I'm going to care a lot about how much you value it, right? Because that's going to affect the price that I'm going to get at the end of the day. So in the case of a home, it's somewhere between a private value and a common value. It's true that the consumption part might be private value, but the investment component introduces common values. All right? So really, for private values, for pure private values, we need to think about pure consumption goods, goods that I consume. They have no investment value, they have no resale value. So think about some good being sold on eBay. It's a cake, say. It's a cake. So if I buy it, once I've eaten it, I can't resell it. I can't have my cake and resell it. All right? So think about pure consumption goods over here. And even in these pure consumption goods, I mustn't get any psychological value out of thinking I managed to get that cake and you didn't. All right? So the private value case is really an extreme thing, but it turns out to be a useful abstraction when we come to consider things further. All right, now where have my jars got to? Where my jars? Oh, plenty. Okay, so I've got certainly 2 rows I can play with here. Let's talk about this auction for the jars. So what we're going to do is we're going to have people bid for the value in the jar. They're going to get they're going to put forward a bid. The highest bidder is going to win, and what they're going to win is the amount of money in the jar, because what they're going to pay is their bid. All right? So what is that? Is that a common value or a private value? That's a common value, right? There is a certain amount of money in that jar. You don't know what it is, but there is a certain amount of money in that jar, and that's the common value. All right? So pretty much our jars of coins lie over here. They're probably even a purer example than the oil well. All right. Now let me get the first 2 rows of the class. So this row here and this row here. All of you have now had a chance to have a look at the jars. Let me just get you to write down, without looking at each other, write down on your notepads, and you've already written down how many coins ink in the jar. For the large jar, we'll do the large jar first. Write down your bid, just so you can't cheat later on. Write down your bid. Right, we're playing this for real cash, right? So if you win, you're going to have to pay me. All right, so write down what you're going to bid. Well, I might not hold it to you if it's too crazy, but we'll see. We'll, at least in principle, playing for real cash. All right, so write down your bid. Now, without changing your bid, show your neighbor your bid. All right. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is, if I can just borrow Ali a second. Here's some chalk. Let me go along the row and find out what those bids were. Ali, you want to record the bids? All right. So we're going to record everybody's bid. We'll come back and talk about it afterwards. All right. What are those jars, by the way? Let's just have a look at where's the jar gone? Who's got the large jar there? Hold up the woman in the corner. Hold up that large jar so everyone can see it. All right, that's the bid. It's a coins in a Sainsbury's pesto jar. Sainsbury's pesto turns out to be quite good. All right. Okay, so I won't bother with names today. I'm just going to get your bids. All right. Everyone's written down a bid. No one's going to cheat. All right. So what is your bid?
$4.50.
$4.50.
$3.
Shout it out so everyone can hear.
$3.
$4.
99 cents.
All right. I'm going to pass this along. So
80 cents.
$3.80.
let's shout louder than that. What was it?
$3.80.
$3.80. Go on.
$4.
$4 again.
$2.09.
$2.09.
$3.
$1.60. $2.01.
Sorry. The last one was what? 201 here.
That was after a 160 though.
That was after a 160. All right. Sorry. Yep.
89 cents.
89 cents.
This is for the big jar?
The big jar.
140.
140. All right. We get a second row's worth of people.
141.
141.
150.
150.
$3.
$3.
$2.
$2.
$4.50.
$4.50.
$5.
$5. We're getting some high ones now.
1 cent.
1 cent. That's okay. What's wrong with my jar? Okay. All right. Pass that along.
80.
So, that was an 80.
150.
150.
159.
$1.
$1.
$1.20.
$1.20. And 3 more.
$1.50.
$1.50.
$2.
All right. So we have lots of bids, and the winner is. The last one was $2. I've actually forgotten how many coins were in here. Let me just remind myself. This was the large jar, right? Okay, now I know again. Okay. All right, so who's our winner there? We've got a 450 here. There's a 5. There's a 5. Okay, so here's our winner. Who's our winner? Okay, so let's have our winner stand up a second. All right. So now a round of applause for our winner, right? In the jar. All right. Now, let's talk about how people bid and why they bid that amount. Okay, so let's start with our winner. All right? Let's start with our winner. All right. So why did you bid $5?
It looked like there could be about $5 in
All right,
there.
so I've forgotten your name. Your name is?
Ashley.
So Ashley is saying she bid roughly $5 because it looked like there was about $5 in there.
Plus you get the jar.
Plus you get the jar. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure I'm throwing in the jar. Okay, all right, all right. So let's just sample a few other people and see what they say. What did you say again?
I said $1.60 because I didn't want to overestimate it because then I'd have to pay you more than I'd get.
All right. So what was your estimate?
My estimate was about 180 to 200.
All right.
So I bid under that.
So your estimate was 180 to 200, and you bid around 160. That person next to you?
Well, I guess 3, and same reasoning. I thought there would probably be about $4, and then I valued it like $1.
All right. So you thought there was about $4 worth of coin, and you actually bid 3. All right. So all of you actually wrote down initially how many coins you thought were in there, right? Is that right? Let's just get some idea of the distribution of those. So how many people thought there was less than $1 in there? Raise your hand. No shame here. Just raise your hands. How many people thought there was between $1 and $1.50? How many people thought there was between $1.50 and $2? There's some people at the back with that. Okay. How many people thought there was between $2 and $2.50? Right. How many people thought there was between $2.50 and $3? Right. How about more than $3.50? All right, well, clearly the people who bid high did. Okay, so we have a whole range of estimates there, a wide range of estimates, a wide range of bids, and people are saying things like, well, I thought there was this many coins in there, maybe I shaded down a little bit from the number of coins I thought was in there because I want to make some profit on this. Is that right? That's kind of the explanations I'm hearing from people. All right, and what I want to suggest is that's not a very good way to bid in this auction. All right? All right? So just repeat what I think people did, and people can contradict me if this is wrong. I think most people, they looked at the they shook this thing, they weighed it a bit. They figured out there was, let's say, 350 worth of pennies in there. And then they said, OK, 350, so I'll bid, I don't know, 340, 330, something like that. All right? So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? All right? Well, first of all, to reveal that there's something wrong with it, let me tell you how many coins were in there. Now, in the larger jar, there was $2.07. $2.07. How many of you bid more than $2.07? We actually can see that here. Just raise your hands. All right? All right? Quite a few of you. All right? All right? So what we see here is a number of people, including our winner, bid a lot more than the number of coins in the jar. All right? What we found, by a lot, is that the winning bid was much, much greater than the true value. And this is a common phenomenon in common value auctions. It's such a common phenomenon that it has a name. The name is the winner's curse. It's the winner's curse. And the main lesson of the first half of today is going to be, let's figure out why there exists a winner's curse, let's try and avoid falling into a winner's curse, and maybe let's even figure out how to do better. All right? So let's try and think through why it is we fall into a winner's curse. All right. So one way to think about this is to think about naive bidding in this context. So suppose people's strategy was actually to bid their estimate. Now I know that isn't what people did. Most people shaded their estimate a little bit, but most people bid pretty close to their estimate. All right? What's going to happen in that instance is what? People are going to bid essentially what they think it's worth, and we just saw that fully half of you, I think half of the people we sampled, overestimated the number of coins in there. Is that right? Let's just have that show of hands. How many people, raise your hand again, let's be honest, if you thought there was more than 207 in there? Yeah, so maybe roughly a half, maybe a little bit less than a half of you overestimated the number of coins in there. Now, what's that going to mean? It's going to mean all of those people who have this overestimate are going to overbid. All right? But we can be a little bit more general and a little bit more rigorous about this. So let's try and be a little bit more general. All right? So first of all, let's just make sure we understand what the payoffs are in this auction. The payoff in this auction is what? You get the true value, you get the number of coins, number of pennies in the jar, minus your bid if you are the highest, and you get 0 otherwise. All right, everyone I think it's straightforward. We all understand that's what the value is. And what do people do? People tried to estimate, this is not a mistake, people tried to estimate how many coins were in the jar. Now, in fact, the true number of coins in the jar was V, which turned out to be 207. All right? But when people estimate it, they don't get it exactly right, neither here, where you're shaking the jar, nor in the case of these oil samples. All right? So what they actually estimate, each person forms an estimate, which we could call yi, and this yi we could think of as being the truth plus noise. So let's call it epsilon I. Let's even put a tilde on it to make it clear it's kind of a random term. All right? So for some people, epsilon I is going to be a positive amount, which means they're going to overestimate the value of the number of coins in the jar. And for some people, epsilon I is going to be a negative amount, which means they're going to underestimate the number of coins in the jar. Right? Everyone agree with that? That's not a controversial statement, right? Everyone okay with that? All right? So let's think about the distribution of these yi's. Let's draw a picture that has, on the horizontal axis, all the different estimates that people could form of the number of coins in the jar. And let's anchor this by V. So here's V. And here is going to be the, if you like, the probability of getting that estimate. All right? So the frequency or probability of estimating yi, given that Phi is there. All right? So I don't know what the shape of this distribution is, but my guess is it's kind of bell-shaped. Is that right? So it probably looks something like this. Right? I mean, that seem plausible? Right? And we can actually test this if we had time. We could actually go around all of you and get you to report what your estimates were, and we could plot that distribution and see if it is bell-shaped. But my guess is it's reasonable to assume it's bell-shaped. Right? There's some central tendency to estimate something close to the truth. If I'd drawn this correctly, I'd have its highest point at V. I haven't quite drawn it correctly. All right? It's probably roughly symmetric. Okay. So now, suppose that people's bidding strategy is pretty much what they reported. People are going to bid roughly their estimate of the number of coins in the jar. So suppose people bid BI roughly equal to YI. So I know people are going to shade a little bit, but let's ignore that for now. All right, so people are bidding roughly equal to YI. All right? So what's going to happen here? All right? Who's going to win? Who's going to win? If people bid, if this is the way in which the YIs emerge naturally in life, right? There's a true VI, and then people make some estimate of it, which is essentially V plus noise. Who's going to end up being the winner? The winner of the auction. It's going to be the person who has the highest estimate, right? So if there's really a lot of people, the winner isn't going to be the person who estimated it correctly at V. The winner's going to be way out here somewhere. Right? The winner's going to be way up in the right-hand tail. Why? Because the winner will then be the I whose yi is the biggest, is the maximum. And the problem with this is the person whose yi is the biggest has what? They have the biggest error. Right? The person whose yi is the max, i.e. epsilon I, is the max. And that's exactly what happened. When we did estimates just now, the person who won was the person Ashley, who had estimated there to be roughly, maybe a little bit more than $5 worth of coins in there. Right, so I'm guessing, is this right, that no one else estimated more than $5 in these two rows. Is that correct? No one estimated more than $5. So the person who had the highest estimate bid the most, which was pretty close to her estimate, and that caused her to lose money. Right? She ends up owing me whatever it is, 193, which I will collect afterwards. All right? All right? So the winner's curse is caused by this. It's caused by if people bid taking into account their own estimate and only their own estimates of the number of coins in the jar or the amount of oil in the oil well, then the winner ends up being the person with the highest estimate, which means the person with the highest error. All right? So notice what this leads to. On average, the winning bid is going to be much, much bigger than the truth. Is that right? Right? The biggest error is typically going to be way out in this right tail, and that's going to mean people are going to lose money. All right, so this phenomenon is very general because common value auctions are very general. I already mentioned the oil fields. In the early period after World War II, when the US government started auctioning out the rights to drill oil in the Gulf, all right, so in the Gulf of Mexico, early on it was observed that these companies, the winning companies, the companies who won the bid each time, was losing money. It was great for the government, but these companies were consistently losing money. They were consistently overbidding. Be careful, it wasn't that the companies as a whole were overbidding. It was that the winning bid was overbidding. It was the winner's curse. Now, over time, companies figured this out, and they figured out that they shouldn't bid as much, and this effect went away. But you also see this effect in other places where naive bidders are involved. So, for example, those people who've been following the baseball free agent market, I think you could argue, but someone could do an empirical test of this, you could argue that the winning bids on free agents in the baseball free agent market end up being horrible overbids for the same reason. Right? The team who has the highest idiosyncratic estimate of the person's value ends up hiring that player, but the highest idiosyncratic value tends to be too high. All right? And similarly, perhaps more importantly, if you look at IPOs, initial public offerings of companies, they tend to sell too high. There's a very, this one, the baseball one, I haven't got the data, but the IPOs, we know that there's a tendency for IPOs, initial public offerings of companies, to have too high a share price and then for those shares to fall back after a while. There may be a little bit of initial enthusiasm, but then they fall back. And why? Again, the people with the highest estimate of the value of the company end up winning the company, and if they're not sophisticated about the way they bid, then they overbid. All right? All right, so this is a serious problem out there, and it raises the issue, well, how should I correct this? I might, in life, be involved in an auction as a bidder for something that has a common value element. How should I think about how I should bid? We've learned how we shouldn't bid. We shouldn't just bid my estimate minus a little. All right? So how should we think about it? Now, to walk us towards that, let me try and think about a little bit more about the information that's out there. Let's go back to our oil well example. Each of these oil companies drills a test well in the oil fields, and from this test well, each of them gets an estimate of yi. So you can imagine someone doing a test drill into my jar of coins, and when they do this test drill into this jar of coins, they form an estimate yi. And suppose that your estimate of the number of coins in the jar, or the amount of oil in the oil well, suppose that your particular one is equal to 150. All right? Then, if I then asked you the question, not to bid, but I asked you the question, how many coins do you think are in the jar? Your answer would be 150. All right? That would be your best estimate. But suppose I then told you that your neighbor, let's go back to Ashley again. So Ashley's estimate was let's say it was 150. It wasn't, but let's say it was 150. And suppose I went to her neighbor and asked her neighbor, and her neighbor said, actually, I think there's only 130 in there. So suppose Ashley now knows that she did a little test, she thinks there's 150, but she now knows that her neighbor has done a similar test, and he thinks there's only 130. Now what should be Ashley's estimate of the number of coins in the jar? Well, somewhere in between, right? So probably somewhere between 150 and 130, maybe about 140, but certainly lower than 150. Is that right? Is that right? So if I told you that someone else had an estimate that was 20 lower than yours, that would cause you to lower your belief about how many coins was in the jar. All right? Now let's push this a little harder. Suppose I told you not that your neighbor had an estimate of 130, but just that your neighbor had an estimate that was lower than 150. I'm not going to tell you that I'm not going to tell you exactly what your neighbor estimates. I'm just going to tell you that his estimate is lower than yours. All right? So your initial belief was there was 150 coins in this jar, but now I know that my neighbor thinks there's fewer than 150. Do you think your estimate is, your belief is still 150, or is it lower? Who thinks it's gone up? Hasn't gone up, right? Who thinks it's gone down? It's gone down, right? It's gone down. I don't know exactly by how much to pull it down, right? But the fact that I know that my neighbor has a lower estimate than me suggests that I should have a lower estimate than 150. Now suppose I tell you something more dramatic. Suppose I go to Ashley and say, your initial estimate was actually, it wasn't 150, it was $5, wasn't it? Let's do it. So your initial estimate was 500 pennies, right? And I'm not going to tell you what your neighbor's estimate was. I'm not going to tell you what your neighbor's neighbor's estimate was. But I'm going to tell you that every single person in the row, in the 2 rows, other than you, had an estimate lower than $5. Right, so Ashley's estimate was $5, but I'm now going to tell her that every single person in the room had a lower estimate than hers. All right? So what I'm going to tell her is that yj is less than yi for all j, for all the other people. All right? Now I claim that if you tell me that everybody else, there were probably, 30 other people there, has an estimate lower than mine, right, everyone else, what should I now estimate? What should happen to my estimate? It's going to come down a lot, right? It's going to come down a lot. Is that right? Right? If my estimate was $5, but I know everybody else, not just one person, but everybody else had a lower estimate, then my guess of the number of coins in the jar has come down a whole lot. But what? But that's exactly what Ashley knows as soon as she finds out that she's won the auction. Right? If people are bidding their values, if people are bidding if people are bidding their estimates, then as soon as Ashley discovers she's won, she's going to say, oh, bother. Right? I now know that my estimate was too high. She may say something more extravagant than bother, right? But at the very least, she might say, oh, bother, I now know that everyone else had a lower estimate than me, and therefore my estimate of $5 is too high. All right? All right? So what's going to happen is if people start bidding their estimates or close to their estimates, then once they've won, they're going to learn exactly this. They're going to learn that everyone else's estimate was lower than theirs, and they're going to regret their choices. It can't be a good idea, it can't be an equilibrium for people to make choices which they're going to regret if they win. Right? That's crazy. All right? So we need to think about how to correct for that. All right? So how do we correct for it? Now let's talk about this a little bit harder. Each of you, when you're bidding for this jar of coins, I claim you only really care about how many coins were in the jar in one circumstance. What's the only circumstance in which you care at all how many coins are in the jar? If you win. Right? I claim you only care how many coins are in the jar, or how much oil is in the well, if you win, if your bid is the winning bid. And if your bid is the winning bid, what do you know? You know that your estimate was the highest estimate in the room, at least if this equilibrium has the property that bids are increasing in estimates, which is not much to expect. So you know, in this case, you would have an estimate, yi, that was at least as big as yj for all the other people in the room. All right? So where are we? You only care how many coins are in the jar if you win, and if you win, you know your estimate was the highest. So what's the relevant estimate? The relevant estimate of the number of coins in the jar for you when you're bidding, the relevant estimate is not how many coins do I think is in this jar. That's the naive thing. The relevant estimate is how many coins do I think is in this jar given my shaking of it and given the fact that I have won the auction, or given the supposition that I might win the auction. All right? So the relevant estimate in bidding, the relevant estimate when bidding is how many coins do I think are there given my initial guess, yi, and given that yi is bigger than yj. Now notice this is a kind of a weird thing. It's a counterfactual thing. I don't know, at the time at which I'm bidding, I don't know that I'm going to win. Right? But nevertheless, I should bid as if I knew I was going to win, because I only care in the circumstance in which I win. Right? So the way in which I should estimate the number of coins in the jar, and indeed the way in which I should bid, is I should bid the number of coins I would think were in the jar if I won. Say it again. I should bid the number of coins I would think were in the jar if my bid ends up being the winning bid. All right? So the lesson here is bid as if you know you win. All right? Bid as if you know you win. Now, why is that a good idea? Let's go back to this case of now you discover you've won. Provided you bid as if you know you won, when you win, you're not going to be disappointed because you already took that information into account. Right? But if you bid not as if you won, you fail to take into account the possibility of winning, then winning is going to come as a shock to you and cause regret. Right? So the only way to prevent this ex post regret, the only way to bid optimally, is to bid as if you know you're going to win. Estimate the number of coins, not on your own sample, but on the belief that your sample is the biggest sample. Yeah, there's a question. Go ahead.
I don't understand what the difference is between bidding. Sorry, I don't understand what the difference is between bidding as if you know you win and what if you won, right? Because if you bid, like whenever you bid, you're bidding the number that you think, oh, well, I think there are this many coins in the jar, so if I win, I don't want to bid too many so that I don't lose, right? So
good.
How is that different from bidding as if you know you win versus
good.
what if you won?
Okay, good. So good question. So how is it different to say bidding as if I know I win? So it's bidding. Okay, so let me try and say it again. So what you're going to do is you're going to think of the following thought experiment. Suppose you told me I won. Now how many coins do I think are in the jar? Right? Let me bid that amount. Right? So before we even do the bid, let's do the following thought experiment. You're figuring out how many coins you think are there. Now I say, suppose it turns out that your estimate's the highest estimate. Now how many coins do you think are there? That's what you should bid. Right? And I'm arguing that being told that your estimate's the highest is going to drag down that estimate a long way. All right? But the key idea here is, if you bid as if you know you win, then you won't regret winning. Right? And that's what you want to avoid. You want to avoid the winner's curse. All right. Now let's see how that goes on our... let me swap places with Ali again, and let's see if we can actually very quickly just do one row on the second jar. All right? So this is the yellow mic. All right? So same group of people. Let me get people to shout these out fairly quickly as we move on to these two rows. Write down your bid on the smaller jar now. On the smaller jar. All right? This is your bid, not your estimate. Write down your bid on the smaller jar. All right, as fast as we can go. All right, just shout out a number.
40 cents.
40 cents.
$1.
$1.
$1.20.
$1.20.
150.
150.
98 cents.
98 cents.
$1.
$1.
90 cents.
90 cents.
75 cents.
75 cents.
160.
160.
150.
150.
140.
140. Okay, I'm going to pass this in, so I'll go and get it the other side. Keep shouting them out.
95 cents.
80.
80.
50.
50.
75.
125.
125.
150.
$1.30.
$1.30.
125.
125.
109.
109.
115.
115 and 80. Did I get everybody? All right. 80 was the last one. All right. So okay, the bids came down partly because the jar was smaller, of course, which is cheating. But let me just tell you, let's find out who the winner was, first of all. So 160 is the winner. 160 is the winner. And it turns out that the number of coins in this jar was 148. All right, so what happened here? I think people took into account, people did lower their bids below the estimates. Let's just check, actually. So who is my 160 person? All right, so stand up, my 160 person. All right. So how many coins did you think were in there?
160.
160. Okay, so your name is?
Robert.
So Robert thought there was one. Hang on, you bid 160.
Yes.
All right, how many coins do you think was in there?
160.
160. I'm not doing well here, am I? I'm doing well here. All right. All right. What? Okay. Fine. Okay. So what am I trying to convince you to do here? What am I trying to convince you to do? All right. So let me find some other bidders. So what did you bid?
$1.
$1. How many coins do you think were in there?
125.
125. Okay. So how many of you? Be honest now. How many of you bid significantly below your estimate? All right. So the idea. Okay, raise your hands. How many have you bid below your estimate? All right, good. So we're learning something. I feel like this is the 24th lecture. I should be able to teach you something, right? Right. Okay. So the idea here is, in a common value auction, you need to shade your bid considerably, right? In fact, most of these bids, even though you were shading your bid considerably, most of you didn't shade it enough, right? So even taking this into account, even taking into account the lesson of the day, even with that into account, a number of you are still overbidding, right? So what's the takeaway lesson? If you're in a common value auction, you need to bid as if you have been told that your estimate is the highest estimate. That means you need to shade your estimate a lot. If you don't do this, you'll win a lot of auctions and you'll be very unhappy. All right? All right, now we're not done here. Let me move forward by moving away now just from common value auctions. So far we've focused on common value auctions and we've focused on a particular structure of auction, but I also want to talk about different types of auction themselves. Because one phenomenon you're seeing out there a lot these days is that people run different structures of auctions. And auctions are getting more and more important in the US economy. It used to be that auctions were something you thought of as a pretty rare event, and you'd see them when people were selling cattle, and you'd see them when people were selling art, but that was pretty much it. But now you see auctions everywhere. We see auctions on eBay, we see auctions for the Spectrum. Pretty much everything is auctioned these days. So auctions are becoming important. In fact, at Yale this year, we had a class solely devoted to auctions. We're having one day of this class for auctions, but they had a whole 24 lectures on auctions. All right? It's that important. All right? And one thing we should realize is that there are lots of different types of auction. So let's talk about 4 different types of auction. Let's call them A, B, C, and D. All right? So the first type of auction is a first price sealed bid auction. And that's what we just did. Everybody wrote down their bid on a piece of paper, all right? And the winner was the person with the highest bid, and they paid their bid. All right? Ashley in the first case, Jonathan in the second, Robert in the second one. All right, so a first price sealed bid auction is what we just did, and that's a typical auction you might see, for example, in house sales. Here's another type of auction, though. So this sounds crazy, but let me write it up anyway. You can imagine a second price sealed bid auction. So what happens in a second price sealed bid auction? Everybody writes down their bid, each player writes down their bid. The highest bidder gets the good. So that's the same as before. But now, instead of paying the bid that they wrote down, they pay the second highest bid. All right, so the idea is the winner pays the second bid. The winner is the person with the highest bid, but they pay the second bid. So that seems crazy, doesn't it? Seems a bit crazy. These are sometimes called Vickery auctions. And Vickery won the Nobel Prize, so they can't be that crazy. All right, we'll come back and talk about it. All right, here's two other kinds of auction. We can think about an ascending open auction. So this is what you all think of when we say auction. This is what happens at a cattle auction or an art auction in which people are shouting out bids. One way to think about this is if we were bidding something, if we were auctioning off something in the class today, is that everybody who is still in the auction would raise their hands, and as the bid got higher and higher, some of you would start dropping out. Is that right? And eventually, when there's only one hand left, that person would win the auction. Is that right? So that's a version of an ascending open auction. Everybody raises their hands when the price is 0, and as the price goes up, hands go down until there's only one hand left. All right? But we can also imagine another crazy auction, which is a descending open auction. So how does a descending open auction, so I should just say, this is the kind of, this open ascending one is what you typically see on eBay. All right? What's a descending open auction? A descending open auction is the same idea almost, except instead of starting the prices at 0 and going up, I'll start the price at infinity and go down. All right, so now, if I start the price at infinity, none of you have your hands up, I hope. All right? And then as the price goes down, eventually, one of you is going to raise their hands, and then you get that good and pay that amount. All right? So this auction happens in the real world. It used to happen in a place called Filene's Basement. When I was a graduate student struggling to have enough money, there was a place in Boston called Filene's Basement which would sell clothing in this way. So you'd go and pick out the suits you needed for your horrible job interview, and and the price would come down each week, and you'd hope that no one bought it before you did. All right? All right. Sometimes it's called a Dutch auction. All right, so here's 4 kinds of auctions. 2 of them seem pretty familiar. Right? So A and C sound like familiar kind of auctions that you're used to seeing, and B and D seem a little weird. So the first thing I want to convince you of is that B and D are not as weird as they seem. All right? So let's look at these crazy auctions. The first thing I want to claim is that auction D is really the same as auction A. So let's just remind ourselves what those 2 auctions are. Auction A is, it's exactly the auction we just did for the coins. Everybody writes down their bid, we open all the envelopes, and the winner is the person with the highest bid written down, and they pay that. Right? The descending open auction, nobody bids, nobody bids, nobody bids, nobody bids. Somebody bids, and then they pay that amount. Why are those 2 auctions the same? Well, think about that descending bid, that descending open auction. During that descending open auction, each of you may have written down in your head, it's useful to think of it this way, you've written down in your head the number at which you're going to raise your hand. Is that right? So there I am as a graduate student waiting for my suit to come down in price so I can afford it, and I know what that number is, and that, from your point of view, the other potential wearers of this suit, all right, from your point of view, that's a sealed bid for me, right? At the end of the day, whoever has that highest intended bid, that highest sealed bid, will end up winning the suit, and they'll pay their bid. Right? So from a strategic point of view, the descending open auction and the descending open auction and the sealed first price auction are the same thing. The person who has the highest bid, the highest strategy wins, and they pay their bid. And you don't get to see anyone else's strategy until it's too late. All right? So D is equal to A. What about B and D? So I claim that B and D are not the same, but they're very closely related. Sorry, B and C. B and C. So C is what? C is our eBay auction. It's our classic auction you're all used to playing on eBay. And B is this slightly crazy thing where we all write down bids, and the winner is the person who has the highest bid, but they only pay the second amount. Now, why am I saying that's the same as our eBay auction in some ways? Well, let's think about the eBay auction. Here you are playing the eBay auction. So all of you have your hands up, meaning you're still in, and the price is going up. The price is going up over time, and all of you have your hands up, you're still in. All right? Each of you has some strategy in mind, which is what? The strategy is, when am I going to lower my hand? Right? What's the highest price I'm willing to pay, or high price I'm going to pay for this object? So your strategy in the classic eBay auction is the price at which I lower my hand. All right? Who wins in that open ascending auction? The person who has the highest intended bid. The person whose hand is up at the end is the person whose intended bid is the highest. But what amount do they pay? When does the auction stop? When does the auction stop? It stops when the second to last hand goes down. Right? So if I'm the winning bid in an open ascending auction, my hand is still up. You don't know what I was willing to pay. What I'm actually going to pay is the price of the last person whose hand went down. I'm going to pay the bid of the person whose amount they were going to pay is the second highest amount. That makes sense? So in an ascending open auction, the winner, the person who has the highest intended bid, actually pays the amount, the highest intended bid of the second highest player. All right? So an ascending open auction is structurally very similar to these sealed bid auctions, which is really why these sealed bid auctions are interesting. These second price sealed bid auctions are interesting. Now, having said that, they're not exactly the same, and the reason they're not exactly the same is that if in fact the good for sale has common value, then we might learn something by the fact that the hands are up. All right? So the fact that people's hands are still up in the open auction, whereas you can't see what people are doing in the sealed auction, makes these not identical. But there's clearly a close similarity between them. All right. Now let's ask, I guess, the question people have been wondering about, which is, how should I bid at eBay? We figured out that for a common value auction, if you're going to reset, a common value auction on eBay, for example, if the good you're buying is a good you're later on going to want to resell, in that case, we already know that you should shade your estimate of the value considerably. So let's go to the other extreme. Let's consider a private value. A private value auction. There's no common value here at all, and let's assume that this auction is either second price, sealed bid, or open ascending. To summarize, it's either what we call B or what we call C. Right, so there you are, you're bidding on eBay, and it's a private value good. There's nothing interesting about how much anyone else values this thing. All right? So what's your value? Your value is VI. Right? You might bid BI. So this is your value. Your bid is BI. And what's your payoff? Your payoff is VI minus, but it's not minus BI. What's it minus? It's going to be minus, let's call it BJ bar, and I'll say what it is in a minute. So your payoff is the value of the good to you minus this thing I'm going to call BJ bar, which we'll say what it is in a minute, if you win. So if BA is highest. And it's 0 otherwise. Is that right? So what's BJ bar? BJ bar is the highest other bid. Right? So if my bid is the highest, my final payoff is the value of the good to me minus the highest other bid, the second highest bid, in other words. All right? So question, how should I bid either on eBay here or for that matter in a second price steel bid auction? What's the right way to bid in these auctions? Should I bid my value? Should I bid under my value? Let's have a poll. Who thinks you should bid over your value? After all, you're only going to pay the second price, so who thinks you should pay over your value? Who thinks you should bid over your value? Who thinks you should bid your value? Who thinks you should bid under your value? All right, everyone knows this. That's good. That's good. Okay, good. That's correct. So the optimal thing to do is bid your value. Bid your value. All right? Actually, we can do better than that. We can show, we haven't got time now, but we can show that bidding your value in a second price option is a weakly dominant strategy. Right? So setting BI equal to VI is weakly dominant. It's a weakly dominant strategy. So it's really a very good idea. All right? So there's nothing subtle about bidding on eBay if it's truly a private value auction. You're going to stay in until it hits your value, and then you're going to drop out. All right? Okay? I'll leave proving that as an exercise. What about if we switch from the second price auction, or eBay, to a first price auction? So now your payoff is VI minus your own bid if you win, and 0 otherwise. Right, so in a first price auction, you're going to get your value minus your own bid if you win, and 0 otherwise. Now how should you bid? Well, this is a private value auction, so you don't have to worry anymore about the winner's curse. But nevertheless, how should you bid? Should you bid more than your value? Should you bid the same as your value? Or should you bid less than your value? Who thinks you should bid more than your value? Let's have a poll. Who thinks you should bid your value? Who thinks you should bid less than your value? Yeah, the answer is here you should bid less than your value. Let's see why. Bid less than VI. Why? Because if you bid VI, even if you win the auction, what's going to be your payoff? 0. If you lose the auction, you get 0. If you win the auction, you get 0. If you bid less than VI, if you shade your bid a bit, then if you win, which will happen with some probability, you'll make some surplus. All right? So here it's flipped around. Here it turns out that bidding your value in the first price auction is weakly dominated. All right, where are we? Haven't got much time. We want to get one more thing out of the class. So where are we here? What we've argued is, in a second price auction, you're going to bid your value, but the winner's only going to pay the second price. In a first price auction, you're going to shade your bid under your value. You're going to trade off two things. The two things you're going to trade off are, as you raise your bid, you'll increase your chance of winning the auction, but you'll get less surplus if you win. Right? So the first price auction is a classic trade-off, marginal benefit and marginal cost. The marginal benefit of raising your bid is you increase the probability of winning. The marginal cost is you'll get less surplus if you win. Right? But in summary, in the second price auction, I bid, quote, truthfully my value, but if I win, I only pay the second price. In the first price auction, I bid less than my value, but I pay what I bid if I win. And that leads us to the natural question. Which of these two auctions, at least in expectation, is going to raise more money? Let's make some assumptions. Let's assume that it's a purely private value environment. And let's assume that let's also assume that these values are completely independent, that my value is statistically completely independent of your value. They're just completely idiosyncratic. And let's assume that we're all kind of basically similar except for that. All right, so we're going to assume independence, symmetry, private values. Most simple thing you can imagine. And let's ask the question again. suppose I'm selling the good now. Would I rather sell this as a second price auction, in which at least you'll bid your values, but the winner will only pay the second value? Or would I rather sell it as a first price auction, in which you're all going to shade your values because of this effect of trying to get some surplus, but at least the winner will actually pay what they bid? Which is going to generate more revenue for me? Let's have a poll. Who thinks I should sell it? Who thinks I'll get more revenue from a second price auction? Who thinks I'll get more revenue from a first price auction? Oh, this is the last poll of the class. We can surely get no abstentions here. Let's try it again. All right, no abstentions. Last poll of the class, right? Last poll of the whole course. Who thinks you get more, I'm going to expect more revenue from a second price auction in which people will bid their values but only get the second price? And who thinks I get more revenue from a first price auction in which people pay what they bid but they all shade their bids? There's a slight majority of a second price. So here's a great theorem. Provided we're in the setting I said, pure private value, absolutely independent, and my value is completely statistically independent of your value, we're all basically similar. Independent private value, symmetric private value. Both of those type of auctions we mentioned, the first price auction and the second price auction, and indeed any other kind of auction which has the property that in equilibrium the person with the highest value ends up winning the good, any such auction, in expectation, yields exactly the same revenue. In expectation. The first price auction, the second price auction, or any other silly old auction you come up with, at least it has the property that in equilibrium the highest value wins. All of them generate the same revenue in expectation. But to find out why, you're going to have to take another class in game 3, because we're done and I will see you at the review session.